Hello everyone, how are you? Welcome to a new video. Before we begin today's chapter, I invite you to subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. Also, it would help me a lot if you left a comment with your opinion, as that motivates me to keep bringing you more stories. Now then, get comfortable and I'll leave you with the fanfic.
Chapter 1. The training begins. Naruto sat on a building just a block away from the Hokage Tower, thinking everything over. So all I have to do is get this scroll, get to the clearing in the forest, and learn a technique from it? Naruto sighed as he got to his feet and stretched his back, feeling the joints pop. Sounds kinda weird, but I guess it makes sense. Naruto jumped from the building and serpentined through the streets to make sure he wasn't spotted. He looked at the large building he hoped to be in control of in the future as Hokage. Sneaking in was a simple task for the blonde academy student. Even though he always wore the orange jumpsuit, he was one of the few people who could hide from 5 squads of ANBU. The only times he had been caught were when Irika had hunted him down. Naruto walked silently through the halls, heading for the Hokage's office. Occasionally, he would stop and hide from an ANBU guard patrolling the building, but otherwise the place was deserted. Naruto found the door he was searching for and slowly opened it. Once there was enough room to slip into the room, he darted in and shut the door behind him. Naruto looked around the room, recognizing the 4 pictures of the Hokages, past to present, hung on the wall. Next to them was another door. Naruto ran across the room and wrenched the door open. Inside were various scrolls and books. Naruto remembered the description of the target scroll and started searching. There you are. Naruto grinned as he picked up the large scroll and strapped it to his back. He walked out of the room and into the hallway only to come face to face with Sarutobi Hiruzen. Shit! What are you doing in here? The aged Hokage asked. Oiroke no jutsu. Naruto looked on in anger at his former sensei Mizuki, who was crawling to his feet. The one that had tricked him, the one that had broken the decree formed for Naruto's protection. He had shattered his whole world, revealing the knowledge of the Kyuubi's incarceration inside Naruto. Then, the worst of it all, he had harmed Irika-sensei. If you lay one hand on Irika-sensei, then I'll kill you, Naruto said. Little demon fox, this is what you get. Mizuki screamed as he scrambled to his feet, preparing to attack the young blonde. Naruto quickly formed the one seal required for the jutsu he had just learned. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. What was once one Naruto was now hundreds. Solid copies. He learnt in a high-class jutsu in a few hours and managed to produce this many copies. Amazing, thought the wounded Irika. Mizuki seemed to be overwhelmed as he looked around him, knowing that all of them were real. XX. Naruto and Irika were in the Hokage's office, going over what had happened out in the forest. Naruto, I am truly sorry that I've kept this burden of yours a secret from you, but you must understand. Naruto interrupted him with a sad smile. It's okay, Aji-san. I just wish that at least a few people would understand what I really am. That I'm not the Kyuubi. I'm just some orphan that the Yondaime Hokage picked to give this curse to. Sarutobi's heart seemed to break at this. Do you hate him, Naruto? The blonde boy looked up at the aged Hokage and thought for a moment. I understand that he had no choice, and I would have done the same if I was in his position, he replied. Hiruzen looked at the blonde for a moment before speaking. But do you hate him for giving you this burden? Naruto closed his eyes, thinking hard, wondering how he should reply to this question. I don't think I do. I wish it had been someone else. But there probably wasn't any other option. No, I don't hate him. Irika and Sarutobi looked at each other when he said the last part. But there is something bugging you, Naruto, isn't there? Naruto clenched his fists, wondering what to say at this. I do hate someone though, and I've never even heard of them or met them. The 2 others knew what he was about to say. If my parents had abandoned me for this reason, I would hate them, he said flatly. They didn't abandon you, Naruto, said Hiruzen before he could catch himself. Irika and Naruto both turned to the Hokage, knowing he knew something. You knew them, didn't you? It was Irika that asked before Naruto could. Tell me, please. begged Naruto. I'm sorry, Naruto, but I can't. Why not? Naruto yelled out as he stood up only to be shoved back into his chair by Iruka. Naruto, control yourself, the academy teacher reprimanded. They were all silent for a few minutes, each of them staring at each other. Finally, after about 5 minutes, the Sandaime Hokage spoke. Iruka, could you leave the room for a moment? Iruka looked at the Hokage and nodded. He opened the door and glanced back at his blonde student whom he had given his Hitai 8 to just hours earlier. Naruto, I don't know if I should be the one to tell you about either of them. The responsibility lies with someone else. Naruto glared for the first time at the aged Hokage. Who would that be? He asked. That responsibility lies with your godfather. Naruto's eyes widened. I have a godfather? He asked in shock. Sarutobi nodded and suddenly, the blonde exploded. Let me guess, he left when he found out about the fox, am I right? He yelled. Before the Hokage could answer, Naruto continued yelling. Then fuck him. I don't want to have anything to do with someone who's going to leave me to rot for something I had no control over. He can burn in hell for all I care. As the last words left his mouth, killer intent knocked Naruto back into his seat. Many times, he had heard that Sarutobi Hiruzen was a force to be reckoned with, but he had never taken it seriously. He was just the kind old man, right? Now he could see why he was the god of shinobi, why he was called the professor, and why he was their third Hokage. Naruto, he did not leave you because of your burden. He left you here because taking you with him would have been reckless and dangerous. He has a duty to this village, and he has been performing it. Naruto couldn't form any words at the moment, too scared of the village leader in front of him. The Sandaime lowered the killer intent and looked upon the small orange jumpsuit wearing Genin. Can you at least tell me about my parents? Sarutobi sighed. It couldn't hurt to tell him a little bit. They were strong, especially your father. He was possibly one of the strongest shinobi in the land. The amount of jutsu he knew was astounding, and his knowledge of the battlefield was amazing. He had never really known his own parents, as they had died when he was younger, but he had the will of fire burning brightly within him. You seem to have inherited his own fierce determination. Naruto smiled at this, not a false smile, but a true one. Then there was your mother, who was one of the most beautiful kunoichi I had ever had the graces of meeting. She was a bit of tomboy and loved pranks, as did your father. She was the troublemaker of the two, however. When she found out about her pregnancy with you, I had never seen her so happy. Naruto had tears in his eyes. So I was wanted. They didn't just toss me aside like some piece of garbage. Aji-san, could you tell me who my father was? He asked. The Hokage shook his head. That responsibility lies with your godfa. Naruto interrupted him at this. I want to find out from you. I've always looked at you as a grandfather, and you're the closest thing I have to a friend. Please. Sarutobi Hiruzen had made many difficult decisions in his past. Not killing Orochimaru, retaking his position as Hokage when the fourth had died, keeping the knowledge of Kyuubi from Naruto, and much more. This, however, was the toughest. If I tell Naruto, I may have to make it public knowledge, and the villagers would be less than accepting. Then there's Danzo, who would want to make the boy into a weapon if he found out, although I suspect he already knows of Naruto's origins. Then there's Iwagakure. If they found out that Minato had a son, they may attempt to hunt him down. But we could protect him from that. If his lineage is revealed, he could move into the Namikaze estate, and we could reactivate all the protection seals. Jiraiya would probably come back to the village as well when he finds out that Naruto knows. The debate raged on in the mind of the Hokage as Naruto sat on the edge of his seat with bated breath. His name was Namikaze Minato, our Yondaime Hokage. Naruto's eyes widened at this. Te the fourth? He asked. Hiruzen nodded as he rose to his feet. I didn't intend on you finding out for many years, if ever, but if the occasion ever arose, I thought that maybe you would like something of his, he said as he approached the picture of the blonde Hokage. He took the framed photograph down to reveal a paper seal on the wall behind it. He placed his hand on top of it and let his chakra flow into the kanji written on the paper. The spot glowed for a moment and released a plume of smoke. When the smoke cleared, Sarutobi Hiruzen held several scrolls. These are notes on some of your father's jutsu, and a few of these are storage scrolls. In them are more scrolls containing different kinds of ninjutsu and taijutsu. He never was one to rely on genjutsu. Naruto was tearing up again when he noticed one more thing, draped over the Hokage's shoulder. "What's that, Aji-san?" Hiruzen smiled at this. This was the coat your father wore constantly. It was probably his favorite piece of clothing, especially after he became Hokage. Sarutobi set down the scrolls on his desk and took the coat that was draped over his shoulder and presented it to Naruto. "I don't think it fits, but if you like, we can always get it resized and—" "No," Naruto interrupted as he gazed at his father's coat. "I think I would rather not change this specific coat. Maybe I could just get one made for me, but I would rather not change anything on this one." The Hokage smiled. "If you would like, you could also have access to the money he left you. It wasn't as much as the wealth of the Hyuga or the Uchiha, but he did have a fair amount of wealth that he left you when he died." Naruto continued to stare at the coat in amazement. "I regret not living up to what my father probably expected of me," Naruto said suddenly. Sarutobi lifted an eyebrow at this. "From here on out, I promise to train myself so that I can surpass not only the Hokages, but my father." Sarutobi smiled at this. "Those scrolls will help you quite a bit, I would assume." Naruto nodded. "Can I tell anyone?" he asked suddenly. "I don't want to be known as the fatherless orphan any longer." Naruto looked up at the Hokage to see a stern look on his face. "Naruto, I'm not going to lie to you. Many people respected and even loved the Yondaime Hokage, and many see you as the reason for his death. If we were to tell them suddenly that you were his son all along, many wouldn't believe me, and they would disregard it. So I guess I'm not allowed to wear this jacket." Sarutobi smiled at Naruto. "You may wear the jacket, Naruto. Not many people will remember it very well, and only those that were close to Minato would notice, and I doubt very much that they would mind. For now, keep this knowledge to yourself, but later on, I will inform the village of your lineage. You just have to give me some time to prepare it, and I will need at least a few months. Perhaps by the time the Chunin exams start." Naruto nodded. "Can I at least tell Irika-sensei? He's helped me so much, and I want him to know." The Sandaime thought for a moment before answering. "Irika is a trustworthy person, so I don't see why not." Naruto suddenly hugged the aged Hokage. "Thank you, Aji-san. Thank you so much." The Sandaime nodded. "I want to hear about my mother as well, but let's let Irika back in and catch him up," Naruto said as he ran to the door, not giving the Hokage a chance to say no. Irika had to sit down when the bombshell had been dropped. Uzumaki Naruto, the Jinchuriki of the fearsome Kyuubi no Kitsune, was also the son of the Yondaime Hokage, Namikaze Naruto. "Does this mean that you'll be going by Namikaze Naruto instead of Uzumaki?" he asked Naruto. Naruto looked at the Hokage for an answer to this. "Not straight away. When I reveal the news to the rest of the village, then yes. But until then, you will continue on with your mother's name." "What was her name?" Naruto asked suddenly. "Uzumaki Kushina," Sarutobi replied, raising a gasp out of Irika. "Kushina really is his mother. I thought she just gave the boy her name because she thought he was cute." Sarutobi chuckled. "That was the only excuse she would use for that. I still don't understand why." "Is she alive?" Naruto asked. Sarutobi shook his head, causing Naruto to drop his. "I'm sorry, Naruto," Irika said, patting him on the shoulder. "It's okay. At least I know now that I wasn't just abandoned. Naruto, it's been a long day, so how about this? You go home and sleep, and tomorrow we'll catch up on the smaller details. Sound good?" the Sandaime asked. Naruto nodded. "That's fine." XX. Irika walked Naruto to the rundown section of the village where Naruto's apartment lay. "I'll be accompanying you and the Hokage tomorrow," he said to the blonde. Thank you, Irika-sensei. It's no problem, Naruto. You should probably get to bed though. It's been a long day and you found out so much. Naruto nodded. Yeah, it has. He could already feel the events of today taking its toll as he started up the stairs to his door. Bye, Irika-sensei. Goodbye, Naruto. When Naruto made it into his small apartment, he immediately walked up to his rundown mattress and fell on top of it. Asleep. XX. Naruto woke up to what appeared to be a tapping noise. Not feeling like opening his eyes, he merely groaned and turned over so that his face was in the pillow. That's when the events of the day before caught up to him. I'm the QB container, and my father is the man that sealed it inside of me, who also happens to be my hero. He shot out of bed to see Irika standing in his doorway, tapping his foot on the ground. It's nearly noon, Naruto. Naruto paled. It is? So, yesterday really did happen. Irika simply nodded. Naruto sat back down on his bed. Wow, for a moment, I thought it was all a dream. Well, it wasn't. Now come on. The Hokage is waiting downstairs for you. Naruto nodded and was about to go get dressed when he realized he had fallen asleep in all of his clothes, including his sandals. They got to the bottom to find the Hokage smiling at them. Naruto, I remembered you saying that you wished to surpass your father, so I figured that maybe Irika and I could help you get started. Naruto didn't move, still taking everything in. How will we do that? He finally asked. Irika looked Naruto up and down. First off, we need to get you some new clothes. I know you like the color orange, but it's too bright. It makes you an easy target for enemies. Naruto pouted. Naruto, I know you like attention, but wearing an orange jumpsuit attracts negative attention, which isn't what you should be striving for, the Hokage lectured. Also, your kunai and shuriken are all dull and rusting, so we'll be getting you some more of those along with a few explosive tags, Irika said as he recalled all the times Naruto used his equipment in class. Books on basic chakra control are required as well, and books on the history of Konohagakure. But that stuff is boring, Naruto whined. Irika scowled at his one-time student. Naruto, these things are necessary for a ninja to know, especially for a ninja that wishes to become a Hokage. I doubt that my father had to do this, Naruto said, still pouting. Ah, but you're wrong, Naruto, he did have to do this stuff. It's required for a Hokage to know. Not only is the Hokage the ruler of the village, but he is a diplomat. He must know things that many do not. Naruto said nothing, but both Irika and Hiruzen knew that he would read the books now. Some books on proper etiquette would be a plus as well as grammar. Irika commented as he recalled more of Naruto's behavior in the academy. Naruto could only huff as the list went on and on. Okay, I'm coming out now, Naruto called out from the dressing rooms at the shinobi clothing store. Irika and Sarutobi turned to see the blonde genin walk out in his new outfit. They both grinned at how Naruto looked. He had black shinobi sandals on instead of his blue ones. He had the fingerless shinobi gloves on, with the metal plates engraved with the leaf symbol. The Hittite had the blue cloth removed and replaced with black. His pants were black and ended at his ankle. There were only 2 pockets at the front. His kunai holster was new as well, being black in color and strapped to his right thigh. He had an orange sash and a black long-sleeved shirt. But what caught their eyes was the jacket he was wearing. They had recreated the jacket Naruto's father had taken to wearing for Naruto. Instead of it being white or red, it was red with black flames at the bottom. Not bad, Naruto. Not bad at all, Irika said as he inspected Naruto. Why did you alter the colors for the jacket though? Sarutobi asked. I'm not good enough to wear my father's jacket, so I figured a change would be best for now. The Hokage nodded, smiling to himself. He wants to earn that right. He's a lot like his father. How do you feel, Naruto? Irika asked. Pretty good, actually. I'm just glad you guys let me keep a bit of orange on. Irika and Sarutobi sighed. There was just no getting rid of that color. I have a question though. How am I going to pay for all of this? Sarutobi just smiled at the boy. Think of this as a grandfather spoiling his grandson. I owe you a lot for what I kept from you. You seem so happy knowing the truth. But I don't think Naruto, please just take my gift, Sarutobi asked. Naruto stared at the Hokage for a moment before speaking. I guess I can do that. Thank you, Naruto. No, Aji-san. Thank you. They bought the outfit along with copies so that Naruto wouldn't have to constantly wash the same one over and over. They also bought a few training outfits for Naruto to use when he would train alone. They went on to a weapon store and bought new kunai and shuriken for the genin, which seemed to excite him. It was only a quick stop there before the shop Naruto had been dreading, the bookstore. They spent a lot of time there, hunting down the multitude of books that Naruto was going to have to start reading. Chakra control exercises and theories, proper dieting, proper etiquette, food preparation, books about different plants and their usage, histories of the shinobi world, including a few books about Konohagakure alone. Naruto saw a few scrolls that seemed to pique his interest on advanced chakra control exercises, although he was told that he would learn them with his new instructor. So when do I meet this new instructor? Naruto asked as they left the store and started walking to his house to drop off his stuff. 3 weeks from Monday, you'll be assigned to a genin squad and given a jonin instructor to help guide you and take you on missions. Naruto seemed torn for a moment. What's wrong, Naruto? Irika asked when he noticed Naruto's conflicting thoughts. Well, what if this new guy just focuses on the others and leaves me in the dust? I mean, he would know about... At this, Naruto looked down at his stomach. Naruto, if that does happen, I want you to report it to me straight away. Is that understood? The Hokage ordered. Naruto nodded. I don't want to cause any trouble though. Naruto, the troubling thing is if they do discriminate against you and hinder your progress, said Irika. I know it happened in the academy before I became your teacher, and I tried to help you out, but the damage was done. If your jonin instructor does that to you, then they shouldn't even be a jonin. Naruto nodded as he continued down the street. So I have 3 weeks to improve my skills before meeting my new team? That's right, Naruto. Plenty of time to catch up or even surpass most of the graduating class if last night says anything, Sarutobi exclaimed happily. What do you mean? Naruto asked in confusion. Naruto, the Kage Bunshin technique is a jonin-level ninjutsu. Not only that, but it's also a forbidden technique because it splits your chakra evenly. You managed to not only perfect the technique in a few hours, but you made hundreds of them perfectly. Add to the fact that you had been training yourself to get that technique down for at least 2 straight hours, you were pretty much unfazed by the amount of bunshin you had produced. You could easily surpass all of the Hokages. Not even I could do what you had done. Irika and Naruto seemed surprised by this fact. Naruto, there is also a way you can train even faster with the technique that you learnt. This again surprised Irika and Naruto. What is it? Irika asked, suddenly curious. With the Kage Bunshin technique, anything the clone learns will be transferred to the user upon it being dispelled. Irika raised both eyebrows at this. What's so special about that? Naruto asked, not really catching on. Naruto, if your Bunshin were to read a book, when you dispelled it, you would remember anything it had read. Naruto thought for a moment when it suddenly dawned on him. I could read the books without actually having to read them. Sarutobi seemed to be thinking as well. With the amount of clones he could make, he could easily get his chakra control to the level of a chunin within the next 3 weeks. If he were to also work on katas just to see how they work. Naruto, you truly are on the way to becoming an amazing shinobi. Naruto was already scheming on how to use this to his advantage. They made it to his apartment. Now Naruto, I bought these for you as well, Irika said. He reached into a bag to present 4 weights, to be worn on his arms and legs. With these weights on, you'll increase your strength and speed by just walking around in them doing day-to-day things. You should also wear them for training, of course. Naruto beamed and immediately set down his bags and started to put them on. They're adjustable. Just put a bit of chakra into them and they'll get heavier. Naruto did as instructed as he thought they were a bit light. It took a moment for the weights to adjust to the chakra, but when they did, Naruto groaned slightly. Whoa, that's heavy. He could still walk, but with quite a bit of effort. Lifting his arms was also a chore, but he guessed he could get used to it. Naruto, If I were you, I wouldn't take those off too often. The QB is constantly healing your body, so I think you would get more out of it if you wore those weights constantly. You'll probably be used to the current weight by the end of the week, the Hokage advised. Naruto nodded as he looked at the stairs he had to climb with the weights on. Damn it. This is going to be harder than I though. He took a breath and started trudging up the stairs to get to his door. Naruto, I expect to see you in a few days to get your photo for your ninja license. The Hokage called after him. Yeah, I'll do that. Naruto was sitting on the roof of his apartment, looking at the Hokage monument. It's been nearly a week wearing these things, and I can finally jump from building to building, he thought tiredly. He glanced down and watched people walking through the streets. He noticed a head of pink hair and blushed. There's Sakura-chan. Man, why does she have to be so in love with Sasuke? He glanced back at the mountain where 4 faces were carved. I bet you never had to deal with that kind of stuff, did you? He said to his father's face. What would he do in this situation? Naruto asked himself. He would probably just recognize it as a lost cause. I mean, I like her and all, but she hits me too often and she's really bossy. Then she isn't really that great of a kunoichi either. Sure, she's smart, but what the hell? Plus, she isn't the nicest person around. Hell, Ino's kinder than Sakura. She treats Choji and Shikamaru with some respect, even if she is head over heels in love with Sasuke. Sakura treats all the other guys like obstacles in her way. Naruto sighed as he went back into his one-room apartment via a window. He looked around and picked up a book. Which chakra control exercise do I move on to now? I finally got those leaf exercises done. Tree climbing? How the hell does that help chakra control? He asked himself before continuing on. Naruto continued to read the page and reread it to make sure he had it all memorized. He set the book down and walked out the door, leaving his new jacket at home, but the rest of his attire on. He walked through the streets, ignoring the glares and the new looks of confusion. He knew what the confused looks were for. Everybody had heard of his failure in the academy, and yet he still had received a Hittite. Not only that, but he hadn't pulled a prank on anyone in 5 to 6 days. It was a new record. Naruto had been surprised by the new looks, but quickly gotten sick of them. It was just like he had been told not long ago. He should be aiming for positive attention, not negative. Although, confusion was kind of neutral, wasn't it? What the hell am I thinking about this for? I should be focused on how to do this tree climbing thing. Half an hour later, Naruto was in the same clearing he had been in when he had learnt the Kagebunshin technique. He had taken a liking to this spot, as it was secluded and he hadn't seen anyone out here before. Naruto took out one of his kunai, just as the book had advised, for marking his progress and focused chakra into the soles of his feet. He ran towards the tree and placed his foot on the bark. He attempted to place his other foot on the tree but slipped off and hit the ground. Hard. Damn weights, thought Naruto. He got up and looked around the clearing. May as well try. He made the familiar cross with his fingers and shouted, Kagebunshin no Jutsu. At least 20 other Narutos appeared. You know what to do, he ordered. Hi! The Bunshin replied before picking a tree and starting their exercise. Naruto turned to face his own tree and glared at it. I will get this exercise done by dawn. Naruto charged up his feet with chakra and ran at the tree yet again. When he set his foot on the tree, the bark seemed to explode and throw Naruto away from it. I think I get it. Too much, you're pushed away. Too little, nothing happens. Naruto concentrated for a few minutes this time, trying to get the proper amount of chakra concentrated. He kept waiting as the clones around him had varying results, but he didn't pay them any attention. Now, he thought as his eyes snapped open. He ran at the tree, fast, needing to get up the tree. First 1 step, 2, 3. He was actually running up the tree. Then, he lost his concentration. He slashed at the tree, marking where he had gotten, and fell back down. Naruto landed on the ground and looked up. 10 feet, maybe 9. Naruto sighed. At least it's progress. What's that saying? The journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. Naruto sighed as he stood back up. Back to the grind, he muttered to himself. Naruto was having a pleasant dream, involving him standing on top of a tree, in the Hokage's robes when he felt something poking his side. Stop that! He mumbled out as he turned onto his side. Guy-sensei, he seems to be alive. Naruto gritted his teeth. Why is someone so loud this early in the morning? Naruto opened his eyes only for him to shut them again and reopen them. Those are some serious eyebrows this guy has. Hello there, my youthful friend, said the boy looming over him. Naruto stood up quickly and looked the newcomer up and down. The boy was taller than Naruto, which wasn't that hard to be, and seemed to be wearing a green leotard. On his legs were orange leg warmers and on his arms were wrappings, covering his forearms up to his knuckles. My name is Rock Lee, and you are? Naruto continued to inspect Rock Lee. His eyebrows seemed to be very large, the largest he had ever seen. His hair was in a bowl-cut style, and his eyes seemed to be large and full of a word Naruto would come to fear, youth. My name is Uzumaki Naruto. I nearly said Namikaze. I need to stop practicing saying that in the mirror. It is a pleasure to meet you, Naruto-san. Naruto nodded when he noticed that there was someone behind Lee. Hello there, Naruto. My name is Mato Guy. Naruto was glad that he had been practicing hiding his emotions all his life, and for the book on proper etiquette otherwise, he would have been very rude. Holy shit, those eyebrows are fucking huge. What are these guys? The Wonder Twins. Mato Guy seemed to be wearing nearly the exact same outfit as Lee. There were only a few differences. Guy didn't have any wrappings on his arms and was also wearing a flak vest. His facial structure seemed to be stronger and his eyes weren't as wide, but were just as youthful. So why are you out here on such a youthful morning, Naruto-san? Lee inquired. Oh, I was out here training last night and I guess I just pushed myself too hard. What were you working on? Guy asked. Tree climbing exercise. I think I have it down. I probably would if I wasn't wearing these damn weights. Naruto mumbled the last part, but Guy and Lee both heard it clearly. You are wearing weights? They both asked. Naruto nodded. Yeah, it's pretty cool, but I've only been wearing them for about 6 days, but I'm starting to get used to them. May we see your weights, Naruto-san? Guy asked immediately. Sure, I guess. Naruto took off all 4 of his weights and handed them to Guy. They aren't too heavy, but he just started wearing them and they seem to be heavier than when I got Lee his first set of weights. They're adjustable, which is good. Not too bad. Have you had to readjust these recently? Guy asked. Twice. Once when I first got them, then just yesterday. I get used to them pretty quickly. Guy nodded. It's the QB. I had heard that Uzumaki Naruto had been gifted with a healing ability by having the QB inside of him. I guess it's true. He's getting used to the weights because his muscles are constantly healing and adjusting, meaning he's getting stronger every second. In a few months, he could be as fast as Lee. I have to say there, Naruto-kun, Guy said, taking no notice of Naruto's reaction to the added honorific. It's fantastic that I've met another youthful genin that is using weights, the only other one being Lee here. Really? Naruto exclaimed. That's awesome. How heavy are yours? He asked the green-clad genin. That is a good question, Naruto-kun, Lee said, also taking no notice of Naruto's reaction to the honorific. I've been wearing them for a year now, so they are quite heavy. Wow, I'll bet, Naruto said, his jaw feeling slightly lax. Guy smiled at the blonde. Tell you what, Naruto, how would you like to train with Lee and I? We could always use another training partner. What kind of taijutsu do you use? Naruto looked away from Guy for a moment before answering, feeling ashamed. I don't have any style. I was never taught one. Guy remembered hearing that Naruto wasn't the Academy's favorite student, but not being taught even the Academy-style taijutsu? Tell you what, Naruto, how about Lee and I teach you our style? It's called the Goken style. It relies on speed and strength and is one of the greatest styles a man could want. What do you say? Guy asked as he gave a thumbs up and a sparkling smile. Yeah, sure. That would be awesome. This will be great, Naruto-kun. I have not had a training partner in taijutsu, so this will be new for both of us. Lee exclaimed as he too gave Naruto a thumbs up. Yeah, this'll be fun. Naruto arrived at his apartment after learning when and where to meet Guy and Lee the next day. Unfortunately for him, he had gotten an eyeful of what seemed to be a horrible genjutsu that is activated by the two green-clad shinobi hugging. Naruto was sure to have nightmares of the two later that night. He quickly undressed and went to take a shower in the bathroom. He threw on his weights and a clean outfit and jumped out his window, forgetting that he had put his weights on. The result felt painful, and the ground underneath him had cracked slightly, but he was in too much pain to notice. Fucking weights. I'm not doing that again anytime soon. Fuck. Did I break any bones? Phew-uck. Naruto seemed to be cradling his legs for a few minutes as people looked on in confusion and anger at the loud genin. Finally, when the pain had dissipated, Naruto got back onto his feet and slowly walked to the Hokage Tower where he had to have his photo taken and submitted along with his information. Too bad I didn't have time to do anything cool with face paint. That would have been cool, but probably not very shinobi-like. Meh, at least I look good in these clothes. Naruto sighed as he walked through the village, looked from building to building. It's a nice day, that's for sure. Then again, when isn't it a nice day in Konoha? We hardly ever get snow, and it rains once in a while. It'll be nice to get missions outside of the village, get some variety and all. Naruto grinned to himself. Gotta love Kage Bunshin, he said, drawing a few curious looks from shinobi he was passing by. My vocabulary is getting better. I guess reading isn't all that bad, especially when it's my clones that are doing it instead of me. He made it to the tower and entered it quickly, thankful that it wasn't too busy today as it had been on some days quite frequently. He made his way to the proper floor and opened another door. Hi, I'm here to get my photo taken for ninja registration, he said politely to the receptionist at the desk. The woman at the desk didn't even bother looking up. Uzumaki Naruto? She asked. Yeah. You were supposed to be here 5 minutes ago. Go to the roof. That's where they're taking the photos. Okay, thanks. Whatever, the receptionist said. Wow, what a bitch, thought Naruto as he scowled at her before leaving the room and heading up further. He made it to the roof to see a middle-aged man wearing glasses waiting with a large camera. It's about time you made it, Uzumaki. I've been waiting here for hours. Liar. I'm 5 minutes late. Naruto shrugged and walked over to the spot marked with an X. I'm guessing I stand here? He asked. The man glared at Naruto before speaking. Don't get sarcastic with me, Gaki. Now hold still while I take the picture. Naruto rolled his eyes and waited. Another thing I should thank books for: patience. A few minutes later, Naruto grinned for the camera and told to go to the Hokage's office. Naruto yawned as he walked down and almost didn't notice when he bumped into someone. Sorry, Naruto apologized as he turned to face the person he had bumped into. Naruto. Shikamaru? Why are you wearing a Hittite? Scratch that. Why aren't you wearing your orange jumpsuit? Not that I'm complaining or anything. Naruto grinned at him. I passed the exams. Plus, I thought it was time for a change. Shikamaru grinned. Man, you look a lot like the Yondaime Hokage with those duds. Shikamaru noticed the gleam in Naruto's eyes when he mentioned this. Interesting. Really? I didn't notice. Anyways, I'm in a real hurry. I have to go down to Aji-san's office to fill out some crap. See you in a few weeks, Shikamaru. With that, Naruto turned around and walked away. Ha! He seems to be straining a bit more with walking. And he seems taller. Naruto continued on towards the Hokage's office and bumped into another person. This time it was a man. Sorry, sir. I wasn't paying attention to where I was going. It's all right. Naruto looked at the man and was slightly amused. What kind of guy wears a mask and has his Hittite so you can only see his right eye? The man seemed to be wearing standard Jonin attire, with his Hittite slanted over his left eye and a mask covering all but his right eye. His silver hair seemed to defy gravity and pull to the left. He seemed to be holding an orange book titled Ika Paradise. "Aren't you Uzumaki Naruto?" the man asked suddenly. "I am. Who are you?" he retorted. "Hatake Kakashi. You seem to be dressed differently than usual." Naruto didn't find this surprising at all, as most people had seen him either performing a prank or running from ANBU all over the village. "Felt like it was time for a change," Naruto said. Kakashi eyed him for a bit longer before shrugging. "Sometimes, change is a great thing." With that said, he started to walk past Naruto. "Don't I get one?" Naruto asked. "Get what?" Kakashi asked as he started to read his book. "An apology. You seem to have been reading a book and you bumped into me. Don't I get an apology?" Kakashi looked at him before closing his eye, which resembled a U, meaning he was smiling. "You already admitted to bumping into me and you apologized, meaning I don't have to, but if it will make you feel better, then I'm sorry for bumping into you." Naruto grinned at Kakashi before continuing on. "Nice to finally meet you, Naruto," Kakashi whispered to himself before vanishing in a flurry of wind and leaves. Naruto finally made it to the Hokage's office and trudged in. The Sandaime Hokage smiled at Naruto while his two advisors, Koharu and Hamura, gave him blank looks. "How has everything been, Naruto?" the Sandaime asked as he set down the photo he had just received of said shinobi. "It's awesome. I'm getting stronger already. I've been working on that tree climbing exercise and I think I'm ready to move on to the next step." The Hokage raised an eyebrow at this, as did his two advisors. "Really? Would you care to show us?" It wasn't Hiruzen that had asked, but Koharu. Sure." Naruto was taken aback that the old lady had taken an interest in him at all. He walked up to a wall and focused his chakra and began to climb the wall up to the ceiling and started walking across the ceiling as if it were the floor. "How long have you been practicing this technique?" Sarutobi asked the blonde genin. "I started this one last night. Took me all night, but I got it down finally, especially after I used the Kage Bunshin to help learn it." Suddenly, Koharu and Hamura were whispering to each other, while the Hokage beamed with pride. "That's quite an amazing feat, Naruto, especially for someone with your chakra capacity." Naruto chuckled and rubbed the back of his head nervously. "Thanks, but it was really hard and I didn't take any breaks." Sarutobi nodded. He definitely inherited Minato's drive. He looked down at the photo and the papers that had all of Naruto's information. "Well, Naruto, I think everything is ready, so all you have to do now is wait another 2 weeks, and then you'll attend the academy one last time for team assignments." Naruto beamed at this. "That's great, Aji-san. I'll just—" Naruto was interrupted by the door opening suddenly and Blur entering the room. "On guard, old man," came the voice of a small boy. "Not this again," thought the aged Hokage. The Blur suddenly tripped over its own feet and fell to the ground. "This is a trap, right?" It was a small boy, was wearing what seemed to be a large scarf, shorts, and a shirt with a cap over his hair. "You!" he shouted while pointing at Naruto. "You made me trip." Naruto clenched his fist in anger. Before anyone could react, he held up the boy by the collar, ready to deck him. Once again, the door opened to reveal a man in a black bodysuit, a black bandana and sunglasses. "Naruto, unhand the honorable grandson this instant." Naruto glanced at the man before looking back at the boy. "That boy is our Hokage's grandson, Konohamaru." At this, Konohamaru grinned at Naruto. "Go ahead. Hit me if you dare. This is how it always is. Once they find out who my grandfather is, they all—" He didn't get time to finish his thought as he felt Naruto's fist impact on his skull. "I couldn't care less whose grandson you are. You're still a brat." With that said, Naruto shoved past the man in the black bodysuit and stormed out of the building. The man, also known as Ebisu, watched the Kyuubi Jinchuriki storm off and mutter to himself. "So that is the demon. Most interesting type of clothing he has now. Ebisu rounded upon his student Konohamaru to find that, where did the honorable grandson go? Naruto was starting to get pissed off, plain and simple. Not only did he have to deal with someone who he knew judged him for the fox, but the Hokage's grandson was stalking him and wasn't doing a good job of keeping out of sight. Naruto stopped walking, letting his anger get the better of him, and whirled around, pointing at the poorly disguised academy student. Listen, I don't know what you want and I really don't care. Just stop following me. Konohamaru lowered the cloth that was painted to look like a fence and chuckled. So you noticed me following you? The stories don't lie. Naruto stared blankly at the kid before whirling around and walking away. Get lost, kid. Konohamaru ran past Naruto and blocked his path. No, I need you to teach me that Oiroke no Jutsu, so I can beat the old man and take over as Hokage. Naruto stared at the kid for a moment before busting out laughing. You? Ha 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 ha. That's good, kid. Believe me, if that was all that was needed to become Hokage, I'd be the Godame Hokage right now. Please, Konohamaru begged. I'll do anything to learn that awesome move. Naruto looked at the boy who was on his knees now. Why not? It'll help kill some time. I'll just have some Kage Bunshin, head home and read up on a few things. Naruto made a cross shape with his hands and 6 Bunshin appeared. You guys go home and pick something to read. The Bunshin all saluted the original and ran off towards their apartment. Konohamaru looked on in awe at his new idol. Come on. What was your name again, kid? Naruto asked in confusion. Konohamaru, he exclaimed eagerly. All right, let's go and train. Oiroke no Jutsu. Konohamaru disappeared in a plume of smoke only to reveal a fat, grotesque, possibly female version of him. Wrong, Naruto said flatly. It's been 4 hours and you keep doing the same thing. Look. Naruto formed the ram seal and in another plume of smoke, Naruto disappeared only to reappear as a nude, beautiful blonde teenage girl with what seemed to be at least a D cup. Like this, she said to the boy. Another puff of smoke and Naruto was back to his original self. Keep trying. Naruto had just gone to relieve himself behind a tree when he heard Konohamaru. Boss, I think I did it. Come back and see. Naruto sighed. He better have. It's been 8 hours since we started. Naruto reappeared to see Konohamaru forming the ram seal. Oiroke no Jutsu. A puff of smoke later and there stood a beautiful, slender, well-endowed brunette girl. Well? She asked. Naruto grinned and gave him a thumbs up. It's about time too. Konohamaru reappeared with a huge smile on his face. Now I can become Hokage, he exclaimed. That's a load of crap, Naruto said, frowning at the young boy. Huh? What do you mean? I'm on the shortcut to becoming Hokage, he said innocently. Naruto clenched his teeth and resisted the urge to smack the boy. There aren't any shortcuts to becoming Hokage, you twerp. The only way to become this village's leader is through hard work. Nothing else. There you are, honorable grandson, came Ebisu's voice. Naruto and Konohamaru looked up to see the Jonin looking down at them from the trees. Damn demon. That same damn look. Always because of the fucking fox. Ebisu jumped down from the trees and started walking towards Konohamaru. Come now, Konohamaru. If you associate with people such as this, it will cause difficulties on your shortcut to becoming Hokage. Naruto had had enough of the shortcut talk and the glares and did the one thing he knew would work, but Konohamaru was already on it. Oiroke no Jutsu. Ebisu stared and stared. Such a thing is unbecoming of me. Stop this foolishness, honorable grandson, and let's go. Konohamaru deactivated the jutsu in confusion. Why didn't it work? That's a killer technique. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. The clearing was suddenly full of Narutos. Ebisu merely grinned at this. Such a trick may have overwhelmed a feeble-minded fool such as Mizuki, but that shall not work on me. Then he noticed that they all were forming the ram seal. Naruto grinned. Game over. Harem no Jutsu. The Naruto clones suddenly were dozens of beautiful women, all swooning over Ebisu, and unsurprisingly, naked. It took a moment for Ebisu's mind to process what was happening, and when it did, it overloaded, and Ebisu was tossed back from the force of blood pouring out of his nose. The clones all disappeared, leaving a grinning Naruto, a shocked Konohamaru, and an unconscious Ebisu left in the clearing. Like I said, there are no shortcuts to becoming Hokage. Naruto turned to Konohamaru and stared at him. You may want to become Hokage one day, but in order to do that, you're going to have to take that title from me. I will be Hokage on day, he said with such force. Konohamaru was reminded of his grandfather. In his office, Sarutobi Hiruzen watched through his crystal ball, smiling serenely at the young blonde. There is no doubt in my mind that you will be Hokage, Naruto. Naruto dispelled his clones as he walked into his crammed apartment room. He sat down on his bed and kicked off his sandals, sorting through the memories of what his bunshin had read. Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama founded this village, fought each other, could control Biju, tailed beasts, would release. On and on the knowledge continued to pour into his skull, all about the history of Konohagakure. History lessons. Naruto sighed and looked out the window at the setting sun, casting an orange glow on the village. Naruto sighed and got back up, knowing that he still had to continue training for a few more hours before he went back to bed. 2 more weeks to catch up. Maybe I can master the regular Bunshin Jutsu. But why would I want to? Naruto pushed these thoughts away and grabbed a scroll that his father had left him and headed out to the clearing he trained in. Naruto sat down at the base of a tree that he had clearly used for the tree climbing exercise, as there were kunai slashes straight up the tree. There was enough light left that Naruto could still read what jutsu he was going to attempt to learn. A water technique? No hand seals. Nice. Sueten. Hahanryu. Naruto looked up to see that there wasn't any water source around, which seemed to be recommended when first learning the jutsu. Well, from what I remember, Naruto mumbled to himself as he pocketed the scroll and took to the tree branches. Not too far from here. There. He rocketed through the trees, his weights helping him move faster with momentum. He found the river he was looking for and tried landing just on the bank but overshot. Fuck. With a loud splash, Naruto landed in what seemed to be the deepest part of the river, his weights dragging him down. Fuck, gotta kick hard to get to the surface, he thought frantically. After a few seconds of slowly ascending, his legs started to cramp up. So close. Come on. Naruto broke the surface of the water and took in a quick breath of air before going back under. Okay, now to get to the riverbank. Come on, Naruto. You can't just drown here. Naruto could feel himself inching his way to the shallower parts of the river, but it was slow progress, and he seemed to be sinking as well. Wait, I see the bottom. Naruto looked up to see that the surface wasn't too far. All I have to do is hold my breath a bit longer. He hit the bottom and immediately started to walk along the bottom. I could always take these weights off, but what would Lee and Guy say? He felt the pain in his lungs, signaling that he needed air, and soon, he kept up the hard work and continued to slowly walk along through the cool water. His lungs were screaming at him and he was starting to feel light-headed now. Just a bit further, he yelled at himself mentally. Finally, his head emerged from the water, cool air greeting his scalp. Naruto jumped up, far enough to get his entire head above the water to get another breath of air before going back under and continuing forward. 1 minute later, he was on the ground, wheezing, enjoying the air that he took for granted. I'm never doing that again, he wheezed out. He took his coat off along with his black shirt, leaving him clad only in his pants. He dug through the coat's pockets and pulled out the scroll the jutsu was written on. All right, let's get to work on this, shall we? Naruto woke up in his bed, wishing he hadn't agreed the day before to start training with the youthful duo. He pulled on his training clothes, which consisted of a plain black gi. He popped his neck and walked out of his apartment and walked down the stairs. On the street, Guy and Lee were already waiting for him. "Ah, Naruto-kun, you are early. I take it that you are ready then?" Guy asked him enthusiastically. Naruto could only nod, not feeling like talking this early in the morning. "All right, a light jog around the village to warm us up." With that said, Guy and Lee took off at high speeds down the street, heading for the outer wall. Light jog. They're running at the speed of light. Naruto started to run after them, attempting to catch up with the two energetic shinobi. Naruto found out that a light jog for Guy and Lee was 20 laps around the entire village at speeds that seemed inhuman. Afterwards, it was to the training grounds for some sparring, or it would have been if Naruto had known any type of taijutsu. "All right, Naruto. Today we'll start on some of the basic forms for the Goken style of taijutsu. Just copy Lee's poses and I shall correct you when needed." It was then that Naruto first started to realize just how much he had missed out on in the academy. Both thanks to previous teachers that ignored him, to him constantly skipping out on school when he had Irika as a sensei. "I'm such a loser," Naruto thought as he was corrected by Guy for the 100th time. For what must have been hours, Lee and Guy had Naruto go through the rigorous poses over and over until they felt that he was starting to get the hang of things. "I'll say this much, Naruto. In a way, it is a blessing that you weren't taught any form of taijutsu." Naruto looked at Guy as if he were insane. "He probably is though," Naruto thought. "If you had been taught any other type of taijutsu, you would be having a much tougher time as you would get katas from this style and the other style confused, which could end up costing you your life in a mission. However, this way you shall only remember the katas for this style, meaning you could perform it perfectly one day to an extent that could surpass Lee or even myself. I must say that I am slightly jealous of you." Lee could only nod in agreement. "I never even thought of it like that. I guess I owe those jerks at the academy a thank you." After another hour reviewing the poses and katas he had learnt that day, Guy decided to call it quits for the day. "Naruto, I want you to practice those whenever you can. Tomorrow we shall see if you have been practicing. For now, Lee and I must return to our shinobi duties and meet the rest of our squad. Until tomorrow." Guy and Lee both struck the same pose, complete with sparkling teeth and thumbs up. Naruto's sweat dropped, hoping to God that his new sensei wouldn't transform him into something like this. Naruto headed back into town to see that it was fairly close to noon. "Guess I should head over to Ichiraka's. I haven't been there in a while, and I'm sure they've been wondering where I went to." Naruto continued to walk home, too tired to run or jump from roof to roof. "Man, if I keep up that kind of training, I'll definitely surpass Sasuke's team." He made it to his apartment much slower than usual and had some difficulty climbing the stairs to his door. He quickly showered and changed before heading back out and headed towards the ramen bar he loved so much. "Man, a nice hot shower really does a lot of good," he thought to himself as he didn't feel as drained as he had when he got home. He walked down the street, ignoring the usual glares he received, occasionally grinning to the fact that he was getting stronger. "After this, I'll go back to the river and work on that jutsu." Naruto made it to his favorite restaurant and took a seat on one of the stools. "What will, Naruto?" "Hi there, old man," Naruto said to the owner of the ramen stand. "Where have you been? And I were worried you'd forgotten about us," the ramen chef accused. "How could I forget you guys? I've just been busy with training is all. Besides, I'm here now, aren't I?" Tucci nodded. "True. So what'll it be, Naruto?" 3 bowls of miso ramen." The chef nodded and got to work right away. "I like those new clothes, by the way, Naruto. They look a little familiar though." Naruto grinned. "Yeah, I've heard that. My old outfit was getting a bit old, so I thought it was time for an upgrade." A new voice joined the conversation. "I think they look good on you, Naruto-kun." Had snuck up on the once orange-clad shinobi and scared him. "Oh, I am Nichin," Naruto exclaimed. "Glad to see that we haven't been forgotten," teased. "So you've been training?" Naruto nodded as he was handed his first bowl of ramen. Took a seat next to Naruto, as she wasn't working yet. "Yeah, been learning a few chakra control techniques and I'm working on this one jutsu," It's really hard though. Oh, and I met someone named Mato Guy who's helping me with my taijutsu. I smiled at how enthusiastic Naruto was being about the whole thing as he slurped down his ramen at the same time. "Ah!" he exclaimed when his first bowl was finished. "How I have missed you, ramen." Itachi took notice of this and asked Naruto something. "Haven't you been eating ramen lately?" Naruto shook his head. "I can't eat it too often anymore. Not if I'm to become a great ninja. I was reading about it, and a ninja actually needs a balanced diet. I don't like it too much, but as long as I can have ramen at least twice a week, I'll live." And Itachi both stared at Naruto. What? Do I have a noodle stuck to my face?" he asked as he started feeling around his face to see if there was anything on it. "No, it's nothing, Naruto," said, still in shock. "Naruto's reading? But anyways, yeah, so I had to start cooking different kind of meals. It took me a few tries, but now I can make things that are at least edible." This caused jaws to drop. "Naruto's cooking as well?" Naruto continued to talk as he waited for his second bowl. "It's a lot of trial and error, but I'm only getting better." Itachi snapped out of his shocked state first. "Congratulations, Naruto. You're finally becoming a true man." Just nodded her head in agreement. "Thanks. Does this mean I get this ramen for free?" Naruto asked, hopeful of yes. "No chance. If you're only eating here once in a while, you're going to be paying for all of your meals." Naruto hung his head at this. "Man, free ramen is the best." 10 minutes later, Naruto was done with his ramen and was filling the two ramen cooks in on the gory details of his training. "I've seen those two guys walking around here doing the weirdest things, walking on their hands, to carrying boulders through the streets," Itachi commented, shaking his head. "Naruto, if I ever catch you wearing what they wear, I'll ban you from eating ramen at my establishment." Why? Naruto asked. The fact is that Naruto had been given the same type of outfit that his taijutsu teachers wore by Guy, and he had been planning on trying it on that night. "It's an abomination, Naruto. Never wear one, ever." Naruto could only agree to not wear it. It wasn't worth being banned from Ichiraku's. Finally, Naruto said his goodbyes and headed for the river he had been training at the night before. When he arrived, he created 50 Kage Bunshin and ordered half of them to continue the tree climbing exercise. "I need to make sure that I have that mastered by the end of next week," he yelled to his Bunshin. "Hi," they all replied. "The rest of you will help work on this technique with me." The remaining 25 clones nodded and set to work. In the treetops, a figure was watching him with interest. Naruto just got a whole lot more interesting, thought a certain curious Nara. XX. Naruto left his clones to continue working on the Suitonjutsu and went to check on the tree climbing group. "How's it going over here?" he asked. One of his Bunshin that was resting got up and walked over to him. "Great, boss. We're just walking up and down the tree now, making sure we have the hang of it just like you asked." Naruto nodded his head in approval. "Good. I'm going to go work on that taijutsu." The Bunshin nodded to the original and left to pick a tree and continue mastering walking up it. Naruto left them and walked a little further into the forest. "Man, this is awesome." In his head, he could already imagine himself impressing Sakura, putting Sasuke to shame, and being handed the Hokage's hat. He quickly got into the beginning pose that he had been taught and slowly moved through the few katas he had been shown. "I can't let Guy-sensei or Lee down." He had earned their respect just by wearing the weights, and now he wanted to keep that respect by mastering the taijutsu they were teaching him. Over and over, he went through the katas, not wasting any time or energy. Occasionally, he would notice that something felt off and he would try to readjust himself. A few times, he caught himself trying to speed through them and making more mistakes. "No, I need to get them perfected first. Just like my father's scrolls say, you must master the basics to master the technique." He continued on into the night until he felt it was time to check up on his clones. He had received a few memories from clones that had accidentally been hit, but not enough to figure out how far they had made it. He checked up on the tree climbing group first. 18 of the original 25 remained. All right, guys. I want you all to dispel right now. Without another word, they all exploded into smoke, their memories and experience assaulting Naruto's mind. Not too bad, he thought to himself. He glanced back at one of the trees and then continued on to the other group. How's it going over here? He asked the closest Bunshin when he arrived. Well, we did use the jutsu a few times, but it's too weak right now. Naruto nodded. Okay then, I think that's enough for tonight then. The remaining 15 nodded and disappeared. Naruto felt the memories flow into his head, seeing what was working and what wasn't. Naruto held out his hand and concentrated on the chakra in his hand. Converting it to what the scroll had said felt like a rushing current. A small amount of water shot out of the river and into his hand, swirling around in a small vortex, reminding Naruto of a whirlpool, although it was only the size of a small coin. Better than nothing, he thought to himself as he cut the chakra flow, allowing the water to fall into his hand. He shook his hand dry and started back towards the village. XX. 2 weeks had come and gone. Naruto could already feel the effects of all the training he had been going through starting to pay off. It was the day of team assignments and Guy and Lee had agreed that Naruto should take the day off. He was already making wonderful progress to the point that he could actually spar with Lee now. Naruto lost, of course, as Lee had much more experience with the style and was a lot stronger than Naruto. Guy had commented, though, that if he kept up at this rate, he would be on even ground with Lee in a few months' time. Naruto beamed at this but said nothing, having been taught by Guy in a few other subjects as well. Naruto had to increase his weights every 4 days, as his muscles would get used to them quickly, and Guy had quickly explained the reason being his healing factor. One good thing about being a Jinchuriki, Naruto had thought gloomily. He had finally figured out what he was technically called in the shinobi world, and he hated the term straight away. Human sacrifice? That's all I am. He had nearly tossed the book out the window, but realized that it was a hard truth. He didn't have to like it though. He had to admit, reading wasn't so bad now that he thought about it. In a way, it was slightly entertaining reading about past wars, especially when he got to the parts about the Third Great Shinobi War. There were chapters just about his father's battles, all of them being wins. I have a lot to live up to, Naruto thought to himself. And now, here was Naruto, smiling into his pillow as he awoke that morning. The sun streamed through his window and lit up his one-room apartment, warming the sheets that lay on top of Naruto. He could hear the people on the streets going about their business. The noon air was like perfume and… Wait a minute. Naruto sniffed the air, his enhanced senses kicking in. Shit! He yelled as he threw the covers off of him. I'm late. I'm so late. Shit. Naruto scrambled around his apartment. The one day I sleep in past 5 and I wake up at noon. Naruto jumped into the shower in the bathroom and grimaced when he realized that there was only cold water. Fix that later, he thought to himself. Once he was cleaned, he jumped out and threw on his boxers, his weights, and then the rest of his clothes that he'd taken to wearing now. He looked at himself in the mirror and noticed that his face was a bit leaner. Wow, that training's starting to pay off. Naruto looked himself up and down, getting used to his new look. May as well measure myself again, he thought. Back in the academy, Naruto would always measure his height to see if he was getting any taller. His height was a sensitive subject for him and he hated being so short. He walked to the wall and placed his back to it, standing straight up. He took a kunai out of his holster and pressed it against his scalp. He then pressed it into the wall until he was sure that it was in there properly. He stepped away and looked. No way, I'm an inch taller. Naruto was jumping for joy at this point. He grabbed his kunai out of his wall and placed it back in the holster and left his apartment at high speed for the academy. Where the hell are they? Sakura screeched. Sasuke didn't say anything as he merely glared at the pink-haired girl. Naruto's late, and so is our new sensei. Sakura was pacing around the front of the classroom, vaguely reminding Sasuke of Irika when he was irritated. Sakura kept glancing at the door and her crush, torn between adoration and irritation. Naruto's been keeping us waiting way too long. That baka. At least it's just me and Sasuke though. I owe you Naruto. Shinaro. Suddenly, they heard a crash outside the door. Sakura ran to it and opened it to find two people lying on the ground. I'm so sorry, Surai. Kakashi? One of them was Naruto, but he was dressed differently. The other one was a mask-wearing Jonin, with only one eye visible and gravity-defying silver hair. Hello again, Naruto, the man said lazily. Naruto got to his feet first and offered a hand to the Jonin. Sorry, I was running late and so I wasn't really watching where I was going. Kakashi waved his hand, his eye in a U shape indicating he was smiling. It's okay. It must be our thing to literally bump into each other. Naruto chuckled nervously as he rubbed the back of his head. That's when Naruto noticed Sakura looking at him, torn between shock and rage. Ah, hi Sakura-chan. Have the teams already been formed? Naruto, you baka! She yelled, throwing a punch at the blonde genin. Naruto was torn at the moment. He saw the punch coming and had the choice to avoid it or take it. As usual, the blonde took the latter and impacted on the wall. Gee, Gomen Sakura-chan, he muttered from the wall. Weird, that didn't hurt too badly. Guy and Lee throw harder punches. Kakashi looked on at the situation, wondering if now would be the best time to announce who he was. I take it you are Haruno Sakura? Kakashi asked. Sakura hesitated, slightly shocked that he knew who she was. Hi. Good. I guess I'm in the right place. I'm sorry I'm late. I was walking past a tree and a cat was stuck in it. So I got it down and hunted down the owner to return the cat. What a lame excuse, thought Naruto. Meet me on the roof in 5 minutes, Kakashi said with a bored expression on his mostly covered face. With that said, he disappeared in a poof of smoke. Sakura could only blink. Hey, Sakura-chan, whose team am I on? Naruto asked. Dope, came Sasuke's voice. What's with the new outfit? Naruto glared at the Uchiha. None of your business, team. Sasuke retorted as usual. Sasuke started towards the stairs to head to the roof. Sakura quickly followed as Naruto poked his head inside the room. Damn, I'm on the same team as Sasuke. Great. Oh well, at least I'm with Sakura-chan. With that, Naruto followed his new teammates to the roof of the academy. How about we all introduce ourselves? Kakashi suggested. How? Sakura asked. Oh, you know, likes, dislikes, dreams, hobbies, you know? He answered with a bored expression. How about you show us how? Sakura suggested. Kakashi shrugged. My name is Hatake Kakashi. My dreams are none of your business. I like plenty of things and I have tons of hobbies. All we learnt was his name, thought the kunoichi of the group. You next, Kakashi said as he pointed to Sakura, who was on the right of the group. Okay, my name is Haruno Sakura and I like. She glanced at Sasuke. My dreams are. She glanced at Sasuke again. Only this time, she blushed and squealed. It seems that she's just a fangirl. Great. I hate Naruto, she declared angrily. Naruto hung his head slightly, hurt by the statement. Maybe I should just give up on her. She obviously only has eyes for Sasuke. You next, Kakashi said as he pointed at Sasuke. My name is Uchiha Sasuke. I don't have many likes, but I dislike many things. I don't have a dream, but a goal. To restore my clan and to kill a certain man. Sakura looked on in amazement while Kakashi raised an eyebrow. That's to be expected. Naruto had mixed emotions. From what I read, I'm going to go ahead and guess that it's his brother. Who else would he want to kill? Uchiha Itachi is in the bingo book for killing off his entire clan save for Sasuke. Last one up. Naruto glanced at Kakashi. My name is Uzumaki Naruto. My likes are pranks and training as well as the few friends that I've made in the past few weeks. My dislikes are people who judge someone for something out of their control. My dreams are to become Hokage and to surpass my father. That shouldn't be too much information, Naruto thought to himself. Sasuke, Sakura, and Kakashi all looked surprised at the last part. Father, Sasuke asked himself. I thought he was a nameless orphan. He's lying about that last part, one bet, thought Sakura. I guess he really does know about Sensei being his father. Well, I think that's all for now. Take these as tomorrow we'll be doing an exercise to see if you all have what it takes to be genin, said Kakashi as he handed them each a piece of paper with the rules he was about to explain. Exercise? Sakura asked. Kakashi nodded. A test, to see if you can have what it takes to be genin. But we already took a test, Naruto retorted. That was to weed out the weaklings. You all have the potential, but let's see if you have enough. Tomorrow we'll meet at the training grounds listed on that paper. 7 in the morning. Oh, and don't eat breakfast. Why not? Sakura asked. If you do, then I hope you enjoy puking it up, he said simply. What kind of test is it? Naruto asked. Kakashi started to chuckle. Well, let's just say that this test has a 66% fail rate, meaning that only 9 genin out of the 27 that graduated will make it. The rest will be sent back to the academy for more schooling. At this, all 3 genin gulped. Till tomorrow, Jareni. With that, Kakashi disappeared in a swirl of leaves and wind. Immediately Sasuke got up and started to walk away. Sasuke, do you want to practice together to prepare for tomorrow? Sakura asked as she got up to follow him. No, he said simply, walking away. Sakura stopped in her tracks, rejection sinking in. Hey Sakura-chan, if you want, I can. No way, she yelled at him. Naruto scowled slightly, irritated at Sakura. No need to yell, Sakura. I was just trying to offer you help. You, the dope, offering me help? Sakura asked, trying not to laugh. Yeah, but I guess you'll be all right, Naruto said politely as he walked past her. Of course I will be. Naruto shrugged. If you say so. See you tomorrow, Sakura. With that said, Naruto opened the door to the stairs and walked away, just as Sasuke had done. Took Sakura a moment to figure it out, but it finally hit her. Wait, he didn't call me Sakura-chan. Maybe he's finally out of my hair. Sakura beamed at this new revelation and skipped the rest of the way home. Chapter 2, Squad 7. Naruto stood on one of the highest branches. He had been training for a few hours, perfecting the technique he had learned. Now he was simply staring at the setting sun, which was casting an orange glow on the trees. It's so peaceful. I can't believe I never noticed before. Naruto continued to watch the setting sun for a few more minutes before deciding to head back to the village for some food. He jumped down to a lower branch and then to another branch even lower. I'm not risking breaking my legs again. Naruto finally reached the ground in about 10 seconds. He looked around, taking in the damage he had done to the shore of the river. Small craters dotted the ground here and there, showing his improvement over the past 2 weeks. Naruto grinned to himself, planning on celebrating by ordering a few extra large bowls of ramen at Ichiraku's that night. Naruto started walking back to the village, deciding that he would enjoy taking it easy for the rest of the evening. Slowly, though, his mind started to wander until it hit one specific subject. Sakura, why did I have to pursue you for so long? I'm such an idiot for doing that. Naruto sighed to himself as he kicked a small rock in his way. I mean, what did I see in you? Naruto suddenly remembered just why he had fallen for the pink-haired girl. She was being picked on. Naruto mumbled to himself. I related to her, I guess. We both knew what it felt like. Then she fell in with Ino and the others, and she started bullying as well. Naruto stopped for a moment, clenching his fist as he remembered all the times he had been bullied by the kunoichi. Then it hit him. I was the only one she bullied. Naruto's face was filled with surprise before it twisted into a frown. I was the only one. Naruto breathed in deeply before exhaling. Control your emotions. You're a shinobi now. Naruto clenched his fist, feeling his nails digging into his palm painfully. Why was it only me? Naruto just stood there until he felt like he had composed himself. It doesn't matter now. I'm trying to get over her, and I will succeed. I don't need that abuse any longer. It's time to stand up for myself. Naruto shook his head, trying to change what he was thinking about when he remembered his newest sensei. Kakashi, he seems alright, the mask is kinda weird, and his Hitai ate. Then what does he mean by, don't eat any breakfast? Naruto started to wonder about this as it didn't seem to make sense to him. I remember reading in those books Ji-san and Irika-sensei bought me that you should always eat breakfast. Never skip it if you can help it. Otherwise, you're giving yourself a huge handicap. Naruto just couldn't understand why Kakashi didn't want them to eat breakfast. Wait, maybe he's just stupid. Damn it. Naruto was just walking through the village gates as he screamed, "Why does my sensei have to be the stupid one?" The two Chunin currently on guard duty stared after the young blonde in confusion. Naruto noticed that he had just yelled out something seemingly random in front of other shinobi and had the good graces to be embarrassed. Naruto sighed as he continued on his way to Ichiraku's when he felt his heart stop. Why now? Sakura was walking home from the library, wondering about her brooding wonder. Sasuke-kun, I can't believe he's actually on my squad. I'll win him over in no time. She blushed as she imagined herself in Sasuke's arms. Oh, it would be terrific. Ha, and that would show Ino Pig. Sakura continued to think of various fantasies of her and Sasuke being together until she caught sight of her other teammate. Oh great, it's Naruto. Sakura was already preparing to reject his request for a date and pummel him into the ground. She clenched her fist, getting ready for the moment. She kept walking forward as Naruto walked towards her. All right, here we go. Shinaro, you're gonna pay Naruto. She kept walking and walking straight past Naruto without a word. What the hell? What just happened? At first, Sakura was confused at what had happened, but she quickly figured out what was happening as anger filled her very being. Naruto groaned inwardly as he kept walking down the street. There was no way he could turn around and run. It was the cowardly thing to do. So he decided to just not say anything to his teammate, not after how she had reacted to him asking if she wanted help earlier today after meeting their sensei. If she wasn't such a bitch, maybe I would be polite, Naruto thought to himself. I mean, all I wanted to do was help, but she just had to insult me yet again. Flashes of being bullied by her resurfaced. Her harsh rejections to his date proposals. All she needed to do was say no, not flip out and knock me senseless. Naruto walked straight past the kunoichi without a glance. I did it. I got past her. Naruto felt as if his world had just brightened a bit. For the first time since meeting her, he had simply ignored Sakura. This was a big step in his opinion as he had never done that before. This seems a lot easier than I thought, Naruto exclaimed mentally. Suddenly, something felt off. He turned to see Sakura's fist rocketing at his face. Out of instinct from training with Guy and Lee for the past 2 weeks, he went to block the strike. As if on autopilot, he caught the fist, threw it to the side, unbalancing Sakura, and aimed a kick for her head. Naruto realized what he was about to do and slightly altered the path of his foot, causing it to fly over Sakura's head. Sakura's jaw dropped at this action as she fell flat on her butt. What was that just now? Sakura asked herself. Naruto narrowed his eyes at the pink-haired kunoichi. Don't do that, Sakura. I could have given you a concussion, he snapped. Sakura's rage returned as she stood up and glared at Naruto. What the fuck, Naruto? You nearly give me a concussion and you yell at me? Naruto glared at Sakura. Shut it, billboard brow. Sakura was shocked at this. She didn't know what to say as Naruto continued. You were the one that initiated an attack and I just reacted like I would normally when caught off guard. Don't blame me for that. Naruto spun around and started to walk away. I'll see you tomorrow, he said without looking back. Sakura's jaw was feeling slack, tears stinging her eyes. He called me billboard brow. Maybe he wasn't trying to get my attention by ignoring me. Sakura stood up and ran straight home, not wanting to be seen crying. Those days were behind her. The days when she would be bullied for her forehead and she would cry for everyone to see were over. Naruto got to his apartment and slammed the door behind him, panting slightly. What was that just now? I've never felt that angry before. It was like it wasn't even me speaking. Naruto felt even more tired than he had after training. I don't think I can make it to Ichiraku's tonight. Everything seemed to spin as Naruto fell onto his mattress, unconscious. Sarutobi Hiruzen watched Naruto pass out through his crystal ball. It seems as if young Naruto slightly tapped into the fox's chakra, not enough to be noticeable, but it did drain him when the fox's influence left him. Interesting. If this continues, he'll be able to use the demon's chakra in a battle. He'll become a true Jinchuriki. Sarutobi glanced up at Minato's photo. This is something that I must keep to myself. If Danzo were to discover this, he would push for Naruto to join Root again, and I don't need him trying to convince Hamura or Koharu. They may agree with him this time, he mumbled. Sarutobi stood up and popped his back as turned towards Kakashi and Guy. You two will have to keep this a secret as well. Monitor him whenever possible. If he is able to tap into the demon's chakra at will, I may need to send for Jiraiya to check up on the seal. I want to make sure we are all safe before I allow Naruto to use the Kyuubi's chakra. Guy and Kakashi both nodded. Kakashi, you are dismissed for now. I wish to speak with Guy alone. Kakashi nodded as he pulled out his infamous orange book. Yes, Hokage-sama. He turned and walked out of the room as he skimmed through his book, trying to find where he was at previously. Once the door was shut, the Sandai motioned for Guy to take a seat. How is his taijutsu training coming along, Guy? Hiruzen asked. Guy took a breath before starting, looking completely serious. Well, it was rough at first. I thought that he would be perfect for the Goken at first, but something always seemed to be off. Sarutobi nodded as he took his own seat at his desk, reaching into his robes for his pipe and some tobacco. So we started to experiment for a bit. I mean, don't get me wrong, Hokage-sama, he is quite proficient at the Goken. Given enough time he could surpass Lee, but I think he could be better. Sarutobi closed his eyes and nodded again as he lit his pipe and inhaled. So we began tweaking the Goken a bit to fit Naruto. How are you tweaking it? The aged Hokage asked. We've already begun. We've decided to incorporate his Kage Bunshin Jutsu into the style. Before you object, Hokage-sama, Guy said at the look of horror on Sarutobi's face. Naruto's chakra capacity is enormous. I've had him create enough clones to resemble an army, and he still wasn't out of chakra. Sarutobi raised an eyebrow at this. So Naruto and I have been slowly creating a style by combining the Goken style with the Kage Bunshin Jutsu. What have been the results thus far? Hiruzen asked the taijutsu specialist. Guy grinned, flashing his sparkling teeth in the process. Fantastic! It's a style only Naruto can use, and it far surpasses the Goken alone. There were a few stances that have been changed around, making it a defensive and more fluid style than the Goken, but much of it is similar. So it isn't the exact same? Sarutobi inquired as he exhaled more smoke. Guy shook his head. No, there are variations to this style. It requires even more speed than the Goken though to be truly successful. When do you think Naruto will be able to use this style effectively in combat? Guy thought for a moment before answering. Well, at his current rate, by the time the Chunin exams begin, he should be able to crush much opposition. The only ones I think would give him a challenge would be my own two students, Lee and Niji. Only a challenge though? Sarutobi asked, wanting clarification. Well, Naruto's speed and strength are going up quickly thanks to the demon sealed within him. The healing factor is giving Naruto the edge in his training. He has more stamina than anyone I have ever met, and his drive surpasses even my own. The Hokage chuckled at this. He trains as hard as he can, and attempts to surpass what he has done constantly. The other day Guy was interrupted by a knock at the Sarutobi's door. Come in, the Hokage spoke. Hello, Sarutobi Dano. Danzo, the Hokage nearly growled. Ah, Mato Guy, it has been a while. Guy simply nodded, not trusting the old war hawk. He turned to the Hokage. I shall give you the rest of my report later, Hokage-sama. Sarutobi nodded to the Jonin as he stood up and left the room. What is it, Danzo? Naruto woke up the next morning, feeling slightly sore, but otherwise okay. He looked out the window to find that the sun hadn't even risen yet. He yawned as he sat up on his bed and looked around before noticing that something was off. He looked down at himself and found that he hadn't changed out of his clothes the night before or even taken his weights off. Better get a shower and change before breakfast, Naruto mumbled just before he yawned. He stretched out, feeling his joints pop slightly, before rising to his feet, noticing that his sandals were still on as well. What happened to me last night? He asked himself. I just got so tired after Sakura pissed me off. Weird. Naruto took his jacket off, followed by his clothes and his weights as he headed for the shower. The hot water was broken, again, but it helped wake him up at least. He quickly dried himself off and put on some boxers before sitting down and pouring him a bowl of cereal and grabbing a green apple. Wait, Kakashi said not to eat. Naruto wondered whether he should do what he was told by his superior, or to go with his gut and eat. Wait, he only suggested that we don't eat tomorrow. It wasn't an order, Naruto thought with a foxy grin etched on his face. He dug into his breakfast with gusto. Once finished, he grabbed another one of his clean outfits from the closet and threw it on. All right, let's see here. What do I need? He decided to bring what he normally would. Kunai, shuriken, wire, a few scrolls with a couple things sealed inside. He then strapped on his weights and looked out his window again. The sun was finally starting to rise, signaling that morning was approaching quickly. Better get there early. Naruto ran out of his apartment and took to the building. Man, my weights are feeling light again. I guess I'll increase the weight when I get to the training grounds. Naruto felt the cool morning air whipping his face as he increased his speed when he reached the trees. Finally, he reached the training grounds that his team had been told to meet at. When Naruto landed on the ground, it slightly buckled under his weight. Whoa! I gotta be careful about doing that. Naruto quickly formed the ram hand seal and focused a bit more chakra into his weights, feeling them weigh down even more. Okay, that should be okay. Naruto exclaimed at the change. I better start getting used to these. This test may involve some fighting if we're outside, Naruto thought as he started to walk around slowly, weighed down by his weights. Naruto kept it up for about 30 minutes before he felt that he was starting to get used to it enough that he could fight somewhat. If this is going to be a drawn-out fight, it'll help me get used to the weights faster. Naruto kept it up for about 30 minutes before he felt that he was starting to get used to it enough that he could fight somewhat. If this is going to be a drawn-out fight, it'll help me get used to the weights faster. Naruto decided to sit down and wait for his teammates and sensei as he had gotten there early, and there was still at least half an hour to wait before 7. Finally, Sasuke was the next one to arrive. The Uchiha still wasn't used to Naruto's new look and almost didn't recognize the blonde genin. Hey there, Sasuke, Naruto greeted politely. Sasuke nodded his head, not saying anything. He's different, not as loud or obnoxious. I wonder what happened in the past few weeks. Sasuke didn't mind though, far from it. He preferred this new persona of Naruto's. One less problem for him, although he was sure that the dobe hadn't gotten much better since the academy. After all, what could change within 2 weeks? Sasuke stood a slight distance from his blonde teammate with his hands in his pockets, waiting for the last 2 members of Squad 7 to arrive. Not much later, Sakura skipped onto the field, but halted when she saw Naruto, his words still fresh in her mind. She focused her attention on her crush, deciding that it didn't matter what Naruto thought anyway. Hi, Sasuke-kun, Sakura squealed as she ran up to the brooding boy. Sasuke ignored the kunoichi, already irritated by her presence. Isn't today a great day? I mean, this is the first day of our team. Sasuke nearly shivered. The dobe and the banshee, Kami must hate me or something. Then Sasuke noticed that something was off. He glanced at the other male genin in wonder. Why didn't he greet Sakura like normal? He isn't even looking at her. Did I miss something? He glanced at the pink-haired kunoichi, making her blush in the process before returning his gaze to Naruto. "It's none of my business, I guess." Sasuke closed his eyes and began going over different battle tactics in his mind. "This must be a test to find out what we are capable of in the field. Why else would we be meeting at a training ground?" Sakura noticed that Sasuke had glanced at not only her, but Naruto as well. "Great, Sasuke must have been comparing me to the dobe. How could he compare us? I'm so much better than that baka," inner Sakura exclaimed. Sakura sighed as she sat down on the grass next to Sasuke. "At least Sasuke is here to keep my mind off of things." That was when Sasuke had decided to go and lean against one of the 3 training posts in the middle of the grounds. Or maybe not. For the next 2 hours, the 3 genin sat in an awkward silence. But that was also when Sakura and Sasuke noticed something strange. Naruto sat in the lotus position meditating. Since when did the dobe meditate? I remember back in the academy he couldn't even sit still for more than 5 minutes unless he was asleep. I know he isn't asleep. His breathing is too light. He's aware of his surroundings. Sakura, however, just took it as he was trying to show Sasuke up. "That baka! I should give him a piece of my mind." Sakura screamed mentally until she remembered what had happened the day before when she had tried attacking him. On second thought, Naruto was aware of what Sasuke and Sakura were up to at the moment, standing there staring at him. One was confused while the other was angry. Finally, Naruto sensed him. "It's about damn time," Naruto yelled as he opened his eyes. Sasuke noticed Kakashi's presence at the same time as Naruto and was slightly surprised that the dobe had gotten it just as fast as he had. Sakura, however, was slightly confused. "What the hell are you talking about, you baka?" she screamed at him as she stood up, starting towards him until she heard Kakashi speak. "Sorry for my being late, but there was this old lady that needed help getting her cat out of a tree, and someone accidentally aimed a katan jutsu at the tree. So I had to take the cat to a vet," their sensei explained. Sasuke glared at the silver-haired jonin for his lame excuse. "You liar," Naruto declared angrily. Sakura nodded in agreement. Kakashi ignored them as he set down the backpack he was wearing and pulled out an alarm clock. "Well, I think it's time we started. Don't you agree?" The 3 genin nodded in agreement, ready to face whatever Kakashi had planned. "Your objective is to get these bells from me before the timer goes off. Whoever doesn't receive a bell shall be tied to one of the posts right behind you and have their lunch eaten in front of them by me," Kakashi declared with a smile on his face. Sakura and Sasuke both felt their stomachs growl in hunger, loud enough for both Kakashi and Naruto to hear. Kakashi narrowed an eye at Naruto. It seems as if Naruto didn't take the bait like the others. Strange. He's really surprising me since I met him. Then again, he has been catching up with his classmates. He's probably surpassed them in certain aspects. Kakashi cleared his throat. "Sounds like somebody didn't take my advice. Care to tell us why you ate breakfast, Naruto?" Sasuke and Sakura both glared at the blonde. "Naruto, you baka. That's not fair that you get to eat while we starve to death," Sakura yelled, ready to pound Naruto into the ground. Naruto aimed a glare at the pink-haired kunoichi, making her stop in her tracks. This didn't go unnoticed by Kakashi and Sasuke. Kakashi already knew what had happened the day before and wasn't surprised at this. Sasuke was, however, and felt his jaw slacken slightly as his eyebrows shot up. What the hell is up with Naruto? I've never seen him glare at anybody like that before, much less Sakura. Something must have happened between them, something big. He wouldn't act like this otherwise. I mean, he's always taking her abuse. What the hell did she do to piss him off? "Well, Kakashi-sensei, I remember reading in several books that skipping breakfast is ill-advised. It can handicap you for the rest of the day as you won't have too much energy and you never know what might happen as a shinobi. I didn't think you were actually trying to do that, though. I thought you were just an idiot." "Naruto," Sakura yelled. "Don't call him that. He's your superior. Show him some respect." Kakashi simply chuckled. "You're honest. I like that in a person, Naruto." Naruto beamed at this. He had hardly ever received any type of praise, and this was one of the few times. I like this Kakashi guy. He's really nice. Well, Naruto, you're right. Not eating a breakfast can handicap you in a mission. However, you won't always be able to eat on a mission. Thankfully, we have soldier pills for those types of missions. You could have eaten breakfast as I only suggested that you shouldn't. It wasn't an actual order. Sasuke and Sakura sighed, knowing that Kakashi was right. Anyways, get the rules straightened out. You three will have to try and get these bells from me, he said as he held out 2 silver bells. Attack to kill. No holding back at all. But Sensei, Sakura said, there are 3 of us and only 2 bells. Kakashi nodded, meaning one of you will lose no matter what. The 3 genin shivered. It doesn't seem that bad, Naruto said. Oh, I forgot to mention that whoever doesn't receive a bell shall be sent back to the academy for further instruction. At this, the 3 genin glanced at each other. Never mind then, Naruto thought to himself. This should be easy, Sasuke thought to himself. Sakura seemed uneasy at this. She had already seen a bit of what Naruto was capable of, even though it seemed impossible. Then Sasuke was the rookie of the year. I may have to go back, she thought gloomily. You will have until noon, so about 90 minutes. Plenty of time, don't you think? Nobody said anything. All right then, on my mark, set. Before he could finish, Naruto was already in action, 6 shuriken flying at the masked jonin. Sasuke and Sakura used the distraction to flee the area. Kakashi merely caught the shuriken out of the air. Not bad, Naruto. But do you really think that would be enough against a jonin? Naruto popped his neck. Not after seeing what Gai-sensei can do. You and he are supposed to be rivals, so I can only imagine what you're like to fight with. Kakashi sighed. Rivals? He does seem stuck on that idea. Naruto raised an eyebrow. So you're not rivals? Kakashi shrugged. Don't forget, Naruto. The test has begun. Suddenly, Kakashi was behind Naruto, throwing the shuriken faster than Naruto had ever seen a shuriken thrown. Within seconds, shuriken riddled Naruto's body as he fell to the ground. Sakura and Sasuke both gasped from their hiding spots in the bushes. He killed him. This jonin isn't fucking around, Sasuke thought as a chill ran through his body. Sakura couldn't comprehend what she had just seen. Their sensei had just murdered their teammate. She felt her eyes tearing up when Naruto's limp body exploded into a cloud of smoke. A bunshin? Thought the 2 genin. It was solid though. What technique was that? Sasuke asked himself. Suddenly Naruto flew out of the trees at Kakashi faster than usual. Kakashi jumped out of the way as Naruto impacted on the spot where Kakashi had just been a split second before, creating a small crater covered in dust blown up from the impact. Kakashi narrowed his eyes. He's increased his weights quite a bit. He must be training himself into the ground to make that kind of progress. Naruto jumped up after his sensei through the smoke, using it as a cover. Kakashi had been expecting this and had heard his student come after him. Kakashi's fist made contact with Naruto's stomach, knocking the wind out of the blonde. He hits just as hard as Guy, he thought to himself. Kakashi then grabbed Naruto's collar with his other hand and spun him around and throwing him at a tree. Naruto twisted in the air and used the tree as a springboard to launch himself back at Kakashi, who was now visible as the smoke had cleared. Kakashi was starting to descend towards the ground when he saw Naruto hurtling at him yet again. Kakashi pulled out a few kunai and threw them at Naruto, expecting him to use a kawarimi. Naruto quickly made the one-hand seal for the Kage Bunshin. Without a word, a clone appeared next to him and grabbed his sleeve, tossing him just under the kunai towards the spot that Kakashi was going to land. Impressive usage of Kage Bunshin, Kakashi thought with mild surprise. Naruto landed first, thanks to his Bunshin throwing him, and pulled out a kunai, ready to throw it up at his sensei only to find that he wasn't there. You know, a voice said behind Naruto, that was a clever idea, using your shadow clone to do that. Naruto felt a kunai on his throat. It's a shame that I know that jutsu and felt like trying out your idea. Naruto smiled to himself. Gotcha. Naruto exploded into smoke. Another Bunshin. Kakashi exclaimed. That's right, Naruto said as he stood in the ready stance of the Goken style. Great, Guy just had to teach him this style. His form seems fantastic for only a beginner. Naruto smirked. It's not what you think. Kakashi raised an eyebrow. The Goken style, correct? Not quite, Naruto said as he disappeared. Kakashi knew this move already. Naruto was going to attack from behind. The Jonin spun around to find not one, but two Narutos. This is different. Kakashi intercepted their punches before quickly kneeing one and elbowing the other. However, they both exploded into smoke. Decoys, Kakashi berated himself mentally. Before he could whirl around, Naruto's foot collided with the side of Kakashi's face. Unprepared for the blow, Kakashi flew across the training grounds and crashed just short of the river. Sakura and Sasuke stared, jaws open at the fight before them. They had never seen Naruto fight like this ever. He seemed to have improved quickly within the past 2 weeks. Kakashi picked himself up and looked at the blonde genin. His improvement is astounding. He really could achieve his dream of surpassing his father. I mean, if 2 weeks did this, imagine if he kept up at this rate for 5 years. Kakashi rubbed the left side of his face where he had been hit. That's one hell of a kick he's got there, and I don't know if that was him holding back or not. Interesting style you have there, Kakashi said as he brushed the dirt off of his clothes. Naruto grinned. It's unique to me only. Guy-sensei is helping me develop it. Kakashi raised an eyebrow at the new information. Unique, huh? I'll have to agree to that. Incorporating Kage Bunshin with that style is a risky maneuver, but Naruto may have the chakra reserves for it. Here I thought I could get a few chapters of my book read. My miscalculation, Kakashi mumbled to himself. Sasuke glared from the bushes he was hiding in. How did Naruto improve so quickly? Doesn't make sense at all. Was he holding back in the academy? Or did I miss something? Sasuke kept his eyes glued on the battle, looking for an opening that he could use to get one of the bells. He's much better than I had anticipated, Sasuke mumbled. Sakura, who was a bit further from Sasuke's location, couldn't find any words to say nor think. She was flabbergasted at how good Naruto was compared to when he was in the academy 2 weeks earlier. He hadn't been able to win in any of the spars or taijutsu test, and yet here he was, taking on a Jonin single-handedly and seemingly winning. Then there was that clone jutsu. She distinctly remembered that Naruto's worst subject was the Bunshin, and yet now he was not only able to make clones, he was able to use solid clones in combat. It's amazing. You know, Naruto, I never expected the dead last of the graduating year to be this good. What the hell is that supposed to mean? Naruto yelled as he jabbed a finger at Kakashi. It means you're much better than I had anticipated. I may have to stop holding back as much. Naruto gulped. He was holding back? I don't think I'll be able to get through this match without lowering my weights. Which I promised Guy-sensei I wouldn't do it all for a few months, until the Chunin exams. Kakashi quickly disappeared, leaving Naruto slightly baffled. Where the hell did he go? Kakashi's voice sounded behind. This is one of Konoha's most sacred and dangerous techniques. Naruto paled when he realized that Kakashi was behind him, ready to unveil this jutsu. Kakashi was crouched behind Naruto, forming the tiger seal with his hands. Senin Goroshi, he declared as he preformed the technique. At first Naruto didn't know what to think until he was propelled forward through the air, his butt feeling as if it were on fire. Wa! Naruto landed in the river, holding on to his butt in pain. Sasuke and Sakura both blushed, wondering the exact same thing. Is our sensei an idiot? Kakashi stood up, watching the river in anticipation. What could he be up to now? Kakashi wondered. Meanwhile, in the water, Naruto was struggling with his weights yet again. Fuck! Why did I have to land in the river? Naruto formed the ram seal, focusing some chakra into his limbs, just as he had been doing for most of the fight to increase his speed with the weights on. He started swimming up to the surface, trying to come up with a new battle plan. I don't want to reveal my new jutsu yet, but I may have to. Naruto broke through the surface of the water to find that Kakashi wasn't around. What the hell? Maybe he located one of the others. He didn't say whether he would look for us as well. Naruto got out of the river and looked around for any sign of their sensei. Sasuke cursed his luck as he heard Sakura scream in the distance. I shouldn't have thrown those damn shuriken when Naruto disappeared. He was on guard the whole damn time. Sasuke sighed as he sensed his teacher. I'm not like the others, he declared. Well, Sasuke, I wouldn't be bragging until you've gotten a bell, Kakashi said as he was reading an orange book while leaning on the tree behind Sasuke. Sasuke whirled around, unleashing a barrage of shuriken at the Jonin, who quickly evaded the projectiles by jumping out of the way. Sasuke followed up with some taijutsu, surprising the Jonin with the ferocity of the attacks. I can't even read my book with him either. In fact, this kid may be better than Naruto. Sasuke kicked at Kakashi, which was blocked with one hand. Sasuke then went to punch him, but that hand was caught. Sasuke then used his other foot to attack Kakashi, but was yet again blocked, this time by Kakashi's forearm. Sasuke smirked as he used his last remaining hand to reach for a bell quickly. His finger had brushed against it when he felt himself being thrown back by the silver-haired Jonin. Sasuke landed and glared at his teacher. I was so close. Kakashi was surprised at the Uchiha strategy. He was close, too close. Kakashi looked at his forearm, checking to see if Sasuke's kick could have done any damage, but found there was nothing wrong. He doesn't hit as hard, but maybe that's because Naruto was wearing weights. Kakashi stowed his book in his equipment pouch. Lesson 1, Taijutsu. Sasuke narrowed his eyes at the teacher. Let's skip that lesson then, he said as he started forming hand seals. Kakashi's eye widened when he recognized the seals. A fire release jutsu? He's just a genin. He shouldn't be able to use that. Sasuke smirked as he inhaled. Katan, Gokakyu no Jutsu. Sasuke breathed out, creating a large fireball that seemingly incinerated their new sensei. Sasuke halted the technique a few seconds later to find nothing remaining. Where is he? Behind? Above? Wait! Suddenly, Kakashi's hand broke through the ground beneath Sasuke and grabbed his ankle. Doton. Shinju Zanshu no Jutsu. Before Sasuke could react, his entire body, save for his head, was buried in the ground. Lesson 3 would be ninjutsu, Kakashi said as he crouched over the head of Sasuke with a smile on his covered face. Sasuke could only glare at the man. Kakashi walked away, leaving the genin alone, or so he thought. Sasuke, Naruto's voice whispered. And Naruto? Sasuke asked as he attempted to look behind him with no success. Yeah, let me help you get out of here. Sasuke said nothing as Naruto walked around Sasuke's head, so that he could see that it was actually him. Naruto made the cross seal for the Kagebunshin Jutsu and began to use his clones to quickly dig the raven-haired Uchiha out of the ground. It only took a minute or so to do, and once he was free, Sasuke nodded in appreciation to his new teammate. I guess I owe you, he mumbled. Naruto grinned. Well, I wanted to ask you a favor, Sasuke. Sasuke raised an eyebrow. Never thought I'd see the day that Naruto would ask me to help him out. It's obvious that we can't take this guy on alone. How about you and I team up and get those bells? Sasuke narrowed his eyes at the blonde. I got pretty close. He just took me by surprise, Sasuke sneered. Naruto frowned. He's just playing with us, Sasuke. He even managed to escape your little bonfire. Shut it, Dobe, Sasuke said, angry that Naruto had just insulted the fireball technique. Fine. I'll leave you alone, Sasuke. I tried. Naruto whirled around and took to the trees, heading back to find Kakashi and try to get a bell. Sasuke glared after Naruto. May as well watch to see if there could be any openings, he thought as he took off after Naruto. Kakashi stood in the middle of the clearing that they had started from, reading his book yet again. Here comes our maverick ninja yet again, Kakashi thought as he put his book back in his pouch, knowing he was going to need both hands in this spar. Naruto exploded from the trees, already charging at Kakashi. "It's not going to work," Kakashi said as he prepared himself. Just as Naruto was a few feet from the Jonin, he jumped into the air and threw a kunai at the Jonin. Kakashi quickly snatched it out of the air and threw it back at the Genin. Naruto threw a shuriken to intercept it and landed on Kakashi's other side. Naruto whirled around, throwing a roundhouse kick at Kakashi which was dodged. "I don't feel like getting hit again," Kakashi thought to himself. Naruto continued to attempt to hit his sensei, but to no avail. Kakashi would keep dodging the strikes, just by mere centimeters. "He knows what he's doing," Naruto thought to himself. He then jumped back, leaving quite a bit of space between the two. Naruto was back in the ready stance of the Goken. "I've got to end this quickly. I can't keep using my chakra to compensate for the weights," Naruto thought to himself. "Guess I'll have to use it." Naruto sprang into action, pumping chakra into the soles of his feet, making him rocket towards Kakashi. Good chakra control. Kakashi made a mental note of it for later. Kakashi was now forced to actually have to block as the hits came. They were too fast to merely dodge. That's when Kakashi noticed that Naruto was driving him back towards the river. "There must be a Bunshin hiding in the water, waiting for me," Kakashi thought. He grabbed one of Naruto's fists and whirled him around, throwing him into the river. Kakashi was surprised when Naruto jumped back out of the water 2 seconds later, with a grin on his face. "Too bad for you, sensei," he said with a grin. Kakashi was confused for a moment until he noticed several Kage Bunshin jump out of the river and latch onto him. What's he planning? Kakashi thought as he felt Naruto's chakra spike a bit. He quickly noticed that he was focusing his chakra into his palm. Is that the Rasengan? Kakashi wondered in amazement and slight fear. He knew the destructive force of that jutsu and knew it wouldn't end well if he was hit by it. But then he noticed something different. He's manipulating the water, swirling it. I know that jutsu. Naruto smirked as he used the water on him to form the jutsu. Suetun, Hahanryu. The water swirled around in Naruto's palm in a clockwise motion, reminding Kakashi of the Rasengan in a way. Then Naruto held out his palm, facing Kakashi, and the water shot out at the Jonin. Oh shit! Thought the Jonin before being hit with the torrent of water. Kakashi flew across the grounds, hitting a tree painfully and pinning him there until jutsu stopped a few seconds later. Kakashi panted as he felt the pain in his chest where the jutsu had struck him. I was definitely not expecting Naruto to know any elemental release jutsu. Where did he learn that jutsu? Naruto landed on the riverbank and stared at Kakashi. Here I come, he said as he started to run towards him. But then the alarm suddenly rang, signaling the end of the test. Kakashi sighed, not wanting to find out if Naruto knew any more jutsu to surprise him with. I won't be underestimating him anymore. Sasuke appeared from the forest, with Sakura trailing behind him. So she's conscious again. I hope I didn't overdo it with that genjutsu of Sasuke dying. Kakashi shrugged and walked forward. Sakura seemed confused as to why Kakashi was dripping wet, but didn't say anything as she hadn't gotten a bell. Sasuke was staring at Naruto, having witnessed the jutsu he had used during the fight. Where the hell is he learning all of this? Kakashi looked at the three genin as they sat down. His eyes traveled to Sakura, who was the only one tied up currently. None of you seem to get a bell. How disappointing, Kakashi said in a bored tone. The three genin said nothing. The three of you obviously didn't get the point of this exercise, at least not completely. The three of the genin looked confused at this. The purpose of this test was teamwork. You were supposed to act and work as a team to get the bells from me. There were only 2 bells though, Sakura exclaimed. It's not fair for us to have to choose. Nothing is ever fair, Sakura. One of you partially got the point of this exercise. Naruto eventually figured that it would be easier to get to the bells by having someone help, in this case Sasuke. But Sasuke found that he was good enough to get a bell for himself without help. Sakura, you were looking for Sasuke the whole time while Naruto was clearly in front of you the majority of the time. The three genin looked ashamed. Do you know what this is? Kakashi asked them as he turned to a large stone with writing on it. None of them said anything. It's a memorial for those that have died during a mission, in the line of duty. The three genin were silent. I'm going to give you one more chance. Naruto, Sasuke, you two can eat lunch and attempt to get a bell again. Sakura, you may also have another go at a bell, but you don't get to eat. If either of you two gives her any food, I'll fail you automatically. With that said, Kakashi disappeared in a poof of smoke. Sakura's stomach growled as she stayed silent, watching the two boys grabbing bentos that were left behind by Kakashi. Maybe Sasuke will offer me some food, Sakura thought hungrily as she watched them open the bentos. Again, Sakura's stomach growled. Sasuke glanced at her, making Sakura's heart skip a beat in anticipation, but felt it plummet when he looked away without a word. Naruto glanced at the pink-haired girl, wondering if he should offer some of his food. She'd probably just think I was trying to get another date from her, though, Naruto thought angrily. He glanced at Sasuke as he ate his own bento quietly. But if we don't help her out, she'll just be a handicap. I mean, I already ate today. I could just say I'm not really hungry. Naruto sighed as he made up his mind. However, Sasuke beat him to the punch. Here, he said as he held out his bento to the tied-up Sakura. Sakura stared wide-eyed at the Uchiha. He really does care. Sasuke noticed Sakura's face light up and figured out what she was thinking. You'll only drag us down if you don't eat anything, he said flatly. Sakura's face fell a bit, but she remained happy. Sasuke, Naruto started. She can have mine and you can have yours. I already ate once today and it wouldn't be fair to you guys if I ate 2 meals and you didn't have even one full meal. Sakura glared at Naruto for a moment before he glared at her. Wrong idea, Sakura. I'll admit that my crush for you isn't completely gone, but I am trying to get rid of it. I'm sick of your abuse and I think moving on would be the best option for me. So just take the damn bento. Naruto set his bento on the ground, stood up and walked off. I'll be back in a few minutes. I just want to scout the area before Kakashi-sensei gets back. Sakura stared after the blonde genin in confusion. I don't abuse him. Suddenly, an explosion appeared in front of them and threw Naruto back, landing next to his other teammates. Kakashi flew out of the smoke, anger in his one visible eye. You! Sasuke pulled out a kunai, Sakura screamed, and Naruto didn't know what to do. Pass! Kakashi stopped right in front of the 3 genin, the anger gone and a smile clearly visible. What? Naruto stammered. You disobeyed my orders, Kakashi said simply. Sasuke narrowed his eyes as Sakura spoke. Then why do we pass? Kakashi chuckled. It was another test of your teamwork. Sasuke offered you his food. Many people say that a chain is only as strong as its weakest link. Sasuke knew this and offered you his food. Of course, I could see that Naruto was thinking the same thing, and it did make sense that he didn't need to eat as he had eaten earlier today. Naruto's jaw dropped. I didn't even sense him anywhere close by. Remember, those who break the rules of the ninja world are scum. Yes, that's true. However, those who abandon their friends are worse than scum. Starting tomorrow, Squad 7 will begin taking missions, Kakashi declared with a thumb up. Sasuke gave a rare smile as Naruto gave one of his wide smiles. Sakura had a small smile on her face, still wondering how she had abused Naruto. Naruto pulled out a kunai as Sasuke and Kakashi were walking away and cut the bonds that held Sakura. Don't worry, I'm not going to ask you out anymore. No need to even talk to each other unless it's necessary to do so. Other than that, don't talk to me or even look at me, Sakura. I'm sick of how you treat me when all I did was try to be nice to you. In a way, you're lucky I'm even being polite. Now if you'll excuse me, the dobe needs to go have some ramen. With that said, Naruto walked off in the opposite direction of Sasuke and Kakashi. Sakura could only stare after the blonde, getting angry at him for accusing her of abusing him. I have never abused that dobe in any way. Shinaro, we should kick his ass. Sakura nodded to herself until she realized just what she had thought. Wait a second. And then it sunk in just exactly how she had been abusing him. Oh my god, Sakura muttered to herself. She remembered all the times she had just hit him, even when he was just trying to be nice to her. I really did abuse him. Naruto jumped through the trees wanting to get back to his training. Man, Sasuke still is better than me. I need to increase my training. He at least touched a bell, nearly grabbed the damn thing. I'll have to ask Guy about training more often with my taijutsu. Naruto smiled to himself after a moment. I'm getting smarter at least. I know the difference between Sasuke and me. He's still a jerk though, Naruto said to himself as he narrowed his eyes. He finally reached his training spot that he had used for everything except his Suiton Jutsu. He landed and took off his jacket, not wanting to ruin it at the moment. He stretched his limbs out, not wanting to cramp up. He stopped for a moment, glancing at his weights. I want to get stronger faster. I may not be used to this weight yet, but I may as well raise it just a bit more. Naruto formed the ram seal and focused a small amount of chakra into his weights, feeling them weigh down just a bit more. Naruto grinned as he released the seal and tried moving. It's more difficult, but I bet I'll get stronger a lot faster now. Naruto started off with a few basic exercises: push-ups, sit-ups, running, jumping jacks, kicking a tree and punching the same tree. He then moved on to the katas for his unique unnamed style. He started slowly, making sure he had them all right, knowing that he had screwed a few of the stances up earlier in his fight with Kakashi. He quickly picked up the speed, straining his muscles a bit more. He grunted as he twisted around, throwing a punch. Okay, this is pretty heavy. He kept it up for a few hours, not knowing that he was being watched. Wow, who knew Naruto would improve this much? Thought a certain lazy shadow user. Next to him was a certain Akamichi, wondering just what Naruto was doing. Sarutobi Hiruzen grinned as he watched the two genin spying on Naruto. It seems Shikamaru is trying to figure out the enigma that is Naruto. He looked up from his crystal ball at the gathered jonin who were all waiting for the chronically late Kakashi Hatake. At the moment he was 3 hours late, a new record. A knock at the door caused the Hokage and the two other jonin sigh. Come in, Kakashi, the Sandaime called. The door opened to reveal the one-eyed jonin, orange book in hand. Sorry I'm so late, guys. I crossed a black cat on my way here and had to take the long way. Kurenai and Asuma both sighed at the lame excuse, having heard that specific one many times. Yes, well, now that you are here, Kakashi, let us hear what the results are, the aged Hokage asked, already knowing the answer, but procedure came first. Ah yes, Kakashi said as he snapped his book shut, taking on a serious manner. Squad 7, consisting of Uchiha Sasuke, Haruno Sakura, and Uzumaki Naruto. The two jonin both knew the answer as it had been every year. Pass. Asuma chocked and nearly swallowed his entire cigarette while Kurenai widened her eyes. The Hokage chuckled. Good, that is very good news. Well, that is all I truly need at the moment. However, I will need a detailed report done by tomorrow morning before you start any missions. Kakashi only nodded his head in acknowledgement. The three of you are dismissed. Kakashi quickly disappeared in a leaf shunshin, leaving Asuma and Kurenai walking out of the door. Squad 7 seems to have a lot of untapped potential, Sarutobi Hiruzen thought as he leaned back in his chair, lighting his pipe full of tobacco. Sakura walked slowly through the city, wondering just what she was supposed to do about the situation with Naruto. I guess I got what I've wanted for a while. He stopped chasing after me. She sighed as she wandered the streets to a familiar location that she hadn't been to for a while. She looked up at the Yamanaka flower shop, hardly believing that she was here of all places. She sucked it up and walked through the front door, hearing the bell ring as she did. Welcome to the Yamanaka flower. Forehead. Ino called out, caught off guard by the appearance of the pink-haired girl. What do you want, Forehead? The blonde asked her rival. Sakura said nothing as she glanced at her friend before looking back down. Ino raised an eyebrow at this. That's weird. Hey Forehead, you alright? What happened? Sakura glanced once more at her rival before speaking. I have a question, Ino. Ino raised an eyebrow again, noticing the lack of insult from Sakura. Something is really bothering her. Ino sighed as she folded her arms and leaned against the counter, staring at the pinkette. Go ahead. Sakura looked up at Ino and took a breath. Do you think I abuse Naruto? Ino was taken aback by the question. Wow, I wasn't expecting that, Ino exclaimed. I don't know, Sakura. In a way, I guess you could say that you do, but Naruto's doesn't really seem to give you any other choice from what you've told us. Sakura shook her head. Would you do the same thing as I have? Ino again had not been expecting Sakura to ask her this. Well, I don't think I would have. I sometimes wonder why he chooses you over me, Ino joked. Then again, you and I are different people and we do things differently. What brought this on though? Sakura sighed, trying not to cry in front of her one-time friend. Naruto got really angry at me and told me that he was sick of the abuse I give him. Ino's eyebrows skyrocketed. He said that? I don't know, Sakura. He worships the ground you walk on. Naruto's changed though came a voice from the front of the store. Sakura turned around to see Shikamaru and Choji had just walked into the store. Really? How so? Ino asked. Shikamaru shrugged. It's pretty weird, but lately Naruto's been training pretty hard. Not just in jutsu, but apparently he's been working on his skills socially and morally. It's impressive. Choji nodded as he munched on his chips. He's really improving. I bet he could beat the four of us. Ino scoffed. The dead last from the academy? I really doubt that. He was horrible in all the subjects and he failed 3 times. He only got through this one with remedial work. Shikamaru shrugged. Think whatever you want, but I'm sure as his teammate, Sakura has noticed a huge difference. I'm pretty happy that he ditched the jumpsuit as well. Ino's jaw dropped. He ditched that thing? What's he wearing now? She asked as her fashion sense kicked in. Shikamaru sighed. I don't pay attention to that troublesome stuff. It's too troublesome. Ino glared at her teammate. Everything is too troublesome for you. Shikamaru said nothing as he turned to Sakura. To answer your question with my own answer, yes, you did abuse Naruto. He hasn't really had the best life, but he saw something within you. Too bad I don't see the same thing. You're a good person, Sakura. You should start acting like one. Sakura started to tear up, but Shikamaru continued. Look, I'm not trying to hurt you, but you need to know that half the time Naruto even spoke to you, he was just trying to be nice. But you always assumed he was trying to get a date with you. I sometimes wonder why he tried for so long. Anyone else would have stopped trying. Shikamaru sighed again. I'm assuming he at least wants to be polite? Sakura nodded, not trusting her voice. Well, I would rather have that than him outright hating me. He's improving quickly enough that he would be a bad enemy to have. Choji finished his bag of chips and glanced at Ino. Naruto was talking about trying to find another girl to start trying to go out with. You're available, aren't you, Ino? Ino went red at this and started yelling at the portly Akamichi. No way, Choji. I love Sasuke, not Uzumaki. Choji just tilted his head to the side a bit. Well, he's a nice guy, you just need to talk to him once in a while to get to know him, he suggested. No. Shikamaru chuckled. Stop trying to play matchmaker, Choji. It'll be way too troublesome for all of us if those two got together. Choji chuckled. You're right, Shikamaru. The 2 loudest people in Konohagakure dating, that's something nobody needs to experience. Naruto sneezed as he finished up the last of his training for the night. I better not be catching something, he thought to himself. Naruto pulled his jacket on, wincing at the pain in his limbs. Ugh. Pushed myself too hard. I shouldn't have increased the weights that much today, he thought miserably. He started walking through the forest, wincing at the popping of his joints. I wonder if this is how Lee feels at the end of the day, Naruto pondered with a grin on his face. Taking the same route, he made his way to the village, trying to figure out what he was going to eat at Ichiraku's in a few minutes when he got there. Naruto just shook it off. I'll just ask for anything, he declared to himself. Grinning with renewed vigor, he took off into the trees, craving the noodles that he missed. It took only a few short minutes to reach the village gates and a few seconds for the ramen stand to be within sight. Then he stopped when he saw his pink-haired teammate standing next to the stand. Great, there goes that idea. Naruto thought glumly, not wanting to deal with her. Naruto, she called as he turned around to walk away. Fuck. Naruto turned back around to see Sakura walking towards him. He narrowed his eyes at her. What? She reached him and looked at him for a moment before speaking. I'm sorry for hitting you so much. Naruto raised an eyebrow. She's apologizing? I know I shouldn't have hit you. I just kept thinking you were going to ask me out every time you spoke to me. Naruto returned to his glare. That's what you're apologizing for? Hitting me so often? Sakura nodded at this. That's not the only thing you did, Sakura. Until you can figure out just exactly what you did entirely, I won't even consider forgiving you. Sakura glared at him. I'm trying to apologize to you and you just shoot me down. Naruto started to walk away when Sakura grabbed his wrist, trying to prevent him from leaving. Listen, Naruto. No, you listen. I am sick of being your punching bag. I'm not forgiving you for this at all. Naruto wrenched his arm from her grip and started walking away. I'll see you tomorrow at the training grounds. Naruto took off to the roofs of the village, the anger burning him inside. Sarutobi watched Naruto through his crystal ball, a frown on his face. Do you think he'll be able to learn how to control it? He asked the one-eyed Jonin next to him. Maybe. It's hard to say, Hokage-sama. I'm sure it may be hard at first, but he is his father's son. I'm certain he'll find a way to do it. Chapter 3. C. Ranked. Naruto was walking home from the Hokage mansion, covered in scratches courtesy of a cat by the name of Tora. Fucking cat. Wouldn't scratch Sakura when she held it, but the second I get close it attacks me. The cat would of course attack Sasuke and Kakashi, but only if they were holding the cat. The beast seemed to have an uncanny hatred for Naruto that Sakura had seemed to comment on continuously. Over the month that Squad 7 had been together, things between Sakura and Naruto were rocky at best. There were times when Sakura would seem to have forgotten the fights that they had gotten in and would say something, well, not necessarily polite but neutral towards Naruto. Other times, however, she seemed to have an undying hatred for said blonde. Thankfully for both Naruto and Sakura, she didn't yell at him often, and when she did, Naruto would just glare at her and point out her large forehead to shut her up. Sasuke had at one point approached Naruto after a mission and asked why Naruto was being so hostile towards Sakura lately. Flashback. I can't really say for certain, but I've just grown tired of taking her abuse so often. It just sends me over the edge and I can't really control what I say to her. It just seems to spill out and there's just no end to it in sight. Sasuke raised his eyebrows at this and shrugged before calling him a dobe and walking off, leaving an upset blonde genin flipping him off. Flashback end. Naruto sighed as he arrived at his apartment building and began to ascend the stairs. First things first. Change, eat, then train, the blonde said as anger clawed at him again. If I don't get strong enough, I won't be able to prove my worth to my father. He fumbled with his key and opened the door to the small apartment. He threw his coat on the bed and changed into his training gi. He then grabbed a cup and filled it with water. Raising it to his mouth, he paused and stared at the water inside the cup. Smiling to himself, he used his chakra to pull the water into his palm and activate his Suiton. Hahanryu. Naruto let the jutsu dissipate, drenching his hand in the cool water. He refilled his cup and drank the water in one go. Wiping his mouth, he grabbed his kunai holster and adjusted his hitai. Glancing at his weights, he altered the weight, decreasing it until they felt non-existent. Guy told me to train once in a while without them to get used to the speed. May as well do it now. Naruto opened his window, planning on returning through said window. He jumped out the window, amazed at how light he felt. Holy shit, he thought as his eyes widened. This is so cool. He landed on a building a block away from his apartment. Grinning, he jumped down to the street below and took off at high speeds, making him into a black and yellow blur to many. There were many things Anko Mitarashi did not enjoy. People who judged her for her sensei's actions were one. those that hated dango, the holy treat of the world. The list went on and on. But one thing she hated surfaced to her mind when some idiot knocked her aside by not watching where he was going. "Punk-ass genin!" she screamed mentally as she looked at the dango that she had been carrying that was now currently on the ground, covered in dirt. She began to grind her teeth as she withdrew a kunai from its holster. "Time to die," she said under her breath. With that said, she took off at high speed after the blonde-haired genin that had bowled her over. Naruto felt bad for knocking over some lady that had just exited a dango shop, but he didn't have time to stop. There was little daylight left and he needed to train a bit more on the katan jutsu that he was working on along with more katas for his still unnamed taijutsu style. He grinned when he reached his private training spot. "All right, time to start working on." He did not get to finish his sentence, however, as he heard a kunai whistling through the air. He threw himself to the side and quickly recovered his own kunai in hand when another kunai nicked his cheek. Sensing someone behind him, he preformed a quick kawarimi and threw his own kunai at who had been behind him a second before. It turned out to be the woman he had accidentally knocked over, and she was very talented as she had caught the kunai by the blade between two fingers. Naruto gulped, already sensing that he was outmatched. "I already feel like I'm facing Kakashi all over again, and I haven't even seen this chick fight." The smile on her face seemed innocent enough, but her outfit contradicted her expression. "That's a short skirt, and what the hell is up with the fishnets?" Thankfully, Naruto was spared embarrassment. She was wearing a tan trench coat over her figure, obscuring what was quite obvious. "Are you eyeing me?" she asked sweetly, the smile still plastered on her face. Naruto gulped. His senses were going crazy at this point, all of them pointing towards danger. "Look, I'm sorry I knocked you over, but I was in a hurry," he said as he slowly backed up. Anko looked confused, a sweet, innocent, confused expression. She looked around the empty clearing. "I can see that. It's so busy out here. What exactly did you need to do?" "Because there seems to be so much to do out here." Naruto gulped again, his heart racing. "Training. I need to get stronger." "Oh," she exclaimed in surprise. "You're a shinobi. Well, so am I." Naruto nodded. "I can see that, ma'am." "Please call me Anko," she said, the innocent smile back on her face. "She's messing with me," Naruto screamed in his mind, fear clawing at his heart. "I'm guessing you're a jonin," Naruto said, as his hand reached for his kunai pouch. "What gave me away?" she asked as she tilted her head. Naruto grinned. "The fact that you caught up with me is a good indication, or when you caught my kunai." "Then," Anko began as her smile faltered, "let's get down to business." Naruto sprang into action first, aiming a kunai at her head, only for it to be deflected by his kunai that Anko had caught earlier. Naruto formed 5 Kage Bunshin and went into action. "May as well see how well I fight without weights." Pushing himself as fast as he could go, he charged Anko, who had jumped up onto a branch. Anko narrowed her eyes at the charging genin. "Solid clones, huh? Interesting to say the least. I'm gonna have a lot of fun with this genin." Faster than Naruto could follow, she launched a barrage of shuriken which dispelled the attacking Bunshin. However, Naruto had gotten behind her and was aiming his punch at the back of her head. "I'm not a jonin for nothing," she thought to herself. Spinning around, she pushed Naruto's arm out of the way and aimed a palm strike at Naruto's chest. She struck to find that he had preformed a kawarimi. "That was fast for a genin," she said loud enough for Naruto to hear her across the clearing. Then, Anko disappeared from Naruto's sight. His eyes widened as he knew her next move. Naruto jumped off of the branch just as it exploded. "Shit, this bitch is trying to kill me." She reappeared just above Naruto, another palm strike aimed at Naruto's back. Naruto felt a huge flash of pain as she struck hard and without mercy. He plummeted to the ground and bounced off of the hard earth. He rolled to his feet, kunai flying towards his target already as he preformed his hand seals. Anko narrowed her eyes as she used her speed to charge up to Naruto as he inhaled while striking the tiger hand seal. Before Naruto knew what was happening, He was pinned to a tree, a kunai in his right arm. R, he screamed out in pain. Anko glared at him. Shut it, brat. I wouldn't have done this if you weren't trying to use jutsu. Naruto gritted his teeth as Anko got nose to nose with him. I fucking hate you, genin. A bunch of whiny, snot-nosed brats. Naruto glared at her. Fuck you. With that said, he head-butted her as hard as he could. Anko felt her nose break as she lost her concentration and fell to the ground. Fuck, that was unexpected. She leaped back up, a second after she hit the ground to find that she was surrounded by more Kage Bunshin. Anko wiped the blood pouring from her nose onto her sleeve. You're going to pay for that, Gaki. Naruto charged through the forest. It should take her at least a minute or so to find out that they're all Kage Bunshin and that I'm long gone. He jumped from tree to tree, thankful that he was getting used to the speed already. At least I've got a head start on Psycho Bitch back there. Suddenly, he received the memories of his last Kage Bunshin. Fuck, already? It's only been 30 seconds. He pumped chakra into his legs to increase his speed, knowing that she was already gaining on him. He saw the lights from the village buildings and hoped onto the nearest roof and took off from there. Panting, Naruto knew to not stop until he was in a safe location. Can't go home, or she'll find out where I live. Damn it, I wish I could just split up into, oh my god, I am so fucking dumb. Forming the sign that signified his signature move, he created 50 more Bunshin. Scatter, he ordered. Anko watched from afar. Kid's got spunk, but that won't be enough to save him from me. She made the cross seal and created 5 Kage Bunshin of herself, who then disguised themselves as Naruto. Hunting time, they all said with a malicious grin on their faces. They all took off at tremendous speeds, hunting down each Bunshin of Naruto's. It'll be hard for him to distinguish which are his and which are mine, she thought as she watched the commotion ensue. Naruto was panicking at this point. She's disguising herself as my own Bunshin. Shit. Naruto had been assaulted by his Bunshin's memories, all of them depicting another of his Bunshin attacking them. Just great, Naruto thought as he spotted a Bunshin nearby and impaling it with a shuriken. It dispelled and revealed that it was one of his own. Damn it. He looked around as he continued through the city. People looked on in confusion at all the Narutos running around. Naruto glanced up at the Hokage Tower and felt suddenly relieved. Ji-san can help me. He then bolted for the large red building. Anko smiled as one of her Bunshin dispelled itself. Hokage Tower, gotcha. Anko disappeared in a shunshin, her smile not fading one bit. Naruto burst through the door to the Hokage's office just as he felt her presence behind him. "Shit!" he exclaimed as she pinned him up against a wall, kunai pressed up on his neck. "Anko, Naruto, what is the meaning of this?" The Sandame yelled as he stood up, pipe in hand, papers littering the floor. It seemed that the two of them had interrupted some paperwork. Anko opened her mouth to speak, but Naruto beat her to the punch. This crazy bitch is trying to fucking kill me for no damn reason. Naruto, Anko is one of the finest kunoichi in this village, the Hokage reprimanded. Yeah? Well, she's still crazy. I didn't do anything. Anko smiled over at the Hokage sweetly, causing the old man to sigh. Anko, please release Naruto-kun, he said tiredly. She glanced back at the boy she had pinned, as if considering killing him then and there. Finally, to Naruto's relief, she dropped him and stowed her kunai in her jacket. Thanks for the exercise, kid. Maybe we can do it again sometime? She suggested with a wink. Naruto simply glared at her as he brushed dirt off of his clothes. What kind of psycho is she? He wondered as she bowed to the Hokage and walked out of the room. The Sandame shook his head and turned to the blonde genin in his office. Naruto, I would suggest you don't antagonize Anko. She's a very temperamental individual. Naruto glared at the closed door that Anko had exited. Yeah, sure. Without another word, Naruto walked to one of the windows that happened to be open. "I'll see you around, Ji-san." That said, Naruto jumped out of the window, landed in the street, and took off at high speeds to finally start his training for the day. The Sandaime watched thoughtfully before speaking. "How do you think Naruto fared against Anko?" he asked. A voice belonging to a silver-haired jonin answered him. "To be honest, I've learned to not be surprised by our maverick shinobi. Since the bell test, I've been keeping a close eye on him just like you asked me to. His training is yielding some interesting results, to say the least." The Sandaime nodded. "Any sign of him tapping into the Kyuubi's chakra?" he asked. Kakashi shook his head. "Not yet, but his temper is still flaring up frequently. Haruno Sakura seems to trigger these outbursts, but I think that there's nothing to worry about it. After all, he is Sensei's son." "Yes," Sarutobi Hiruzen said. "He really is Minato's son." Naruto sighed as he continued pulling weeds from the soft dirt below him. He glanced over to his left to see that his squad mates were still suffering a similar fate. "These missions are absolutely pointless," thought the young blonde genin. He continued pulling weed after weed as the sun beat down on him. His knees were aching from crawling around the large yard, keeping an eye out for more of the pests. He wiped his forehead, freeing it of sweat for the moment when he heard a poof behind him. He turned to see his sensei standing near him. "Good work, Squad 7. Seems like our work is done," Kakashi declared as he continued to read Makeout Paradise as usual. Naruto smiled to himself. Another worthless mission. Completed. He pushed himself up, feeling the weights he wore attempting to keep him down. Popping his neck, he walked to his teacher to ask him a question. Kakashi noticed him walking towards him and closed his book with a snap. "Something wrong, Naruto?" he asked. Naruto hesitated as he stopped in front of his teacher. "Well, I was just wondering why we don't do much training and we continue to do these worthless missions," he mumbled. "Well, he certainly is maturing. In a sense," Kakashi thought to himself. "Naruto, these missions are quite important to the village. It's more of a profit to accept these missions rather than turn them down and wait for higher-ranked ones." Naruto groaned. "You've told me that before, Kakashi-sensei, but you never tell us why we never train together. You haven't really taught us anything." Kakashi was silent for a moment before smiling at the genin. "These missions are for training Naruto. They help train our teamwork." Naruto stared blankly at the silver-haired jonin. "There are other ways as well though," he thought to himself. Sasuke and Sakura had listened to the entire conversation, opting to stay quiet and listen to Kakashi's answer. "Well, let's get going to the Hokage, shall we?" Kakashi said lazily as he reopened his book and began to walk away. Naruto and the others followed him, each of them complaining silently to themselves. Naruto glanced over at Sasuke, who seemed to be brooding as always. "I could try asking him to be a sparring partner, but he's such a jerk." Naruto then glanced at Sakura, who had been spending half of the mission glaring at him, while the other half was spent trying to talk to Sasuke. "Sakura's too much of a hassle to even attempt thinking of asking. Guess I'll keep working with Gai-sensei and Lee." Naruto saw something dart past them and groaned upon recognizing it. "New!" Tora escaped again. "Man, if we get another mission where we have to capture that fur ball, I'll fucking kill it." Sasuke was thinking among the same lines, having seen it dart past them. He had even considered throwing a kunai after it to save them future missions. They reached the Hokage Tower quickly and went inside. They navigated through the many hallways until they reached the room where they were to report for missions. Kakashi opened the door to reveal the large room, where at one end was a large table where 3 figures sat. Naruto knew the first 2 quite personally. Umino Irika and Sarutobi Hiruzen were discussing something with the third man whom Naruto couldn't even recall the name of. Not that he cared in the first place. Squad 7 reporting the mission as a success, Kakashi announced, his book having disappeared since they had entered. The Sandaime Hokage looked over and nodded, while smiling at Naruto. He jotted something down and returned his gaze to Kakashi. "Well, since it is the end of the day, I'll have to ask you to return tomorrow for more missions, however. I would like a word with Naruto and you, Kakashi. Sakura looked slightly confused and was about to say something when she noticed that the Sandame's face had lost any semblance of a smile and was replaced with a look of an extremely tired man. She looked over at Kakashi to see that his expression was unreadable as always. She didn't bother looking at her blonde teammate and decided to bow to the Hokage and follow an indifferent Sasuke out the door. Once the door was closed, the Sandame Hokage stood up and walked around the table. Kakashi led Naruto towards the Hokage and met in the middle of the room. Naruto, I wish to speak with you and your sensei privately about your tenant. I would prefer to continue to my office, if that is okay with the two of you. Kakashi nodded, while Naruto seemed slightly alarmed. It's nothing horrible, Naruto. Don't worry, Kakashi assured him. Naruto slowly nodded as well, and the Sandame smiled and placed a hand on his shoulder. Hiruzen walked out the front door and started towards his office. Naruto followed right behind him while Kakashi held back for a moment when he noticed that his other two students were waiting for them. We're done for the day, so you two can head on home now. He walked past them with a wave. Sakura raised an eyebrow at their behavior. That's weird. Why does the Hokage want to talk to those two alone? She asked. Sasuke shrugged as he turned around and walked away, intending on training with the remaining daylight. Sakura sighed. Sasuke still doesn't talk to me. What am I doing wrong? She walked down the same hall Sasuke had just seconds before, planning on heading home to prepare for the next day full of worthless tasks. Kakashi closed the door behind him and turned towards the Hokage. Hiruzen sat down as he extracted his pipe from his robes and quickly lit the contents. Tobacco permeated the air around them and Naruto wrinkled his nose slightly. The Hokage gestured for Naruto to sit across from him, which he did. The reason I wanted to speak to you, Naruto, is that lately you have been getting more aggressive. Surely you have noticed this as well. Naruto nodded. What does that have to do with the QB? He asked. The Sandame sucked on the pipe, inhaling the tobacco, filling his lungs with it. He breathed out the smoke, causing the smell of tobacco to intensify. The QB's chakra seems to be seeping out slightly whenever you feel intense emotions, in these instances anger. We believe that you may be able to start accessing the demon's chakra soon. Naruto's eyes widened. What are we going to do? He yelled out as he stood up. Nothing, said the aged Hokage. What? But this isn't good, is it? Naruto asked. Kakashi picked up at this point. Naruto, as you know, you are a Jinchuriki, although you were not created as most Jinchuriki are. In fact, your seal is unique, so we don't know if it was designed to allow you access to the QB, but I'm sure that we can safely assume this. Jinchuriki are usually created to serve one specific purpose, to be a weapon for their village. You, on the other hand, were given a demon to protect the village, not to become its weapon. Well, not in that sense, that is. Naruto raised an eyebrow at this. In that sense? He asked. Kakashi's eye bore into Naruto's. Ninjas are usually seen as weapons for their respective nations. That is what we are, and it is a difficult truth. Naruto was about to reply when the Sandame Hokage spoke up. Now is not the time for philosophies. I felt that you should know what is happening to you, Naruto, to better prepare you for the coming day. That is why I have told you. Naruto sat in silence as the Hokage and his Jonin instructor watched him carefully. So, I'll be able to use the QB's chakra? I'm not sure what that means, though. Naruto spoke up after several minutes of silence. What's the benefit of being able to use his chakra when I can just use mine? The Sandame inhaled more of the smoke from his pipe before answering. Demonic chakra is much more potent than our own Naruto. It was said that the QB no Kitsune could cause landslides and tsunamis by merely waving its tails. That is the type of power you will be accessing. However, I doubt you'll be able to get that amount of power. Realization dawned on Naruto. But I will be stronger? He asked for confirmation. The Sandame nodded. There have been Jinchuriki before, and it is said that everything from speed to power, even jutsu, are amplified thanks to the power of the Biju contained within. What about the risks involved? Naruto asked quickly. What do you mean? Kakashi asked, curious about why he had asked such a question. Naruto shook his head. I can't believe that power like that doesn't have a drawback. I mean, take the chakra gates for example. Opening one grants amazing strength, but it takes a toll on the muscles. I'm sure there's a drawback to using demonic chakra. Kakashi and the Sandaime both smiled at Naruto's reasoning. That, Naruto, is indeed a great observation and a wise question. Naruto's shock appeared on his face, but turned quickly into happiness. The Sandaime took a moment to look at the boy. He had definitely changed in the month he had been with Squad 7. While demonic chakra does give you amazing abilities, it does indeed have drawbacks. Humans aren't demons, and their bodies tire quickly using demonic chakra. It's like a slow-acting poison, which is why having a Jinchuriki could be a risk. But I trust in you to know when to not use the Kyuubi's chakra. You are the son of the Yondaime Hokage after all. Naruto grinned. Thanks, Ji-san. The Sandaime Hokage chuckled at the young blonde. On another note, Kakashi and I have been observing some of your training, and I must say that we are both impressed at your progress. You've learned quite a few jutsu since joining the squad Naruto. Naruto was shocked. I never sensed anyone watching me other than Shikamaru that one time, but I lost him. Kakashi chuckled at the look on the blonde's face. Don't worry, Naruto. There's a good reason why you didn't detect us. But for now, just put that at the back of your mind. Naruto nodded slowly, wondering how they could have been watching him all this time. How much did they see? He wondered. Naruto, I look forward to hearing about how well you used your jutsu when you get back from your next mission, the Hokage said. This brought Naruto's attention back to the present as he had been lingering on possibilities of why he had never sensed the two. Naruto scowled for a moment. What seems to be the matter, Naruto? The Sandaime asked, fully aware of what was on the blonde's mind. How the hell am I supposed to use jutsu on the missions we've been going on? Tracking down a cat? Weeding a garden? Delivering dog food and groceries? Naruto grumbled as he squinted in anger at the Hokage. Kakashi chuckled at this as Naruto rounded on his sensei, eyes blazing with childish anger. Kakashi waved his hand. Sorry, just remembered something from Ika Paradise. Naruto stared at him for a moment, his bottom lip sticking out in a thoughtful pout as Sarutobi spoke up. Well, if you feel that these missions are far too easy, then I can always assign you a more challenging mission. Naruto looked at the Hokage, the words still processing in his mind. Finally, realization dawned on him and his face lit up with gleeful joy. Really? No more painfully boring and redundant D-ranked missions? Naruto exclaimed. Sarutobi and Kakashi both knew that Naruto had been studying on certain things, but hearing him use more difficult words as Naruto had once put it, was astonishing to both of them and showed them even more just how far along Naruto had come. Why, yes, Naruto-kun. Tomorrow you and your squad shall receive a C-ranked mission. Kakashi smiled behind his mask as Naruto began bouncing around the room. Still a ball of energy, he thought to himself as his copy of Ika Paradise appeared in his hand. Now where exactly was I? He wondered as he disappeared in a shunshin. Naruto noticed Kakashi leaving and settled down a bit, still grinning from ear to ear. Naruto, this may only be a C-ranked mission that I'm giving you, but please, be careful out there, the Hokage asked in worried tone. Naruto gave the Hokage a thumbs up. Don't worry about me, Ji-san. I can't die until after I've become the best Hokage ever. Without waiting for a response from the old man, Naruto ran out of the room, Sarutobi knowing that Naruto was off to train yet again. Naruto yawned as he walked through the village gates the next morning. Well, training is done for the majority of the day. Guess I should go wait for Kakashi-sensei and the others, he thought to himself as he walked up the main road in the village. He continued onward until he realized what was just a few blocks away from where he currently was. Ichiraku's! He cried out in realization. Faster than most villagers could see, Naruto bolted for his beloved ramen stand. Unfortunately for the blonde-haired genin, the ramen stand hadn't opened. Naruto pouted as he stared at the small ramen stand, wishing to any kind of god that the shop would open then and there with the day's first batch of ramen ready. Naruto, a voice greeted from behind him. Naruto turned quickly, his instincts gripping him as his left hand went for his kunai holster. He relaxed when he found that it was his teammate Sasuke. "What do you want?" Naruto asked in an irritated tone. Sasuke considered him for a moment, eyeing Naruto's kunai holster with disdain. "Walk with me," he said as he proceeded down the street. Naruto watched him walk past, wondering why on earth Uchiha Sasuke would want to speak with Uzumaki Naruto. Shrugging it off, he followed his raven-haired teammate. Sasuke had been intrigued by the enigma that was Naruto. Sure, back in the academy, Uzumaki Naruto was nothing more than a class clown that couldn't even perform a basic henge without it turning into a prank. Hell, he had failed the final exam at least 3 times from what Sasuke had heard. Then, he had seen him on the bell test. Naruto had changed from a bumbling idiot to a half-decent shinobi. Sure, he hadn't gotten as close to the bells as Sasuke had, but Naruto had some tricks up his sleeve that had caught a jonin off guard. He had preformed an interesting Suetun jutsu that Sasuke had heard of from Itachi when he was a child. It wasn't a legendary S-rank jutsu, but the fact that Naruto had preformed it so easily was surprising. He must have learned it quite recently, as well as Naruto wasn't one to keep a secret. Sasuke remembered how whenever Naruto had learnt something in the academy, he would flaunt it as much as possible. So, knowing that Naruto was a decent enough teammate, Sasuke had come to a decision. Sasuke needed to get stronger, and Naruto was obviously getting stronger quickly. "Naruto, I have a question for you," Sasuke spoke as he kept ahead of Naruto. Naruto grunted, letting Sasuke know that he was listening. "I noticed that you've gotten better, and I was thinking that maybe we could train together, see each other's training styles." Naruto stopped walking, knowing exactly what Sasuke was after. He remembered reading a book about the clan Sasuke was from, and it didn't exactly put them in a positive light. "He just wants to copy any jutsu I show him and my taijutsu style. Fucking Uchiha." The book that Naruto had read had gone into specific detail about the Uchiha clan's Sharingan Taijutsu and how it would copy jutsu of any type. "Sasuke, fuck you. I know about your Sharingan eye, and I don't feel like having my technique stolen and possibly used against me. So, I say, go fuck yourself, you bastard." Before Sasuke could inform him of his lack of Sharingan, Naruto had already taken to the buildings. "That is the last fucking time I try to actually be nice to that dope," Sasuke thought as he glared after the blonde. "I just wanted to make sure that at least one of my teammates wouldn't hold me back, and there is no way in hell I'm asking Sakura humph." Sticking his hands in his pockets, he continued on his aimless path to kill time before he had to go to Squad 7's meeting place. Sakura yawned as she woke up that morning, her thoughts all on Sasuke. That is, until she looked out her window to see Naruto standing on the roof talking to someone who seemed to be out of sight at the moment. "Fucking stalker Naruto," she screamed mentally. She grabbed her kunai holster off of her chair and withdrew one of the throwing knives. Opening her window, she could hear Naruto's voice, as well as the voice of another male who seemed unbelievably loud. "And let the flames of youth brighten your day, Naruto Keion," the voice yelled. Before Sakura could locate the voice's origin, she heard the sounds of a Shunshin jutsu being preformed. Her attention refocused on Naruto, who had just caught sight of Sakura. "What do you want, Naruto?" Sakura asked in a violent tone of voice. Naruto glared and looked at the house she was leaning out of. "So this is where you live? Interesting." Sakura glared at the venom in Naruto's voice but knew better than to antagonize him any further. "Since you're here, maybe you'd like to know that we have a C-ranked mission today," Naruto said as he turned away from her and disappeared, hopping from roof to roof. Naruto gritted his teeth as the anger seemed to be burning in his gut. "What the hell is it with me? Whenever she even talks I get so angry. If I ever did love her, that love has transformed into hatred. Ugh. Why won't the burning stop?" His hand went to his stomach, as if to find something there, but all he felt was a shirt over an unblemished stomach. Shaking his head, he continued towards the training grounds to wait for the next few hours if Kakashi's current record was any indication. Naruto continued to play with his kunai as he sat in a tree away from his two other teammates. He continued to receive glares from the two of them and continued to ignore them both, keeping all of his focus on his kunai. He sensed Kakashi approaching and smirked. I doubt it'll do anything, but it'll be a warm welcome. He waited a few more seconds before springing into action. He jumped up onto a higher branch before pouring his chakra into his legs to assist with the next jump. He pushed off the branch, rocketing into the sky, kunai in hand. Once he got through the foliage, he threw the kunai at the just emerged Kakashi. Kakashi merely caught the kunai on his index finger. No indication of surprise at all. Good morning, Naruto. Excited for our next mission? Kakashi asked. Naruto landed on the ground softly and crossed his arms. You could say that, Kakashi-sensei, he said with a grin. Kakashi analyzed Naruto's demeanor for a moment before nodding. It seems that he had a run-in with the rest of our squad earlier. He already seems fatigued, meaning he had a brief spurt of anger resulting in a minuscule amount of chakra from his prisoner to run through his system. Well, today is a special day for the three of you. I just returned from the mission hall, and we have received our first C-ranked mission together, Kakashi said enthusiastically, his eye curving into what they had come to know as him smiling. Sakura's eyes widened when she realized that what Naruto had said earlier today had been true. What's the mission? Naruto asked. We are to protect a bridge builder by the name of Tazuna from Nami no Kuni. Sasuke nodded, satisfied that he finally would have a mission that didn't involve weeding or babysitting. Sakura grinned, her thoughts mirroring Sasuke's and a few other thoughts involving said genin. Naruto stared at Kakashi before speaking. So it's an escort and protect mission? He asked. Kakashi nodded. Yes, from what Tazuna-san told me, we will be protecting him from possible bandits and such until his bridge is completed. Bridge? Sakura inquired. Yes, Sakura, a bridge. It seems that Tazuna is a bridge builder and is currently constructing a bridge connecting Nami no Kuni to the Land of Fire. So, I want you to run to your homes and gather the supplies required for a C-ranked mission. I assume that the academy taught you what to take on this type of mission, Kakashi asked. Sasuke and Sakura nodded. Naruto, however, did not. Noticing this, Kakashi made a note to talk to Naruto to see what else he may be lacking from the academy. Excellent. I will meet you at the Eastern Gate in 1 hour. Sasuke and Sakura turned to leave, but Naruto walked straight up to Kakashi. There is no pride lost in asking for crucial information. There is no pride lost in asking for crucial information, Naruto recited in his head over and over. I'm guessing you slept through that particular class, right? Kakashi asked. Naruto shook his head. I think I may have skipped that day actually, he said as he suppressed a glare. Kakashi shrugged. Food, water, kunai, shuriken, a few scrolls, camping gear. It isn't much and we are only going on a C rank. Try to pack as light as possible though. Kakashi's eyes traveled to the bracers that Naruto was wearing under his clothes. I'm not taking off my weights. After all, it's only a C-ranked mission, Naruto said. Kakashi chuckled. Caught me in my own trap. You are maturing, he said in mock surprise. 1 hour, Eastern Gate, Naruto said as he took off at high speeds. Kakashi stood there, watching as Naruto jumped into the trees and increased his speed. You're on your way to making him proud. Kakashi then disappeared in a puff of smoke. Naruto had gotten off on the wrong foot when he had met Tazuna the bridge builder. First off, he had insulted the blonde by asking if the team was a joke, or if he was expected to leave his life in their hands. A kunai through his hat had quickly quieted the old man, followed by a glare usually reserved for Sasuke. The following 3 hours were full of awkward silences and palpable tension between everyone save for Kakashi. Well, this is interesting to say the least, Kakashi thought from behind his orange book. He continued to read it, unperturbed when he noticed a puddle in the middle of the road. Naruto saw the puddle as well, and thought nothing of it at first until it struck him how warm it was outside. It hasn't rained in a while, and it's got to be at least 80 degrees right now, so why the hell is there a puddle here? Naruto looked back at Kakashi, who seemed to be relaxed and enjoying his book still. Well, if Kakashi-sensei hasn't noticed anything strange, then it's probably nothing. The group continued on, unaware of two figures rising silently from the puddle. Now, one of them thought. As if signaled, one of the men launched the other towards the leader of the group, Kakashi. Hearing the clinking of some sort of chain, Naruto and Sasuke reacted quickly. They grabbed Tazuna and threw him to the ground while pivoting just in time to see shuriken chain wrap around their sensei. Kakashi! Naruto yelled wide-eyed as the silver-haired jonin was torn to shreds by the two near-identical men with breathing apparatuses covering a majority of their faces. One down, one of them muttered. Fuck! Naruto breathed as he withdrew a kunai. Sasuke, take care of the old man. I've got this. Before Sasuke could argue, Naruto had taken off towards the two men. Time to see if I can actually fight enemy shinobi, Naruto thought to himself. He threw a kunai at the one to his left and jumped into the air only to be impaled by a flurry of shuriken from the man on the right. Naruto disappeared in a plume of smoke, revealing that he had preformed a kawarimi. The two men rocketed towards Sasuke, who was currently guarding a scared Sakura and Tazuna. Oh no you don't! Naruto's voice rang out. One moment, the path towards their kill was clear. The next moment, Naruto had just planted his foot in one's face while his hand had found its way around the other's throat. Meizu, the one whose throat was being handled by Naruto, widened his eye in surprise before being thrown to the ground. Gozu recovered and tried to jump back only to find that he was still chained to his brother. Fucking brat! He thought as he released the chain and positioned his poisoned claw to tear through the blonde genin. He didn't get the chance, however, as everything suddenly went dark for him and he was met with blissful unconsciousness. Naruto glared at Kakashi, who had just taken his first chance at a real fight. Well, at least he didn't die. Naruto exhaled, glad that he hadn't lost his first real teacher other than Iruka, who treated him properly. Good job, Sasuke, Naruto. Although, next time I wouldn't just charge in like that, just in case they're stronger than you realize. Naruto nodded, knowing not to disregard Kakashi's advice. We thought you died, Tazuna yelled as he stood up shakily. Why did you have us believe you were killed by those two? Kakashi glanced at Tazuna before disappearing and knocking out the remaining brother, who was still under Naruto's grip. Naruto released him when he saw what Kakashi had done. First off, I wanted to see how my team would react in the event of my death. Secondly, I wanted to find out who they were targeting. Were they targeting one of us ninja or someone else? At this, Kakashi glared at Tazuna. It was quite clear who their target was, Tazuna-san, and I recall this being a C-ranked mission which did not involve enemy shinobi. Tazuna gulped and Naruto narrowed his eyes. You withheld information, didn't you? He asked the old man. Tazuna sighed. Yes, I did lie when I requested this mission. Why? Sakura asked. Because the cost of a higher-ranked mission would have been too much for our village. We're a poor nation and this bridge would help our economy immensely. Kakashi glared down at the old man. You may as well explain what is going on then. Tazuna nodded. Yes, well, you see, a very powerful man wants me dead. It's because I'm building the bridge. It will damage the hold he has over us all. Who is this man? Sasuke asked as he glanced at the two down shinobi. His name is Gato. Kakashi's visible eye widened, as did Sasuke's. Gato, the billionaire that specializes in importing. Tazuna nodded. The same. He came to Nami no Kuni under the guise of an innocent businessman, looking to help us all. But when he got a hold on us, he sucked us dry of all of our resources. He controls what goes in and out of Nami no Kuni, as it's a small island, surrounded by nothing by the sea. Kakashi nodded, understanding what was going on. So, this Gato feels threatened by you and the bridge because it will basically mean that he has no hold over any of you? Sasuke asked. Tazuna nodded. Kakashi sighed at this point. If you had told us the entire story, this would be classified as a ranked mission. I should go back to Konoha and report this. Tazuna whimpered slightly at this. Kakashi-sensei, Naruto said loudly. What is it, Naruto? Kakashi asked, turning towards his student, knowing full well what he was about to suggest. I say we continue with this mission. Sure, he withheld information that could have gotten us killed, but we did eventually find out all of the facts, and I believe that our squad is capable of handling this mission. Sasuke nodded as he walked over to Naruto. I agree, he said simply, his hands in his pockets. Kakashi chuckled. What about you, Sakura? Do you believe, as these two do, that you're all ready for this type of mission? He looked at the pink-haired genin who seemed to be fighting an inner battle. Finally, she answered in a slightly shaky voice. Why, yes, I believe that we can protect Tazuna on this mission. Kakashi nodded. Well, I guess it's 3 against 1. Tazuna-san, you're in luck. Thank you so much, Tazuna said, as he felt his eyes well up slightly. Kakashi waved his hand dismissively. Don't mention it. We should get on our way. Kakashi quickly tied the 2 demon brothers using ninja wire and sent a signal for ANBU to pick them up. Well, with that handled, let's continue, no? Naruto grinned and took the lead, seemingly back to his old carefree self. However, Kakashi could tell that he was thinking the same thing that he was. Those 2 shinobi were the first wave. The next attack will carry a more experienced and more powerful ninja. They continued on for a few more hours until the air seemed to moisten. Kakashi smiled at this, knowing that they were close to where they would stop walking and continue on in a boat. Naruto had never seen the sea before, and even though there was a lot of mist, he was excited. He tried not to show the others, trying to be a proper shinobi, but it wasn't really his style. Wow, so this is the ocean? He asked in awe. Tazuna chuckled at this. This is nothing. If it weren't for the mist, you'd be able to see Nami no Kuni from here no problem. Now, when we get to Nami no Kuni, you need to go to one of the beaches that don't have a problem with mist. The sea is vast and stretches farther than you can imagine. Naruto had heard of the sea before in stories and such, but he didn't really give it much thought. Well, I'll believe it when I see it. Still, he was impressed nonetheless at the mere feeling of being near so much water. In the distance, they heard an engine rumbling. That would be my associate here to pick us up, Tazuna said as he squinted, trying to see through the light mist. They continued onwards along the small beach that they had arrived at until they found a small boat just barely big enough for the man driving it, Squad 7 and Tazuna. Naruto said nothing as Tazuna greeted the man as an old acquaintance would as he looked back at the forest, wondering when the next ambush would be. Zabuza glared at the short man that had hired him. The fool! If he continues his attempts to intimidate me, I may just kill him and be on my way. Gato was currently berating him for sending the demon brothers after the bridge builder. Apparently, Meizu and Gozu had failed to kill the old man and had been apprehended. So, the bridge builder hired shinobi for protection. Zabuza thought to himself as he grasped his large sword he had received when he had become one of the Kiri no Shinobigatana Nananin Shu. With speed and strength that had claimed countless lives, he swung the sword so that the tip was a hair's breadth away from Gato's forehead. Quit your complaining. I, Momochi Zabuza, Kirigakure no Kijin, shall deal with these shinobi that Tazuna has hired. Zabuza smirked at Gato, who looked ready to soil himself. Gee, good. That's what I like to hear, he said as he stepped back. The 2 samurai behind him had their hands on their katanas, however. They looked unsure and intimidated thanks to Zabuza. See to it that he is killed, Gato ordered as he attempted to regain his composure. With that said, he turned heel and stalked out of the room, his guards following him quickly. Zabuza got to his feet and popped his neck as he shouldered his blade. Let's see what these shinobi have to offer. Naruto grumbled to himself as his stomach seemed to growl at him. Wish Ichiraku's had been open when I dropped by. It would have been nice to have some ramen before this mission started. I haven't eaten since I woke up before training. His stomach rumbled again, causing him to grit his teeth in annoyance. He looked back at the other 4 to see that Sakura was speaking to Tazuna about his country, while Sasuke seemed to be brooding, which was nothing new. Kakashi, however, Something seemed off with him. Sure, his book was out, but Kakashi's eyes weren't even on it. In fact, they seemed to be darting here and there, as if searching for something. His posture wasn't relaxed as it normally was. It was tense, as if expecting someone to attack at a moment's notice. Naruto slowed down a bit until he was side by side with his sensei. "I'm guessing you figured it out as well?" Kakashi asked in a low voice, without looking at his blonde student. "That those two weren't the last? I figured that if this guy really wants Tazuna dead, then he'd have more goons coming after him. Plus, if he's rich enough, he could probably afford some strong shinobi." Kakashi nodded. "Good reasoning. Sasuke seems to have assumed the same." Naruto glanced at Sasuke. "He's brooding. He's always fucking brooding. How can Kakashi tell any difference in Sasuke?" Naruto continued to stare at his teammate's back until he noticed something. Sasuke didn't have his hands in his pockets. His right hand was actually hovering right above his kunai holster, ready to pluck one out without hesitation. "Oh, guess that's a difference. Good idea, though," Naruto admitted to himself. "So what do we do if we are attacked?" Naruto asked quietly. "Guard Tazuna. It's very likely that the next shinobi will be a jonin like myself. You three wouldn't stand a chance against a jonin shinobi." Naruto grunted. "I beg to differ. For now, just keep your senses keen." Naruto nodded at this advice and sped up a bit to get back at the head of the group. A few more hours passed of them just walking when Naruto sensed movement in the bushes to his left. Reacting quicker than even he expected, he let loose a flurry of shuriken and waited with bated breath. "Did I get them?" Sakura had jumped back in fright and was fumbling to withdraw a kunai while Sasuke had two kunai, one in each hand while Kakashi had simply stopped walking. "What the hell was that for you, brat?" Tazuna yelled as he pointed at Naruto. "You nearly gave me a heart attack." Naruto narrowed his eyes as he slowly approached the bush and withdrew a kunai. Kakashi followed him as he parted the bushes to reveal a rabbit. Naruto mumbled, "A fucking rabbit?" He looked down at a little white rabbit that seemed to have fainted out of fear. Naruto felt his temper flare. "What the hell? I freaked out over a goddamn rabbit?" Kakashi, however, narrowed his eyes as he stared at the rabbit. "That's a snow hare. Its coat should be brown right now, not white. It's been kept as a pet, probably used for a kawarimi." Sakura had gone to the bush and was consoling the small rodent when he heard it. It was low at first but was approaching fast. "Get down!" Kakashi yelled. Sasuke threw Tazuna and himself to the ground while Naruto shoved Sakura down while throwing himself down as well. Kakashi dropped down just as a large cleaver-like sword sliced through the air and embedded itself in a tree not far from him. Kakashi jumped up to find that a muscular man stood on the handle of the sword, looking down at them over his shoulder. "Momochi Zabuza," Kakashi breathed. Zabuza's eyes focused on Kakashi. "Sharingan no Kakashi." Sasuke and Naruto glanced from Zabuza to Kakashi when they heard their sensei's alias. Sharingan. Naruto wondered. "I thought Kakashi wasn't an Uchiha." "The Sharingan is exclusive to the Uchiha clan. What the hell are they talking about?" thought Sasuke. Kakashi got into a defensive fighting stance as he raised his Hitai 8 to reveal his eye, his red Sharingan eye. Naruto and Sasuke widened their eyes when they saw this. "So that's what the Sharingan looks like," Naruto thought in amazement. "Cool. Heh, so that's the Sharingan eye. Truly is an honor to face it in combat. But couldn't you just hand over the old man? You see, I've been sent to kill him, and it would be a shame to kill a shinobi such as yourself." Kakashi answered by withdrawing a kunai. Laughing, Zabuza shook his head. "I knew that wouldn't work, but it was worth a try." Zabuza and his sword disappeared in a display of superior speed. Kakashi turned quickly to look at the ocean to his left where Zabuza was stood. Damn it, he's got a fair amount of chakra built up. Zabuza grinned as he went through the hand seals for his personal favorite jutsu. Kirigakure no jutsu, Zabuza grinned as the mist already hanging in the air seemed to thicken. Kakashi tightened his grip on his kunai. Protect Tazuna, Kakashi ordered his 3 genin. Naruto had already taken up position in front of Tazuna, a kunai in one hand, his other hand flexing constantly in anticipation. Sasuke and Sakura quickly joined the blonde when the order was given, both of them with kunai in hand. Suddenly, Zabuza's voice floated towards them through the mist. There are 8 targets: liver, lungs, spine, clavicle vein, neck vein, brain, kidneys, heart. Which should I go after first? Kakashi brought his hands together in the sign of the ram as killer intent flooded the area. Sasuke and Naruto were hit hardest, their hands shaking. This is the end, Sasuke thought. I can't handle this. It's too much. This is the true power of a jonin. I just want to end it all to be rid of this feeling. Naruto wasn't faring much better. How can they be doing this? I want to die just to get out of here. This is what a true shinobi can do. Amazing. Sasuke, Naruto, don't worry, Kakashi said. No matter what, I'll protect you even if it kills me. I won't ever let my comrades die. Naruto and Sasuke both visibly relaxed at the soothing words of their sensei when they realized what was happening. Too late, Zabuza whispered from behind them. Naruto jumped and twisted in the air to see Kakashi shoving Tazuna aside while blocking a strike from Zabuza's sword merely with a kunai. Then quickly spinning it around, he lodged the kunai into Zabuza's ribs. Sakura had grabbed Tazuna and retreated to a safer distance while Sasuke was not too far from Naruto, having reacted in the same manner. Naruto watched as his sensei fought with the Rouge Jonin. Kakashi's eyes widened, however, when instead of blood, water leaked from the wound. A Mizu Bunshin, Kakashi exclaimed as Zabuza exploded into water. The next thing they all knew, Zabuza was swinging his sword through Kakashi. No! Sakura yelled in surprise. However, Kakashi exploded into water as well, causing Zabuza to widen his eyes. He copied it in this mist, he realized. It's over, Kakashi said as he held a kunai to Zabuza's neck. Impressive that you not only saw through my technique in this mist, but copied it and used it against me as well. However, Zabuza, once again, exploded into water as Kakashi's eyes widened. I'm not that easy to fool either, Zabuza said from behind the Sharingan wielder. Zabuza was in mid-swing with his sword when Kakashi reacted. Ducking under the blade, Kakashi kicked at Zabuza's stomach, aiming to incapacitate him. Zabuza's sword was embedded in the ground and he used it as leverage to dodge the kick by twisting around. He raised his leg and kicked at Kakashi, making contact and watching as the Jonin sailed through the air towards the water. Smirking to himself, Zabuza jerked his sword out of the ground and made chase. He was halted, however, when he saw that Kakashi had lain Makibishi on the ground. Naruto gritted his teeth as he and the others watched Zabuza disappear in a flash of speed while Kakashi landed in the water. I have a bad feeling about this, Naruto thought to himself. Kakashi quickly emerged from the water, frowning. Something's wrong. The water, it's heavy. Behind him, Zabuza appeared, flying through hand seals. You fool, he declared in a victorious tone. Kakashi's eyes widened as he realized the situation he was suddenly in as water seemed to surround him and bind him. Suiro no Jutsu, Zabuza grinned as he held the Kakashi in the water prison. The 3 of you, grab Tazuna and run. Naruto gritted his teeth as he watched Zabuza run through a series of one-handed seals. With only one hand? He thought in amazement. This guy is good. From the water rose an exact replica of Zabuza. Run! Kakashi yelled at his team. Naruto watched the Mizu Bunshin closely and realized that it was about to charge him. Fuck! Displaying speed that the original Zabuza had displayed, the Bunshin was on Naruto faster than he could react and was attempting to block the blows that were being rained down upon Naruto with surprising results. The real Zabuza raised his eyebrows in surprise. Interesting for a genin. However, the Bunshin quickly overwhelmed Naruto and had him pinned on the ground. Foolish boy, you think you can call yourself a shinobi? By the time I was your age, I had already dyed my hands in blood. Naruto gritted his teeth. Great. He's starting a monologue. Naruto glanced at Sasuke as Zabuza continued on his speech about how he had killed his graduating class. He mouthed something and Sasuke nodded as he withdrew a kunai. Teamwork, Sasuke acknowledged. Sasuke threw the blade at the Mizu Bunshin, which was quickly caught. However, it was followed by Sasuke appearing behind the Zabuza, aiming a punch at his neck. Zabuza jumped back, freeing Naruto from under his foot. The blonde jumped to his feet, withdrawing his own kunai and quickly dodging a hail of shuriken from the Nuke-nin. Naruto threw the kunai and followed up by his signature move. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. For Naruto's appeared beside the original. Sasuke, let's attack him together. The raven-haired Uchiha nodded, not bothering to verbally answer his teammate. Within seconds, the 5 Narutos were on the Mizu Bunshin, using their altered Goken style. The original Zabuza chuckled as he spoke to his prisoner. It seems that the blonde is quite the prodigy. Kakashi said nothing, opting to watch his students take on the Bunshin as he could do nothing else. Let's see exactly how Naruto will fare. Kakashi narrowed his eyes as Sasuke joined the fray, using his own taijutsu style combined with a kunai / here and there. Naruto grabbed the arm of one of his clones and spun himself around after being thrown away by the Mizu Bunshin. Time to use chakra to push myself further. Naruto recalled his water walking and tree climbing training and focused his chakra in the soles of his feet. Now, Naruto rocketed towards Zabuza with his clones, each of them using coordinated strikes and combos to break the clone. Naruto narrowed his eyes as the clone grabbed on of his own clones. Then he noticed that the original Zabuza's attention was entirely on the fight. Bingo, thought the blonde genin. Zabuza chuckled when Naruto called upon more clones. Strength in numbers Kakashi? The Konoha Jonin said nothing as his eyes narrowed even further. They don't stand a chance. Why are they still fighting? They should have grabbed Tazuna and gone back to Konoha. When this is all done, I may leave one of them alive, just to show some mercy on them, Zabuza chuckled. Zabuza looked over at his prisoner. Something wrong, Kakashi? Kakashi looked over at Zabuza for a moment before looking back at the fight. His eyes widened briefly when he caught sight of what Naruto was doing. I see. Zabuza looked back at the fight to see 3 Narutos charging him, running across the water. So he knows how to walk on water. Impressive for a genin, but it won't be enough. Suddenly, the 3 Narutos disappeared. Zabuza's eyes widened at this. Grasping his sword, he swung it around, keeping his one arm in the water prison, and struck one of the Narutos that had just appeared behind him. It vanished in a plume of smoke, but another Naruto jumped out of the water and through the smoke. Using the sword as leverage, it jumped into the air while running through hand seals. Zabuza, however, was quicker and threw his gigantic sword into the air where it killed the Naruto clone. One left, Zabuza thought. As if beckoned by this thought, the last Naruto rocketed up at Zabuza from right underneath him. Narrowing his eyes at the genin, he used his free hand to grab the boy by the neck and slam him back into the water. Fool! Did you think that you could really surprise me with that ploy? Zabuza sneered. Zabuza realized that Naruto was smiling as he heard his sword hit the water. Zabuza glanced at his sword as it began to sink and swore when he heard something from the water. He looked back at the grinning blonde when he felt a spike of chakra. He looked down slightly at the boy's hand, where the water seemed to be spinning. Oh fu! Zabuza didn't have time to finish his sentence as Naruto's technique slammed into his chest painfully and threw Zabuza away. Naruto sunk slightly from the force of the technique, but used his chakra to re-emerge from the water. Naruto looked up to see a sopping wet Kakashi smiling down at him. Nice work there, Naruto. That was very clever. Naruto smiled and nodded at Kakashi, taking deep breaths of water after being held in the water by Zabuza. I think it's best you get back to the shore. Zabuza has just recovered. Naruto turned around to see Zabuza, having recovered his sword from sinking. On his chest was a large bruise from Naruto's technique hitting point blank. That brat actually hit me with his technique. Interesting that he already knows elemental manipulation. Once I'm done with his sensei, he'll be next. Naruto jumped away, landing on the shore where his remaining clones and Sasuke had just killed the Mizu Bunshin utilizing Sasuke's Ketan Gokaku no Jutsu and a well-placed exploding tag from the Naruto clones. The remaining clones puffed out of existence, letting Naruto gain the knowledge of how he had dealt with the Mizu Bunshin. Grinning, he watched as Zabuza and Kakashi exchanged a few words before proceeding with rapid hand seals that seemed to blur together. Suetun, Suryuden no Jutsu, the two jutsu were created and clashed with each other, sending a shockwave that rocked the water and sprayed Squad 7 and Tazuna with water. This is a real shinobi fight? Tazuna thought in awe as the two jonin met in the middle of the water, kunai struggling against sword. Zabuza gritted his teeth as he tried to gain ground on Kakashi. Damn it! He jumped back just as Kakashi did and began to circle each other. He's got that sickening look in his eye. Zabuza's eyes widened when Kakashi finished his own thought for him. Zabuza began to run through hand seals for his next jutsu. All you're doing is copying me. You can't be me with your tricks. Kakashi finished for him. That's when he saw it. Behind Kakashi was him? What is this? That's me. Zabuza halted his hand seals for a moment, but noticed something else. Kakashi was finishing the jutsu. What? He's finishing my jutsu before me? How? Suetun, Daibakufu no Jutsu. Kakashi finished the jutsu as the water began to churn. This can't be, Zabuza thought as the technique slammed into him and threw him like a rag doll. He painfully hit a tree as the water receded and Kakashi appeared on a branch above him, kunai out and ready. See? Can you see the future? Yes. And I can see your death. Before Kakashi could react, two Senbon needles fly into Zabuza's neck with a sickening pop. Naruto's eyes widened as he traced their trajectory back to who had thrown them. There, in another tree, stood what he had read to be a Kiri Hunter Nin. Wow, never thought I'd see one of those on this mission, Naruto thought as he remembered a book he had read a few weeks prior that included images of how Hunter Nin would dress. It seems as if you were correct about Zabuza-san's death, the Hunter Nin said as he used a shunshin to appear next to Zabuza's fallen body. Kakashi nodded as he pulled his Hitai 8 over his Sharingan. Looks like it's finally over. I thank you for handling him until now. I will, however, be taking it from here. You have my thanks. Kakashi nodded at the boy. He's young, yet strong. The boy hoisted Zabuza over his shoulder and made a sign for Shunshin. Kakashi sighed once the boy disappeared and walked towards the group. Well, that was fun, wasn't it? Naruto chuckled at the silver-haired Jonin while Sasuke grinned and Sakura sighed. Tazuna could only shake his head at the shinobi. Well, at least they are as strong as they say, he thought to himself. Well, let's continue, Kakashi said as he stood still. Naruto noticed that something was wrong with the Jonin. Are you okay, Kakashi-sensei? As soon as Naruto asked this question, Kakashi fell forward on his face before mumbling. I think I may have overdone it. Naruto shook his head. I'll carry him from here. Tazuna could only sweat drop at this. Well, at least home isn't too far from here, thought the old man. Chapter 4. A lesson in chakra and hatred. No fucking way, Naruto yelled as he stared at his recovering sensei. It had been a full day of Kakashi being unconscious, and when he had woken up, his body was temporarily out of commission. I would do it if I could, Naruto, but I can't. Plus, you do know how to do it already, so you have the ability to show them. Naruto glared at Kakashi for a moment before countering. Even if I did agree, Sasuke and Sakura aren't the type to learn from what I've been dubbed as a dobe. Kakashi chuckled weakly. Once you show them what they need to learn, they will realize just how important it is. Naruto rolled his eyes. The problem is to get them to stop hating me long enough to show them and explain it. If I order them to listen to you for a few simple minutes, I'm sure you'll be able to do it. Naruto huffed as he crossed his arms. By the way, there's something that's been bugging me since yesterday. Kakashi raised an eyebrow at this. What would that be? The hunter nin that took Zabuza's body. Something isn't clicking there. So, he figured it out as well? Surprising, as he wasn't taught about hunter nins in the academy as they're exclusive to Kiri. What do you mean, Naruto? Kakashi asked, wanting to hear Naruto's conclusion for himself. Well, I remember reading a book about Kirigakure's hunter nins and what they do. Maybe the book was outdated and all, but I read that they destroy the body where it was found or killed. All they are supposed to take is the head, and it's not like it's hard to decapitate someone. I think that the hunter nin could have been a fake. Naruto stared at Kakashi, awaiting a reply, who was also waiting for Naruto to continue. A few minutes of silence from the both of them until Naruto finally broke the awkward silence. Well, what do you think? He asked nervously as he shuffled his feet slightly. You're right. Zabuza is most likely alive, Kakashi said simply. I'm surprised, Naruto. The fact that you came up with that on your own is speaking volumes about how much you've matured since I bumped into you that day at the Hokage mansion. Naruto blushed at this. It was only luck that I had read that book not too long ago. Kakashi smiled at this. Still, it's good that you're educating yourself. If I had not been able to reach that conclusion already, you could have just saved us. Naruto continued to shuffle his feet, not out of nervousness, but embarrassment. Well, the thing is that the Senbon needles hit pressure points, and I regret that I didn't check for a pulse. I was already feeling the effects of the Sharingan hit me and it clouded my judgment. It was stupid on my end not to check. Naruto's eyes widened. After having watched Kakashi whoop Zabuza's ass, Naruto's opinion of his sensei had skyrocketed. And now, here he was, admitting fault to his mistake. Wow, I want to be a shinobi like Kakashi-sensei one day. That is why you need to prepare your team mates, Naruto. Sasuke and Sakura need to be better prepared for the coming battle. Naruto sighed as he scratched the back of his head. Fine, whatever. You're going to have to convince them to somehow listen to me though, Naruto said in a defeated tone. Sakura sat in the kitchen and smiled at Tsunami, the daughter of Tazuna. When Squad 7 had arrived on her doorstep with her father, she had immediately adopted a motherly quality and began fussing over them all. When she had heard about how they had protected him from the Demon Brothers and Zabuza, she had begun fussing even more. She had immediately set up a room for Kakashi to rest in on his own, so that he could recover quickly and then set her eyes on the 3 genin. She had fussed over Sakura first, probably because she was a female. While she was distracted, Naruto and Sasuke had slipped out for a few hours. Naruto had been the first to return, saying that he wanted to scout the area. Sasuke walked in not long after, not even bothering to give an excuse to any of them. Now, here was Tsunami, cooking a meal for lunch while Sasuke had disappeared and Naruto was upstairs talking to their finally conscious sensei. So, is this your first time being out of your village, Sakura? Tsunami asked as she continued cooking. Sakura nodded. Yeah, I mean, this far from the village at least. I've gone to a town not far from Konoha with my parents a few times as a child, but I didn't do anything. Tsunami smiled. So what is Konoha like? Sakura thought for a moment, having never been asked about her village. It's big. Everybody is so nice there. And the boys are cute. For the most part, that is. Tsunami looked over her shoulder at the girl. For the most part? She inquired. Well, Sasuke is drop-dead gorgeous, and not a lot of guys in our village can compare, but the ugliest our village has to offer would be Naruto. Tsunami raised an eyebrow at this. You think so? Sakura nodded vigorously. Definitely. I would never date that in a million years. Before Tsunami could answer, a new voice interrupted. Don't worry, Sakura. You're definitely not my type to begin with, so you're safe. Sakura wheeled around to see Naruto entering the kitchen. He bowed politely to Tsunami before turning to Sakura. Kakashi-sensei wants to talk to you and Sasuke. Naruto glanced around the kitchen. Do you know where he went? Sakura shook her head. No, I don't. Naruto shrugged. I'll go find him, but he wants to talk to you two together, so stay here until I bring him back. With that said, Naruto left the kitchen and a moment later, they heard the door open and the close. Tsunami saw that Sakura was glaring into the hallway where she had last seen Naruto. I don't know what you mean, Sakura. If I were his age, I would definitely try going for him. Sakura turned and looked at Tsunami in shock. You're kidding, she exclaimed while Tsunami simply shook her head. He seems nice, and you have to admit he's cute with his blonde hair and blue eyes. Tsunami looked at Sakura as she began going through a list of why Naruto wasn't even close to cute. And one time, he painted the Hokage monument, not to mention the horrible jumpsuit he used to wear. I'm waiting for its return, honestly. Sakura, why do you hate Naruto so much? Tsunami suddenly asked. Sakura looked confused at the question. Well, it's just that he seems so polite, and you just seem to hate him with every ounce of your being. Sakura was silent for a moment before answering her. I don't hate him, it's just that I can't really stand being near him. He used to pester me all the time for a date, and no matter how many times I yelled at him to knock it off, he would keep it up. Tsunami listened as the girl continued. Back then, I didn't really enjoy it, but it gave me a confidence boost in a way. Then, recently it stopped, and he just started acting cold towards me. I don't know what happened, but something changed and now he treats me like garbage. At this point, Sakura had brought her knees to her chest. I hit him a few times, and I tried apologizing to him, but he just rejected it. Tsunami could see that the girl was hurting, but she couldn't really sympathize. After all, there are always two sides to a story, Tsunami thought to herself. She set down the knife she had been using to cut some celery and walked to the table and sat down next to the pink-haired kunoichi. She snaked an arm around her and patted her shoulder. Well, if you're wondering if he hates you, I don't think he does. Whatever happened between you two will pass. I don't know all of the details and he may have a different view on the subject entirely, but he does seem like a decent human being. I'm sure that given time, he will come to forgive you. Sakura sniffed. Do you think so? She asked hopefully as she looked at Tsunami. The mother nodded with a small smile gracing her face. Just give it time. You two may work things out. Sakura sniffed again. Well, we were never really friends. I hardly ever talked to him. And when I did, I usually was berating him for being in my way or for pulling some stupid prank. Tsunami shrugged. We all do stupid things when we're young, we all figure that out at some point. For now, just be nice to him. It may take some time, but in the end, it will be worth it. Before Sakura could reply, the sound of the door opening was heard and Sakura realized that there were tears on her cheeks. Quickly wiping them and her eyes, she stood up, ready to talk with Kakashi-sensei. Sasuke and Naruto appeared in the kitchen, neither looking happy. Naruto walked past Sasuke and sat on the table while Sakura and Sasuke gave him a questioning look. Aren't you coming along? Sasuke asked. Naruto shook his head. He asked for the two of you specifically. Sasuke shrugged as he walked up the stairs while Sakura followed wordlessly. Tsunami sighed as she watched the pink-haired genin ascend the stairs silently. She turned to find that Naruto was currently cutting the celery she had left unattended. You don't have to do that, Tsunami exclaimed as she rushed towards the blonde. Don't worry, Tsunami-san. We are your guests and I feel that I should at least help you out with these types of things. Tsunami came up behind the boy to find that he was already finished cutting the celery. What exactly are you making? He asked her. Stew, she mumbled. What type of stew? Zabuza lay in a bed, his body unresponsive to his mental commands. God damn it, he yelled mentally. At that moment, his protege, Haku, walked through the door. Upon seeing the look on Zabuza's face, he smiled sweetly down at his father figure. I'm sorry, Zabuza-sama, but I had to make sure that it seemed as if you were dead. Well, next time, don't be so brutal, Zabuza whispered. Haku sighed. The damage from that boy's water technique did more damage than I had anticipated and gave you a minor case of whiplash which worsened the aftereffects of the near-death state that I placed you in. If I had known, I wouldn't have aimed for your neck. Zabuza could only blink. Don't worry, Zabuza-sama. This should only last 2 weeks. 2 weeks of utter hell, thought the former Kiri shinobi. Sasuke and Sakura stared at Naruto as he led them to a clearing he had discovered the day they had arrived. I originally planned on training on my own here. However, circumstances have changed. He stopped and whirled around to face his 2 teammates. Well, seeing as how Kakashi-sensei is out of commission, I'll be taking over until he's back on his feet. Sasuke snorted at this as Naruto focused a glare at him. Something to say, team? Sasuke glared back before answering. I don't know why Kakashi is having a dobe like you teach us. What are you supposed to teach us? How to appropriately pull a stupid prank on someone. Naruto glared at the Uchiha for a moment before chuckling. Do you really think that Kakashi-sensei would have me teach you how to prank someone? Are you that stupid? Naruto asked, a grin etched on his face. Sasuke huffed. Well, I doubt you know anything that Sakura and I don't already know besides that water jutsu you used against during our bell test. Naruto shook his head. I'm going to ignore that for now, team. No, today, Kakashi wants me to train you on chakra control. Sakura and Sasuke both raised eyebrows at this. This time it was Sakura who spoke. Chakra control? You had the worst chakra control back in the academy, Naruto. What can you teach us? Naruto ran his hand through his hair. Well, to put it simply, Kakashi wants me to show you how to climb trees. Sakura and Sasuke stared at Naruto. They said nothing as they continued to stare at the blonde. See? Climbing trees. Are you joking? Sakura yelled as she let her temper get a hold of her. Would you calm down? This is a different type of tree climbing. You aren't allowed to use your hands at all, Naruto said as he pulled out a kunai and began tossing it up in the air. What do you mean? Sasuke asked, not getting what he meant. Let me demonstrate, Naruto said as grabbed his kunai and put it in its holster. Naruto walked towards a tree, his expression blank. I can't wait to see their expressions, he thought to himself excitedly. He reached the tree and casually placed his left foot on the trunk, then the right foot. He slowly ascended the tree, using his chakra to climb vertically with his hands in his pockets. He reached a branch and walked along the bottom, and tilted his head up, so that he was looking down at an awed Sakura and an intrigued Sasuke. Priceless, Naruto thought to himself. All you do is simply focus chakra into the soles of your feet and walk up the tree, although I would recommend running up the tree to start off. You will be marking your progress with your kunai. Normally I should provide the kunai from what Kakashi-sensei told me, but I think you two are old enough to use your own kunai. Sasuke and Sakura glared at Naruto for the sarcasm. Naruto cut the flow of chakra and plummeted to the earth. Sakura's eyes widened. However, Naruto flipped so that he landed on the ground below. The impact left a small crater, which Sasuke filed away mentally for later. Interesting, thought the Uchiha as he plucked a kunai out of his holster. Without a moment's hesitation, he ran towards the tree while focusing chakra into his feet. He reached the tree and placed his foot on the bark. For a moment, he grinned. Thinking he had succeeded, the next thing he knew, the bark where his foot was exploded and he was thrown back. Sasuke rolled to his feet and glared at the tree. Too much chakra and you're thrown off, too little, you slip off. It's definitely more difficult than you think, Sasuke, Naruto said. Sasuke raised an eyebrow when he noticed the tone of malice was missing. He's actually trying to help? Sasuke wondered to himself. Before he could think any more on the subject, Sakura's voice rang through the clearing. You know, this is a lot easier than I thought. Far above the ground was a grinning Sakura who sat on one of the higher branches, swinging her legs playfully. Naruto grinned as he turned to look at Sasuke. Well, looks like our precious Uchiha couldn't beat Sakura up the tree. Too bad. Up in the tree, a vein throbbed in Sakura's forehead. Damn it, Naruto baka. Don't make Sasuke-kun hate me. Naruto ignored her as he walked past Sasuke. It really is too bad, Naruto whispered to Sasuke. Sasuke gritted his teeth angrily as Naruto walked back towards Tazuna's house. Sasuke looked back at the tree he was supposed to be ascending. How am I supposed to beat Itachi when I'm stuck here climbing trees? Sasuke wondered angrily. Naruto walked through the front door to find a small boy glaring at him. Naruto gave him a small wave which only strengthened the boy's glare. Naruto felt mild irritation at this and was about to speak up when Tazuna walked in the room. "Ah! I see you've finally met my grandson Inari," he boomed. Naruto simply nodded, continuing to stare at the boy who would not stop glaring at him. Naruto walked past him and towards the kitchen where the stew he had assisted Tsunami with sat bubbling mildly. He walked up the stairs to find Tsunami exiting Kakashi's room. "Oh, Naruto-san!" she exclaimed when she noticed him. "I thought you were out training with your teammates." Naruto shook his head. "Kakashi-sensei asked me to show them a training exercise. I just need to ask him a question before I go and start my own training." Tsunami nodded, wondering what kind of training a shinobi went through. "Well, I wish you the best of luck," she said with a motherly smile. Naruto smiled back, his thoughts drifting slightly to what it would be like to have Tsunami as a mother. He shook his head as she brushed past him. Composing himself, Naruto opened the door to Kakashi's room to find him trying to sit up. "Shouldn't you be resting?" he asked the Jonin. Kakashi grunted. "Yes, but I just wanted to assess the damage to my body." Naruto raised an eyebrow. "And what are the results?" Kakashi groaned before giving up and flopping back down on his futon. "I should be back to 100% in about 6 or 7 days." Naruto sighed. "So, Sakura already scaled the tree." Kakashi raised an eyebrow at this. "Well, that's unsurprising." What? You knew she'd scale that tree on her first try?" he asked incredulously. Kakashi shook his head weakly. "Not on her first try, but I knew she'd be able to get up the tree before Sasuke. Sakura seems to have precise chakra control due to her lack of reserves. Sasuke has larger chakra reserves and therefore, a more difficult time at chakra control. Sasuke will have an easier time with this exercise than you for the same reason. Compared to you, his chakra reserves are minuscule." Naruto was silent and stared at Kakashi before speaking bluntly. "Sounds like some weird penis measuring game to me." Kakashi's sweat dropped. "Blunt, but he does have a point," Kakashi thought as his mind wandered to Ika Paradise. "So what should we have Sakura do?" Naruto asked his sensei. Oh, I guess put her on guard duty with Tazuna for now, while Sasuke continues to struggle with his training," Kakashi answered in a sweetly happy voice. "You may not be any crazy bitch, but you still have your own way of being sadistic," Naruto said with narrowed eyes. Kakashi chuckled. "That's right, you encountered Anko." Naruto's eyes widened. "How did you know about that?" "Oh, I saw the whole thing unfold, Naruto," Kakashi said in a matter-of-fact tone. "Whatever," Naruto sighed. Sasuke wiped sweat from his brow as he looked up at the tree riddled with slash marks. He had made it halfway up the accursed tree and was starting to feel a little lightheaded. The light of day was beginning to fade rapidly, meaning he would have to return soon for dinner having skipped lunch. Hearing movement behind him, he saw Naruto emerge from the foliage. "Any progress, team?" the blonde genin asked. "Where did Sakura go?" Sasuke asked. "Protect Tazuna. She completed the training already, so Kakashi-sensei figured it would be a waste of her time to stay here." Sasuke clenched his fist at this. "How the hell does this exercise benefit me?" he asked angrily. Naruto raised an eyebrow at this. Well, I thought you would know." Sasuke glared at this. Grinning at the raven-haired Uchiha, Naruto began explaining. "Well, if you master this exercise, you'll waste less chakra on your ninjutsu and therefore be able to use more jutsu. Also, you can use this technique to increase your speed in the midst of battle." Sasuke raised both eyebrows at this. "I didn't think it would help that much, HM." Sasuke looked back at the tree, determined to get to the top more than ever now. "My advice, find your comfort zone," Naruto said suddenly. Sasuke glanced at Naruto before looking back at the tree. Naruto looked at Sasuke before elaborating. For instance, if you don't put enough chakra into it, you feel slightly off balance, while if you put too much chakra, it kind of burns in a way. You just need to find what feels, right? Sasuke closed his eyes as he concentrated on his chakra, trying what Naruto had just suggested. He slowly added to his chakra output until he felt that comfort zone, as Naruto had put it. Opening his eyes, he bolted for the tree and straight up. He kept climbing and climbing, approaching his last mark on the tree. Before he knew it, he had passed it and was continuing to ascend until 12 more feet up. He felt himself slipping. Slashing at the tree with his kunai, he marked his new record before flipping backwards and landing painfully on the ground. "Nice, Sasuke. Better than I did when I found out about that little trick," Naruto said as he looked up at the new mark. Sasuke sat down on the ground, panting again as fatigue hit him. "How long did it take you?" he asked between breaths. Naruto looked at Sasuke before chuckling. "On my first day, I definitely wasn't this far along. I can tell you that much." Sasuke looked up at the sky, where the first stars were beginning to appear. "Well, we should probably be heading back to Tazuna's. Tsunami made some stew for lunch and we're having some for dinner as well. And let me tell you, it tastes fucking great." Naruto held out his hand, offering to help Sasuke up. The Uchiha considered the hand for a second before taking it and being hoisted off the ground. "By the way, Naruto, I don't have the Sharingan," Sasuke said, recalling the outburst from Naruto back in Konoha the other day. Naruto blinked before chuckling and rubbing the back of his head. "So, you were really just looking for someone to train with?" he asked, feeling like an idiot. Sasuke simply nodded. "But it's clear that you and I wouldn't be able to stand each other for very long." Naruto laughed at this. "Wow, Sasuke, you have a sense of humor. I can't wait to tell all of Konoha when we get back. I may even paint that on the Hokage monument." Sasuke shot Naruto a dirty look which only added fuel to the fire. "Now I'm definitely doing it if that's the kind of reaction I'm getting from you for just suggesting it." Sasuke sighed. "I guess Naruto is still just that. Naruto." Sakura heard the door open after having some stew for dinner which tasted divine in her own opinion. What surprised her was to find out that Naruto had helped make the delicious meal. Who knew that Dobe could cook? She had thought. She turned to see a worn-out Sasuke being supported by a grinning Naruto. Is Naruto really helping Sasuke? Sakura wondered as she rubbed her eyes. "There you go, team. Now we have officially arrived." Before Sasuke knew it, Naruto had ducked out from under Sasuke's arm, leaving him with nothing to lean against as he crashed onto the floor. "Okay, I was mistaken," Sakura thought with a dirty look aimed at Naruto as she got up to help her precious Sasuke. Sasuke had already pulled himself up and sat down at the table as he stared hungrily at the big pot of stew in the middle of the table. Naruto plopped down next to him and grinned. "I hope there's some left, Sasuke. It would be such a shame for you to have missed it all." Sasuke grabbed one of the bowls next to him and used the ladle in the pot to scoop the stew into his bowl before devouring it with gusto. "Seems as if Sasuke has your appetite, Naruto," Kakashi said as he limped down the stairs using a pair of crutches. "Kakashi-sensei, it looks like you've decided to join us at last," Naruto exclaimed in mock surprise. Chuckling, Kakashi sat down on Naruto's other side and looked at the stew as well. "I have been upstairs resting all day, and no one seems to have remembered to bring their sensei some of this delicious stew," he said in a hurt tone. "Oh, can it, Kakashi-sensei? I saw Tsunami-san bring you some stew earlier when I brought Sakura back for lunch," Naruto pointed out with a grin. Kakashi struck a thoughtful pose before admitting defeat. "You've got me there, Naruto." Grinning, Naruto stood up. "Well, I'll be back in a few hours," he announced. "Where the hell do you think you're going?" Tazuna asked as he entered the room, Inari trailing behind him. Shedding his red and black coat, Naruto grinned a fox-like grin. "Well, Sakura and Sasuke have been training all day, while I've been helping your daughter cook and helping you build a bridge all day. It's time I got to it as well." Without another word, Naruto slid past Tazuna and bolted for the door. "Be careful out there," Tsunami called from another room when she heard what he was planning. The door closed, leaving silence in Naruto's wake. "Don't worry about Naruto, he'll be fine out there, as long as he doesn't overdo it." Kakashi glanced at the door. "I hope he'll be all right out there." Naruto grinned as he formed the cross sign for his Kage Bunshin technique. The clearing that Sasuke and Sakura had been training in previously was suddenly full of grinning blondes garbed in black. The original Naruto stood in the middle of the large crowd, his face expressionless, eyes closed. "All right, time to increase the weights one more time." Naruto formed the ram seals as he felt the weights on his limbs pulse slightly. "Just a bit heavier," he thought as he continued a slow and steady stream of chakra into the seals written on his weights. Opening his eyes, he cut off the flow of chakra and raised one of his arms. "Not too bad. It'll require a bit more effort to move now." Without warning, 5 Bunshin from the large army of Naruto's attacked him. Naruto jumped back as one of the Bunshin's feet impacted the spot where Naruto had been, leaving a small yet noticeable crater. "Show time!" The Bunshin all yelled enthusiastically. Naruto narrowed his eyes as he dropped into a Goken pose. "No Bunshin for this fight," thought the original blonde. He threw himself towards the oncoming Bunshin and began to throw his punches, not holding anything back. His first strike was avoided by the Bunshin he was after, while another of the clones went for a roundhouse kick which was blocked by Naruto's forearm. Without a moment of hesitation, Naruto grabbed the leg of the clone and whirled around, using his momentum to hit one clone with the one he was holding. 2 puffs signified their defeat. From the group surrounding the fight, 4 more Bunshin replaced the 2 that had been killed. Naruto focused chakra into the soles of his feet just like Sasuke had been doing all day and sped towards the new Bunshin, deciding to forget the other 3 for the moment. Pulling out a kunai, he threw it at one Bunshin's head only for a horde of shuriken to intercept the knife. Naruto jumped over the shuriken that were headed towards his own being and spun, avoiding a few kunai that had been thrown from behind him. "Maybe I should have taken care of those first," Naruto thought to himself before focusing on his surroundings once again. Landing, Naruto was quickly met by 2 of the 7 Bunshin. Gritting his teeth again, he began dodging and blocking strikes aimed to incapacitate him. Naruto then caught something as one of his clones went for a palm strike. "A hole!" he realized. Pushing himself to move quickly, he knocked the strike aside while lashing out with his foot at the Bunshin behind him. Pulling a shuriken from his pouch, he flicked it right through the hole in his Bunshin's form and struck him in the chest. The clone's eyes widened before puffing out of existence. All of the Narutos present widened their eyes when they received the information of their fallen brother. "Once I'm done with this, I'll need to fix my form," Naruto thought as he filed it away mentally for later usage. Using this distraction, he spun around, withdrawing a kunai and slamming it into the clone behind him who was still processing his brother's memories. "Hey, that's not fair!" one clone yelled as the newest clone died. Grinning, Naruto threw the kunai at one of the other clones that was charging him. "We're shinobi. We don't play fair." From the group, 4 more had joined the fray, once again replacing 2 fallen Bunshin. "Time to step up my game," Naruto announced as he charged the Bunshin. He met the first Bunshin within seconds, exchanging blows, neither of them gaining any ground while the other Bunshin circled him, clearly strategizing. The clone swept at Naruto's feet, which Naruto avoided by cart-wheeling over while withdrawing 3 shuriken. Landing on his feet, he twirled around and launched the shuriken and killed 3 of the Bunshin before re-engaging with the first Bunshin. While exchanging more strikes, 6 Bunshin replaced the 3 dead Bunshin. Duck, left, back, punch, block, grab, twirl. Naruto was on autopilot, thinking only his moves as he continued the struggle to gain ground on his counterpart. Pumping just a bit more chakra into his feet, he gained the upper hand, using a palm strike to snap the clone's head back, breaking its neck before it vanished in smoke. Without waiting for the smoke to clear, Naruto charged after the surrounding bunshin. Jumping forward and twisting in through the air, he withdrew a kunai from a bunshin's holster and used it to kill a bunshin just ahead of him. Throwing his hand out, he pushed off of the ground to barely avoid a torrent of water. Pulling out the big guns are we? He thought to himself as he began hand seals. Suddenly, a shuriken pierced his skull. Naruto's eyes widened before he transformed into a log. "Fuck, a kawarimi!" exclaimed the owner of the shuriken. The original Naruto appeared behind the small group of Narutos that had been fighting against him. Eyes blazing with intensity, Naruto ran through the hand seals for one of his new fire-style jutsu. Katan, Gokakyu no Jutsu. The clones widened their eyes as they whirled around to face their opponent, but it was too late. The enormous fireball engulfed the clones, incinerating them and even impacting on the awaiting clones before they could even react. The army of Narutos had finally decided to all react at the same time. Being charged by his remaining clones, Naruto readied himself. "Oh boy, kinda wish I hadn't increased the weights now." Springing into action, Naruto engaged 4 of his bunshin all at once. Under, left, block, push, punch, block, kick, evade, sweep, dodge, dodge, ow. Naruto winced as a kunai embedded itself in his leg. Falling to one knee, Naruto grabbed the kunai and pulled it out of his leg, watching the blood pour from the wound. Throwing it aside, he focused as much chakra as he could in his palm, contorting it, shaping it. Suetun, Hahanryu, the water molecules in the air provided the resources for Naruto's jutsu, in conjunction with the large amount of chakra that he had poured into the jutsu. The results blew away any opposition in front of Naruto. The torrent of water tore through all of the bunshin that stood in its way and even created a large dent in the tree it struck. Wincing in pain thanks to his wounded leg, he jumped up and avoided a punch thrown by one of his bunshin. Fighting through the pain, Naruto sidestepped another strike while lashing out with his own fist, catching the clone in the cheek. Naruto had overlooked a clone to his left who caught him off guard and planted a foot in Naruto's stomach, launching him back through the air, winded. Naruto landed on the ground painfully but recovered by using the momentum to roll to a crouching position. Naruto panted and winced as he felt his leg throb painfully while a dull ache appeared in his stomach from the kick. "Fuck, I'm not in a good position here. I need to train more often like this." Naruto's eyes widened as 2 bunshins ran through the same set of hand seals. "Fuck!" he exclaimed as he ran through his own, pouring more chakra than necessary into the jutsu. "Futon, de Tapa." Naruto swore as the clones preformed a jutsu he had recently began working on. He wasn't through with his hand seals as he was struck by the devastating jutsu. Trees were torn apart and Naruto felt the winds cutting him slightly as he flew back. He didn't know how long he was caught in the jutsu for, but it probably wasn't as long as he perceived. The jutsu died down and Naruto hit the ground, skidding painfully to a stop. Gasping for the air that had been knocked out of him, Naruto could only think one thing. "That's a jutsu I need to perfect to use against Zabuza." Naruto sat up, wincing as his back popped painfully and his muscles screamed in pain. Yeah, definitely would be useful to use against others in a fight. Limping forward, he shook his head and a few twigs fell out of his hair. Stretching a bit, he felt more joints pop than he felt should pop. "I'm lucky I wasn't impaled on some sharp branch." Looking forward, he saw a flurry of shuriken fly towards him. Flinging himself to the side, Naruto withdrew his own shuriken and targeted who had thrown them at him. "Gotcha!" he thought as he located 12 bunshin burst through the trees, all of them wielding kunai. Naruto ran through the seals for the great fireball technique. Round 2 starts now. Sasuke woke up early that morning to find that the room he was supposed to be sharing with Naruto contained only him. Where the hell is the dobe? He wondered as he remembered he never heard him come in the night before. Standing up, he picked up his kunai holster that lay next to his futon along with his ninja pouch. He attached them and walked out of the room to head downstairs, where the smell of eggs wafted up and beckoned him. In the kitchen sat Kakashi, who was back to reading his orange book full of smut. Nodding to his sensei, he sat down at the table and grabbed a plate off the small stack for the guests. In the middle of the table was a platter of scrambled eggs, rice and toast. Shrugging at the odd combination, he helped himself to a decent portion before slowly eating. "Ready for another day of tree climbing?" Kakashi asked enthusiastically as he peered over the top of his book. Sasuke didn't bother answering or even glancing at his sensei. "I'll take that as a yes," Kakashi said as he resumed reading his book. "So where is Naruto?" Tazuna asked as he entered the room. "I didn't hear him come in last night." Kakashi lowered his book. "I'm sure he'll be fine. He may be the type to overdo it, but he won't be caught off guard. If he were in trouble, I'm sure he would send one of his clones to inform us." Tazuna grunted as he walked upstairs to retrieve something while Sasuke stopped eating for a moment. "You sure the dobe hasn't gotten himself killed?" he asked. Kakashi raised an eyebrow. "Worried about our maverick ninja, are we?" Sasuke turned and glared at his sensei. Chuckling, Kakashi went on reading while speaking to his student. "Naruto probably just tired himself out by training and just slept outside. I wouldn't worry about him." Sasuke sat for a moment before continuing with his meal. A few minutes later, Sakura emerged from upstairs, her hair combed and a fresh outfit on. "Morning," she grumbled. Kakashi waved nonchalantly as he continued reading his book. She sat down next to Sasuke, annoyingly close, and reached for her own plate. She only took a small amount, a look of sadness in her eyes as she did so. Sasuke raised an eye at this, which Sakura caught out of the corner of her eye. She leaned over and whispered to him. "I'm guessing you haven't gone into town." Sasuke shook his head. Sakura sighed. "It's horrible. It's a dump. Gato really did a number on this place. People are on the streets, looking for work, starving. It's tragic. I just wish we could help them all." "We are, though," Sasuke whispered back. "By protecting Tazuna and helping him complete the bridge, we are helping this country." Sakura smiled softly. "True." She then noticed just how close she was to Sasuke, the love of her life. Blushing, she mentally started cheering. "Ha! Take that, Ino pig. Shinaro, she'll never be able to get this close to Sasuke-kun." The noise of the front door banging open scared Sakura as she jumped up out of her seat while Sasuke withdrew a kunai, expecting an assassin to have come for Tazuna. "Ah, here's our third member," Kakashi said as he turned a page. Sasuke relaxed when Kakashi said this, knowing that Kakashi wasn't easily fooled. He had definitely proven that a few days prior. However, Sasuke received a shock when a bloody and beaten Naruto staggered in the kitchen. He noticed that he was limping slightly and he was holding his right arm. His eye was swollen as if he'd been hit there repeatedly and dried blood littered his outfit. "What the hell happened to you, Naruto?" Sakura exclaimed when she saw the blonde. "Oh, nothing. Do I smell eggs?" he asked weakly as he sat down at the table next to Kakashi, who laid a plate in front of his student. The plate was already loaded with at least 2 portions of eggs, rice, and toast. "Thanks," was all Naruto said before devouring his meal in the blink of an eye. "How was training?" Kakashi asked as he read a particularly explicit scene, causing him to blush slightly and suppress a giggle. Sasuke and Sakura's eyes widened when they heard him ask about training. As soon as Naruto swallowed, he looked over at Kakashi. "I've definitely got a lot of work to do. Found a ton of holes in my taijutsu that I need to fix, and evading some jutsu would help. I need to work on my hand seal speed to get through jutsu faster, as well as building up chakra." Kakashi nodded as he turned the page again, while Sasuke listened intently to Naruto's assessment of the various things that needed to be improved. Chakra control can always be better, and distinguishing between different chakra signatures. Kakashi stopped reading at this while Naruto continued on with his list. "He can sense chakra signatures at his age?" "Naruto," Kakashi interrupted. Naruto stopped speaking and looked at Kakashi in confusion. "You can sense chakra signatures?" Naruto nodded. Yeah, I mean, when they're close enough I can sense who it is and all. But when I'm against a bunch of people, their chakra just seems to blend together and become indistinguishable. Kakashi rubbed his chin as he thought. So, Naruto has sensory abilities. I could try and get an ANBU to try teaching him a bit more when we get back to Konoha, but I think for now, Naruto should focus on his combat skills. He's already developing well without assistance. I may as well see how he does with developing that. Well, it seems you have a special skill, Naruto. Having sensory-type abilities makes you one of few shinobi. Naruto's expression turned from tired to joyous at this news. Although you definitely need refining on it. Most sensory-type shinobi can sense other chakra signatures from a distance, and some of the more talented can sense whether they're human or not. Naruto listened attentively, not wanting to miss any information on what he may be able to do at one point. For now, keep up the training as you see fit. If I see that those sensory abilities are not improving much, I can get one of my associates from ANBU to help you out. Naruto gave Kakashi a wide grin. Thanks a ton, sensei. Sasuke glared at the blonde at this revelation. Every day, something else is revealed about this dope. He's better than I've given him credit for. Sakura was in slight disbelief at the moment. Naruto is a unique type of shinobi? Sensory? What the hell is going on? He used to be the talentless dobe of the academy and now he's teaching Sasuke and I things and helping Kakashi fight Jonin-level missing Nins. Without a word, Sasuke wheeled around and left the house, intent on finishing the chakra control exercise. Sakura remained where she was, listening to Naruto and Kakashi talk to each other. What else do you think you need to work on? Kakashi asked. Well, stealth I'm alright on currently. I've been able to avoid ANBU and mobs since I was a small child. Kakashi glanced at Sakura quickly before returning his gaze to Naruto. Mobs? Sakura wondered. More ninjutsu never hurt anybody, Naruto added. Kakashi chuckled at that. It doesn't matter how many jutsu you have at your disposal. A man with 1,000 jutsu can be killed with a well-aimed kunai, Kakashi said wisely. Naruto shrugged as he laid his head on the table. Yeah, but having a few more jutsu doesn't hurt my chances. Kakashi said nothing. After all, he was the man that had copied over 1,000 jutsu. He really wasn't one to talk. Wait, you got like this from training? Sakura asked incredulously. Naruto nodded. Yeah, just got into a no-holds fight with about 200 Kage Bunshin. Not only did Sakura's eyes widen, but Kakashi stared at Naruto, one visible eye slightly widened in surprise. Never ceases to amaze me, Kakashi simply thought as he resumed his novel. Sasuke dropped from the tree, kunai in hand. This is getting redundant, Sasuke thought to himself as he looked at the tall tree in front of him. He decided on using a new tree and to track that specific day's progress. Gritting his teeth, he focused chakra into the soles of his feet until he felt comfortable. Without another thought, he ran for the tree and rocketed up the towering monument of nature. He reached where his last mark was when he felt himself starting to slip yet again. Damn it! He growled as he pushed himself a few feet further from his last mark. Feeling gravity begin to pull him back towards the ground, he used the kunai to slash the bark. He landed cat-like on the ground and looked back up at the newest slash in the bark. At least I'm making progress, Sasuke thought with a slight grin before continuing on. Naruto was sound asleep and already looking better than he had earlier that day. Sakura sighed as she closed his bedroom door and went back downstairs. It wasn't her choice to check up on Naruto, but Tezuna's and Kakashi's. It seemed that Tezuna was going to take Naruto with him today and Sakura would be stuck with Kakashi, waiting for Sasuke to finish training. She reached the kitchen to find it empty. Frowning, she went to the next room where she found Tezuna reading over Kakashi's shoulder. I always did find these books to be interesting. Tsunami, however, would always find the book no matter where I hid, and she would always get rid of it. I never got past the part where they start to. At this point, Sakura coughed loudly to interrupt the old man before she heard anything too horrific. Plus, it helped announce her presence, but it was mostly for the former reason. Naruto is still sound asleep, she said. Good. When he wakes up, he'll probably want to start training as soon as he can. Too bad, Kakashi said as he continued on with his book. Why is he training so hard? She asked suddenly. She watched Kakashi, expecting him to say something along the lines of, "Oh, he's just being a boy," or something close to that. The answer she received scared her senseless. "Oh yeah, I forgot to talk to you and Sasuke about that. Well, Naruto wants to be ready when he fights Zabuza and that Hunter Nin when they come after us." Sakura chuckled, not fully comprehending what Kakashi had just told her, while Tazuna looked horrified. Suddenly, the statement hit Sakura like a brick wall. "Wait, isn't Zabuza dead though?" she asked quickly. Kakashi shook his head. "I doubt it. As Naruto and I both figured out, Hunter Nin from Kirigakure are supposed to only take the head of the victim back with them to prove that the nuke Nin has been taken care of. This Hunter Nin decided to take the entire body with him, while procedure says to take the head and burn the body where it fell." Sakura's eyes widened. "So the Hunter Nin was in league with Zabuza?" she asked fearfully. Kakashi nodded. "Like I told Naruto, I should have checked for a pulse, although I doubt I would have found one." "Why not?" Tazuna asked. It was Sakura that answered the old man as she realized what Kakashi had meant. "Sunbon needles. They struck Zabuza in the neck, and I remember reading somewhere that if you strike someone in a specific nerve, that it will put that person in a death-like state." Kakashi nodded. "The boy was good. That's why Naruto is training." The boy was probably trained by Zabuza, who is an extremely powerful shinobi that shows no mercy. "Then why am I not training?" Sakura asked Kakashi angrily. Kakashi looked over at her blankly before answering in a simple tone. "Naruto is training of his own accord and Sasuke is still trying to get through the training you've completed. I would suggest that you train when you can, but it's ultimately up to the shinobi or kunoichi to train themselves." Sakura had the decency to blush at this statement as Kakashi returned to reading his smut. Naruto woke after about 10 hours of sleep. From the position of the sun, Naruto could tell that evening was approaching and that he had just missed an entire day. Groaning, Naruto sat up on his futon and surveyed the room. Next to him were his clothes that he had trained in the night before. They had been washed, but there were a few holes and tears from the harsh fighting he had endured. Shrugging, Naruto shed his pajamas and threw the clothes on. He walked towards the door before realizing something. "Where the hell is my jacket?" He thought back for a moment before remembering that he had left it in the kitchen when he had left. Smiling in relief, he walked out of the room and downstairs. "Welcome to the land of the living," Kakashi's voice rang from the other room. Looking around the kitchen that he had entered, he tried to locate his jacket. "It's not in here," he thought angrily. "Kakashi!" Naruto called as he exited the kitchen and entered the room. Kakashi was seated along with Sakura and Tazuna. Inari sat in the corner, looking out the window wistfully. "Do you know where my jacket is?" he asked. "Right here," Tsunami said as she entered the room as well. She held his jacket up and handed it to him. "I just found it in the kitchen and thought you might like it if I washed it." Naruto bowed to the woman. "Thanks, Tsunami-san, but you really didn't have to." Tsunami smiled at the genin. "It's a small way to repay you for protecting my father." Tazuna interrupted any reply Naruto had in store. "So, Naruto, will you be able to come and help out at the bridge tomorrow? Your clones really did help make some progress the other day." Naruto smiled. "Sure, it's no problem. I get to learn about construction that way. Make any progress today?" Tazuna shook his head. "I didn't go today. I was hoping to take you again. With you on board, we could finish the bridge completely in 2 weeks." Naruto gave Tazuna a thumbs up. "Well, I'll be sure to help out tomorrow." Tazuna laughed enthusiastically at this. Sakura said nothing as she remembered how much help Naruto had been the other day at the bridge. Flashback. Naruto, Sakura, and Tazuna walked through the small streets of the town. "This place is a dump," Naruto thought as he looked at the empty, broken-down buildings. A stranger or two would eye the group hungrily before scurrying off from the glare Naruto gave them. At one point, Naruto deemed it necessary to hold a kunai in plain view when one man had attempted to take something from Sakura's pouch. He had ultimately failed and accidentally brushed against her ass, setting her off in a violent tantrum that had left the poor soul bloody and beaten. Naruto grinned at that. Sometimes, Sakura can really pack a wallop. They reached the beginning of the construction site where rusted cranes were in use. There were many men there, carrying various objects from wood to concrete slabs. Tazuna continued through the mess of a construction. It seems unorganized, but we're making terrific progress, Tazuna yelled over a drilling noise. Naruto nodded. How long have you been building? He asked/yelled. About 3 months, answered the old man. Naruto's eyebrows rose. That's impressive. I may not know much about construction, but the gap between the Land of Fire and Nami no Kuni is pretty large. How much longer do you think until it'll be finished? Naruto asked. I'd say a month or 2 at this rate, Tazuna yelled as the drilling noise ceased. Naruto thought for a moment as they continued on. Want to cut that time in half? He asked with a devilish grin plastered on his face. How? Tazuna asked. I've seen what these shinobi can do, and I'm not going to disregard their advice, thought the old man as he remembered the sheer power behind the fight with Zabuza. Grinning like a maniac, Naruto formed the cross seal. Taju kage bunshin no jutsu. A few men that were walking by dropped the items that they were carrying when a large army of blondes appeared in front of them. Manual labor is my specialty, Naruto exclaimed loudly as the bunshin cheered around them. Tazuna's eyes were popping out of his head and his jaw had dropped. It took him a few minutes to recover and a Naruto shaking him gently. Tazuna-san, are you all right? Naruto asked worriedly. What? Oh, yes. I definitely could use you and your... Just call them clones, Naruto said. Tazuna nodded as he glanced at the many Narutos. This boy is a miracle, thought the middle-aged man. Flashback ends. So where's Sasuke team? Naruto asked cheekily. Tazuna suppressed a chuckle while Tsunami glared slightly at the blonde. Oh, he's still out there training, I believe, Kakashi said as he flipped through his book. Naruto nodded as he put his jacket on. Well, I guess I'll go out and drag him back, Naruto said as he walked towards the front door. You going to train tonight? Asked the silver-haired Jonin. Naruto shrugged. I may as well if we're going to fight Zabuza again. I want to be prepared. Just don't overdo it again, Kakashi sighed. Naruto grinned. I'll try not to. Naruto walked out of the house and felt a cool breeze hit his face. I really do like the smell of the ocean wafting on the breeze, Naruto thought serenely. Naruto then ran forward before jumping into the trees and using the branches to travel faster than if he walked. He leapt from branch to branch, barely making any noise as he did so. He looked over at the sun that approached the western horizon. About another 2 hours of sunlight, yippee, he thought to himself. Team had better be where he was last night if he knows what is best. Another minute or 2 of tree hopping, he found the clearing where they had all been training and sure enough, there was an exhausted Uchiha. Naruto landed next to the crouching raven-haired genin. How's the progress? Naruto asked as he looked at one of the trees. I made it to the top, Sasuke panted. Naruto nodded. Nice. How long ago? He asked. About 2 hours ago, answered the Uchiha. Naruto smiled. Yeah, you definitely got it faster than I did. I'm guessing you're trying it by just walking now. Sasuke nodded. I need to get stronger. Naruto glanced at Sasuke. I'm guessing for revenge against your brother, Itachi, right? Sasuke seemed to gain a second wind. For the moment Itachi's name came escaped from Naruto's lips, he was attacking Naruto. Naruto jumped back, barely avoiding Sasuke's fist. Naruto narrowed his eyes. What the fuck was that for? Sasuke panted as he clenched his fist, a trickle of blood appearing and leaking from his hand. How do you know about that? Sasuke asked. Naruto stared at Sasuke. It's not really a big secret about how your clan was killed, Sasuke. The big hint was the day we first met as a team. You stated you wanted to kill a certain man, and I can easily guess who that man is. Sasuke gritted his teeth. I need to get stronger. Sasuke looked Naruto straight in the eye, fire behind his eyes. Naruto grinned. Determination is one of the best tools a shinobi can have. That's what a friend of mine once told me. Sasuke looked up at Naruto. I was told that hatred was a shinobi's greatest way of becoming strong. Naruto raised an eyebrow at that. Who the hell told you that? He asked curiously. Sasuke's mind seemed to drift off, thinking of the past, the moment he had heard those words. Sasuke? Naruto snapped his fingers in front of the Uchiha's face, bringing him back to reality. Him, he said simply. Naruto raised an eyebrow at this. You mean your brother? Sasuke nodded. Naruto stayed silent at this answer. Why did he tell you that? He told me in order to become strong enough to face him, to kill him, that I would need hatred. Naruto shook his head. That doesn't really sound true to me. Sasuke looked up at Naruto. The blonde was the first person he had told this, and he didn't know what had urged him to inform Naruto of what his brother had said, but he felt compelled. Yet, here he was, countering Itachi's advice that he had given him. How would you know? Sasuke said heatedly. Naruto sat down and patted the ground in front of him. Sasuke hesitated, but sat down nonetheless. Think about all of the greatest shinobi from the Hidden Leaf. The 4 Hokages, for example. All of them were peace-loving individuals. I've never heard of any of them using hatred to gain power, and they were some of the most powerful shinobi of all time. Sasuke raised his eyebrows in surprise. He does have a point. Naruto continued on. Plus, who's to say Itachi used hatred to get to his level? He may be strong, but is he as strong as the Sannin or the Yondaime? Sasuke pondered on Naruto's words for a bit before Naruto stood up. I'm going back to Tezuna's, and you should come too. One last thing though, if Itachi killed your whole clan, do you really think he wants you to become strong enough to kill him of something? He probably told you that whole hatred crap to hinder you. Just saying. Sasuke's eye widened. That's possible. Why would he want me to kill him? He's evil enough to do that. Gritting his teeth at how gullible he had been, he stood up just as Naruto began walking away. Looking at the blonde, he continued wondering. Naruto has been getting stronger, at an amazing rate. He isn't using his hatred to get stronger, just determination. Sasuke turned and looked at the tree he had scaled. I will get stronger, Itachi, just not the way you think. With that thought, he followed Naruto back to the house. The following morning found Sakura watching as Sasuke nodded a greeting to Naruto, which was politely returned. Said incident caused Sakura's jaw to drop. They're friends. How the hell did that happen? Naruto sat down. No words exchanged as he grabbed some breakfast consisting of cooked fish and rice. Kakashi smiled behind his book at the 2 male genin and their new interactions. It seems as if the teamwork of Squad 7 may improve, he thought to himself with a chuckle. The genin ignored Kakashi's chuckle as they had become accustomed to his perverted reading, which entailed chuckling and giggling at seemingly random moments. Finishing his meal, Naruto stood up. Where are you going? Kakashi asked as he looked over at the blonde genin. Just some light training. You 3 can come with if you want, he suggested with a hopeful smile. Kakashi shook his head. I'll be all right. I'm still recovering, and if I know Guy, you've probably picked up some of his habits that don't involve his dress code. Naruto pouted. What's so bad about how the dress? Kakashi actually set his book on the table and glared at Naruto. I'm not going to go into extreme detail here, but no student of mine shall ever wear those monstrosities. Naruto sighed. Fine. Sasuke. Sakura? Either of you 2 want to go for some light training? Sasuke shrugged as he stood up, his meal finished. May as well. Sakura hesitated for a moment before leaping to her feet. Same here. Naruto grinned. All right. Hope you two can keep up then. Sasuke grinned. After all, light training was always easy, right? Chapter 5. Demons. Sasuke stumbled through the front door of Tezuna's house. His breath was ragged and his clothes were dirty and drenched in sweat and blood. Sakura was in the front room when Sasuke stumbled in and was the first to notice him. "Sasuke-kun!" she exclaimed in horror. She rushed forward to try and help him as he slowly staggered forward, but Sasuke pushed her aside. Biting her lip, she tried to reach out to help him only to be shoved back by Sasuke without a word. He limped into the kitchen to find Kakashi talking to Tezuna. The Jonin glanced over at Sasuke and nodded. Tezuna stared at the Uchiha for a moment before reacting fully. "What the hell happened to you? Was it Zabuza and his kid?" Sasuke shook his head. Kakashi chuckled. "Don't worry so much, Tezuna-san. It was just Naruto." Sakura and Tezuna's jaws dropped. Sasuke flopped into a chair and rested his head on the table. "That's why I didn't feel like joining in on the training. I know how that routine is thanks to a certain acquaintance of mine." Sakura glanced at Sasuke, glad that she wasn't able to keep up with the two when they ran off at full speed through the forest. She had decided that it would be best for her to stay and help Tsunami with dinner rather than try and find her two teammates who were long gone. Seeing this, however, made her wonder what kind of condition her blonde teammate was in if Sasuke was this bad. Sasuke closed his eyes as he remembered the light exercise as Naruto had put it. There was nothing light about it to Sasuke. They had started by sprinting through the forest for an hour at least, not ever decreasing speed. Sasuke had done his best to keep up, but found that afterwards, he had very little energy left to do much else. That's when Naruto had taken it slow a bit and ran through a few katas for his taijutsu. Sasuke, not wanting to seem like a slacker, had done the same with his own style, while keeping a close eye on the blonde genin. The style was one that Sasuke was not too familiar with. He was sure that he had seen a few clan members use a few of the stances and forms that Naruto was performing, but not the entire style Naruto was using. Then Naruto suggested some sparring. This is where everything took a wrong turn for Sasuke. Flashback. Sasuke smirked when Naruto asked him for a spar. "The dobe is dumber than I remembered." "Fine by me. Just be sure not to be too upset when I beat you." Naruto said nothing as he struck a strange pose. His legs seemed locked and his left arm was folded behind his back while his right arm was held in front of him, palm up. Sasuke raised an eyebrow at this. "I've never seen that stance, but what's the purpose of it? There are openings everywhere, and it doesn't look like he'll be able to use anything to surprise me with." Sasuke bolted forward, intending on bringing Naruto to his knees, when the blonde seemed to vanish from sight. The next thing Sasuke knew was pain flashing through his skull as Naruto appeared next to him, bringing his elbow down on Sasuke's head. Sasuke recovered quickly as he swept at Naruto's feet to try and unbalance him. Naruto jumped back and landed before bolting towards a rising Sasuke. Sasuke's eyes widened as he was forced to dodge and block a hurricane of punches and kicks. When the hell did he get this good? Sasuke wondered as he blocked a ruthless roundhouse kick that rattled his arm. Then, Sasuke noticed the hole in Naruto's offense. "Left side," was the Uchiha's only thought as he kicked out. He caught Naruto in the ribs and flung him aside. He didn't fly far and was back on Sasuke again. Sasuke gritted his teeth. "Looks like I need to stop playing around. The dobe is much better than I thought." Pushing himself, Sasuke began to fight back. Naruto's eyes widened before grinning. "He's definitely not Lee, but he's fucking good for a team." Naruto lashed out with another roundhouse kick only to have Sasuke dodge under it. "Fuck," thought Naruto. Sasuke's fist connected with Naruto's stomach, lifting him off the ground slightly. Did Naruto get heavier since the academy? Sasuke wondered as he flung Naruto back. Wincing, Naruto rubbed his throbbing stomach. "Nice move there, team." Sasuke glared at him. "Like I thought, you're not much of a shinobi. Still just a loser." Naruto clenched his fist. "A shinobi must control his emotions," Naruto recited. Breathing in, Naruto felt Sasuke's chakra fluctuate. Naruto's eyes widened as Sasuke went through the seals for a familiar jutsu. Naruto sloppily did the same seals, pumping chakra as he did so. Sasuke's eyes widened at Naruto's actions. Both breathed in at the same time before simultaneously releasing the flames of their jutsu. Katan, Gokakyu no Jutsu. The two fireballs met in the middle, battling for dominance before they both contorted and exploded. Fire was everywhere as both genin were flung back and slammed against trees. The explosion died down and both genin stared at each other. When the hell did he learn that ninjutsu? Sasuke thought angrily. Naruto panted slightly. I put a lot of chakra into that technique and it still wasn't enough. Naruto had felt the amount of chakra Sasuke had used and compared to Naruto's it wasn't that much. Sasuke stood up and glared at the Uzumaki. What the hell is going on? The dobe is improving so much. He's even catching up to me. Without another thought, Sasuke focused chakra into his feet and ran at full speed towards his teammate, intending on ending the fight. Naruto quickly noticed and ran through his options. Do what Lee would do, Naruto thought with a grin. Sasuke's eyes widened when Naruto vanished from view again. Where the hell is? His thought was interrupted when he felt Naruto's foot crashing into his jaw and launching him upwards. Sasuke felt his mouth fill with blood as he bit the side of his tongue painfully. Naruto watched as Sasuke fell back to the ground painfully. Wow, that worked really fucking well, thought the blonde as he started to walk towards the Uchiha. Nice team. You're really good. Shut it, Sasuke yelled as he staggered to his feet, his hand at his jaw. Naruto stopped where he was and stared at his raven-haired teammate. What the hell? I was just saying that you're really good and you gave me a run for my money, Naruto yelled back. Glaring, Sasuke turned around and walked back to Tezuna's. Flashback end. Sasuke gritted his teeth before wincing from the effects of Naruto's kick. I need to get stronger, strong enough to beat Naruto, strong enough to kill Itachi. Naruto's words seemed to float to him from the other day at this thought. I was a fool to think Itachi wanted me to kill him. Everyone values their lives. Why the hell would Itachi want me to kill him? He was hindering me. Hatred. Sasuke raised his head and scowled at the table. I need to get stronger. Without a word, he slowly rose to his feet. Where are you going? Kakashi asked politely as he brought his little orange book out. Training, Sasuke replied before slowly walking back outside. Sakura said nothing as Sasuke passed her wordlessly. Naruto unleashed a flurry of strikes against the tree in front of him. Fuck the team. I try to be nice and that's what happens. Fuck that. With every strike against the tree, bark would splinter or shatter, leaving parts of the tree bare. Every time I'm nice to one of those two, it always bites me in the ass. Naruto jumped up and preformed Konoha Senpu. The results would normally please Naruto, but he took no notice of the large indentations in the tree. Naruto continued on with pummeling the tree in front of him, not letting up even though his knuckles were beginning to ache and bleed. It's just like most of Konoha, always labeling me a delinquent or a demon. Naruto jumped back from the tree only for him to charge it again with renewed vigor. Fucking Kyuubi, all it ever does is hinder me. Some Jinchuriki I am. With that final thought, Naruto used a palm strike that shook the entire tree violently. Breathing heavily, Naruto slightly grinned at this point when he finally noticed his results. Focusing chakra can help strengthen my strikes. However, pain shot through Naruto's palm. He turned his hand over and looked at his open hand. His eyebrows shot up when he saw burns covering his palm. Did the chakra actually burn me? He wondered as he flexed his hand only to wince as pain shot through it again. Sighing, Naruto looked up at the sky to see the morning was ending. Better get back so that we can go to the bridge, Naruto said to himself. Gato yelped as Haku gripped his arm tightly. He felt the bones where the boy was gripping him snap loudly. The two samurai behind him went for their swords only to have their blades held to their necks by the young boy. Never lay a hand on Zabuza-sama, or I'll kill you all. The two samurai shivered at the killer intent coming from Haku while Gato backed away slightly before regaining his composure. Just keep me in the loop from now on. I want that bridge builder dead. Haku dropped the two katanas while walking past the three men. Waraji and Zori gathered their blades, glaring at the shinobi, then retreated after their master. Gato grumbled as he walked away from their room. Damn missing Nin, he mumbled as he cradled his now broken arm. I'll make sure that they both die when they've finished their jobs. The two samurai grinned at this, knowing of Gato's plan from the very beginning. What could go wrong? Naruto and Tazuna returned that evening from the bridge, both in high spirits. That was funny when Ichigo Baka nearly dropped the beam onto those clones when he heard about how pissed you were. Naruto roared with laughter as he said this. I know what you mean. I'm glad we've all been getting this work done. It's lifting the mood quite a bit. The two of them sat at the kitchen table eating dinner as Sasuke slept with his head down and Sakura shot confused glares at Naruto, while concerned looks were cast towards Sasuke. It'll be nice when the bridge is finally done though, Tazuna said with a smile. Naruto nodded. However, his smile had vanished. He glanced over at Kakashi, who met eyes with him. Naruto was pretty sure Kakashi could tell what he was thinking, but he wanted to discuss it with his sensei. If Gato isn't taken care of though, he'll try and destroy the bridge, then all this work will have been for nothing. The blonde thought. He had to ask Kakashi if there was a way they could arrest him, or Naruto didn't want to think much on the other option, but he knew that it was there. I'm glad you shinobi agreed to help protect me while this bridge is finished. It's good to have some type of hero here, Tazuna said with a calm smile. Inari's voice cut in suddenly. Why do you even bother trying? You're all just going to die, the young boy yelled. Inari, Tsunami reprimanded. Inari, however, continued. There are no such things as heroes. No matter what, Gato is just going to kill you for doing this. Naruto glared at the child while Sasuke had just woken up and glared at the boy as well. People who believe in heroes are just dumb. That was the breaking point for Naruto as he stood up, his chair falling back with a clatter. Inari glared at the taller boy. So, you're saying that those who believe in the heroes in my village are all dumb? That our heroes aren't just that? They're just a bunch of idiots? Naruto's voice was beginning to rise. Pretty much. Heroes don't exist. Just more idiots, Inari yelled. Naruto clenched his fists and his teeth, trying to gain composure and failing epically. Shut the fuck up, you crybaby. You don't know anything. Kaiza was an idiot to have believed in you at all, Naruto said as a slight amount of killer intent leaked from him. Inari's eyes widened at this, not ever having been so forcefully insulted or even threatened. Then mention of his surrogate father, however, was too much for the boy. The boy's eyes began to well up as he ran upstairs. Naruto, that was uncalled for, Sakura yelled as she stood up as well. Who the hell is Kaiza? She wondered. Sasuke said nothing as he glanced at the pink-haired girl and the blonde-haired boy. The same goes for you, Sakura, Naruto said as he walked out of the kitchen and then the house. Kakashi sighed. Never mind what I thought about them getting along. Tsunami apologized to the remainder of Squad 7 profusely. Kakashi just shrugged and took the apology. That's when Tazuna decided to tell them why Inari felt this way. Starting with how Inari had gained a father, a man named Kaiza, someone who had saved him and the entire village. He had been a hero. Then Kaiza had opposed Gato and was made of an example of and publicly executed. I take it that Naruto already knows? Kakashi asked. It would explain why he mentioned the name Kaiza. Tazuna nodded. I told him a few days ago when he asked why Inari seemed like, and I quote, has a stick shoved up his ass that just won't come out. Kakashi chuckled and Sasuke even smirked at this comment. Tazuna shook his head, a smile gracing his lips. I'll tell you now. Naruto doesn't seem like the sympathetic type. Kakashi nodded. He's had a difficult life. I believe that he thinks Inari should be more grateful with what he has, a mother and a grandfather. Kakashi hesitated before continuing. Naruto has been alone his entire life, just cast aside by the village. He had no friends when growing up and no family to take care of him. Yet, he can have such a positive attitude when he wants to be that way. Tazuna chuckled. I wouldn't have guessed that with how the runt acts. Kakashi shrugged as he stood up. I'll go apologize to Inari for Naruto. I'm sure he feels bad. A bit. Kakashi limped on his crutches past Sasuke, who was deep in thought. Why would Konoha do that? He wondered as he thought of his blonde teammate. Strange. Naruto was back in the forest, holding nothing back as he trained harder than before. Fucking brat. Doesn't realize just how well off he is. Naruto ran through the hand seals for his great fireball technique. Not noticing just how much chakra was in the technique, he let it loose upon the forest, incinerating most things in its path before dispersing. Many trees were still on fire when the jutsu ended, which caused Naruto to grind his teeth in frustration. Focusing and molding chakra in his left hand, he used the mist hanging in the air to provide the water for his Suiton. Hahanryu. Again, he didn't notice just how large of an amount of chakra he had put into the jutsu as he unleashed the jutsu on the trees. While the fire was extinguished, the jutsu also smashed through trees, causing them to buckle and crash to the ground loudly. Naruto cut the flow of chakra and fell to his knees, exhausted and his stomach burning once again. Didn't mean for that to. Naruto couldn't complete his thought as he passed out from the lack of chakra. Haku smiled as he picked herbs in a small clearing as birds twittered happily. A few brave fowls actually landed near the serene boy and tilted their small heads side to side curiously. Haku chuckled as he stood up and continued forward to find a few more necessary things to speed up Zabuza's recovery when he saw a charred and splintered tree on the ground. Raising an eyebrow, he knelt down next to it and inspected it. Ninjutsu, not more than 12 hours ago. He looked up and raised an eyebrow when he saw the boy that had struck Zabuza with that water jutsu that had complicated his recovery, just lying on the ground unaware of the world around him. He passed out from chakra exhaustion, it looks like, concluded Haku as he glanced at the fallen trees. Haku approached slowly, gazing at the unconscious blonde and reached forward slowly. Naruto's eyes snapped open when he felt a hand on his shoulder, gently shaking him awake. Hey, you'll catch a cold if you stay out here much longer. Naruto shook his head as he sat up and stared at the pretty girl that had just shaken him awake. Hi, Naruto said as he yawned slightly. Haku gave Naruto a perplexed look and shook it off as he smiled at the boy. What are you doing out here? Haku asked Naruto. Naruto looked around the clearing and moaned. Training. I'm sure you noticed by the hit I ate that I'm a shinobi. Haku blinked and asked cheekily, Are you a strong shinobi? Naruto was taken aback by the question. A few months ago, he would have declared that he was the best there was and that nobody could stand in his way, but now he was different, more mature. Are you kidding? I'm going to be the best shinobi in my village. I'm going to become the Hokage, Naruto said as he pumped his fist into the air. Haku giggled at this. Well, I suppose a strong shinobi such as you wouldn't mind helping a civilian such as myself pick some medical herbs, would you? Naruto grinned. No problem. Sasuke woke up early, and still Kakashi was downstairs before him, slowly doing push-ups on one finger. 93, 94. Good morning, Sasuke. 95. Sasuke grunted as he walked past the Jonin and out the door for some training. Looks like Naruto got under his skin a bit, Kakashi thought at 98. So why are you picking these things again? Naruto asked as he examined one of the plants that they had been picking for over an hour. Haku stared off for a moment as he thought of when he was rescued by Zabuza. Do you have anyone precious to you? Haku asked suddenly. Naruto blinked. Say again. Do you have a precious person? Haku repeated. Someone you would do anything for? No matter what the consequences are. Naruto thought for a moment, pondering the meaning of the question, not realizing how much of an impact it would have on him for the remainder of his life. As he thought about it, faces began to materialize in Naruto's mind. Ji-san, Irika-sensei, Ichiraka-jiji, I am Chan, Kakashi-sensei, even the team. Naruto smiled as he nodded. Yeah, I do. I would do anything for them no matter the cost. He declared with such power and vigor that Haku was slightly taken aback. Haku smiled as his hair covered his eyes. Then, you really shall become strong, he said quietly as he stood up. Naruto looked confused. Do you have enough herbs, ma'am? Haku's smile turned slightly mischievous. Yes, I do. Thank you, Naruto-kun. I must go now. Haku turned and walked away before stopping for a moment. Oh, and I'm a boy. With that said, Haku continued walking away, leaving a shocked Naruto in his wake. No fucking way. That chick is a dude. He's girlier than Sakura. Sasuke walked past the boy, glancing back at him before looking back at a gaping Naruto. What's wrong with the dobe? 1 week later. Kakashi smiled as he sat at the breakfast table that morning. I take it Naruto is still out training? He asked Sasuke. The raven-haired Uchiha nodded. Well, we better head off now and he can catch up when he's done then, the Jonin said with a smile. Tazuna grumbled again, having grown a bit closer to Naruto with their joking and working together. The blonde had been a huge help with the construction of the bridge, and it was nearly completed. Another 4 or 5 days with Naruto's help, and they would be completely finished with everything. Gado's hold over us will finally be broken, Tazuna thought happily as they walked out of his house and towards the village. Inari watched his grandfather walk towards work with his group of bodyguards. The young boy had finally apologized to Naruto after hearing what Kakashi had told him. Not having any friends or parents there to help the genin grow up had hit a nerve with Inari. He had felt so bad that whenever he saw Naruto, he would try and do something to assist the blonde, although it annoyed Naruto at times and would end up with Naruto walking away rudely. However, Naruto had smiled when Inari had started declaring Naruto as his brother, his Nisan. When his grandfather was gone from view, he went upstairs to wash his hands so that he could assist his mother with the cooking for that night. He didn't see the two figures head towards his house from the forest. Zabuza and Haku sat in a small rowboat beneath the large bridge. Humph, not bad, Zabuza said as he admired the structure. Haku simply nodded as he put the hunter-nin mask on to cover his face. Now then, Haku, let us begin. With that said, he dropped a communicator into the ocean below, not intending on listening to Gado bitch at him any longer. Zabuza ran through a few hand seals. Kirigakure no jutsu. The mist came in quickly, surrounding the small boat as well as the workers on the bridge. Zabuza chuckled. It's time for round 2, Hatake Kakashi. Naruto sat in the clearing meditating. Kakashi had suggested it to him to help sharpen his sensory abilities. He could vaguely sense Kakashi and the others leaving Tazuna's house and head towards the bridge. I'll meet up with them when I'm finished here, thought the blonde as he tried to focus a bit more on distinguishing between each chakra signature. With no luck, he continued meditating, even after their chakra disappeared as they moved too far for him to sense. At least if I concentrate, I can sense far enough to not be surprised. Then, something caught his interest. Who are these two? He wondered as he felt 2 more chakra signatures appear. He paid them only a slight bit attention until he felt that they weren't a threat. From there, he tried clearing his mind, but something seemed to be gnawing at him, something he had overlooked. Then it struck him. They're heading towards Inari and Tsunami. Tsunami continued to struggle as the 2 samurai dragged her out of the house. They had encountered Inari as well, but the woman had threatened to drown herself in her own blood if they harmed him. So they had taken the one prisoner, one very pretty prisoner. I'm going to have a lot of fun with you, my dear, Waraji whispered to her. Tsunami shivered as the man grabbed her ass. Oh God, not this. The men both laughed as they began to lift her skirt when a shrill voice echoed from the entrance of the house. Don't touch my mommy. The samurai sneered. Well, we tried to let him live. Oh well, Zora shrugged dramatically. Inari, run, Tsunami yelled. The young boy, however, did not listen. "Grandfather, Dad, Naruto, I'll be a hero as well." Inari charged at the two samurai as they withdrew their swords. "Punk!" Zoro yelled as he sliced the boy in half. However, the boy vanished a puff of smoke, leaving two halves of a log. "What the hell?" Waraji exclaimed. "Wow, you guys really are stupid drones," a voice said from behind them. The two of them whirled around to find an unconscious Tsunami and Inari, protected by a blonde boy wearing a red and black jacket. "Who the hell do you think you are, kid?" yelled Waraji. "Just the guy who's about to kick your ass," Naruto said before disappeared in a display of speed. The two thugs hit the ground seconds later, knocked out cold. Tazuna and Sakura gasped at the sight that greeted them when they reached the construction site of the bridge. Through the dense mist was a most gruesome sight for them. Bodies littered the ground around them, blood splattered on the concrete. Tazuna saw one of the bodies slowly crawling towards them. He ran to the man and turned him over. "What the hell happened here?" Tazuna asked the injured man. "They came from the mist, just appeared." "Zabuza," Kakashi said simply. As if called, Zabuza's voice floated to them from the dense mist. "Hello again, Hatake Kakashi." Not far from them, Zabuza and Haku materialized from the mist. "So the Hunter Nin was in league with you," Kakashi said. He already knew, but he wanted to hope beyond hope. "Looks like you're short one genin, the blonde, and the brunette he's shaking again. Poor thing." Sasuke grinned. "Go ahead, Sasuke," Kakashi said with a smile as they were suddenly surrounded by 10 Mizu Bunshin. Sasuke disappeared and then reappeared, kunai in each hand as the clones exploded into water. "He's gotten better, Zabuza-sama," Haku commented. "It seems that way," Zabuza growled. Sasuke smirked. "The reason I'm shivering isn't because I'm scared. I'm simply anxious for a rematch." Zabuza chuckled. "The boy is fast." Haku nodded as he stepped forward. "We shall see just how much he has improved." Naruto shook Inari awake, feeling embarrassed that he had been the one to knock him out in the first place. Inari slowly opened his eyes to find a smiling Naruto. "And Naruto?" mumbled Inari. Grinning, the blonde nodded. "Yeah, I guess I got here just in time. Those two are taken care of," he said as he gestured behind him. Standing there were two other Narutos with the two samurai bound and gagged. They both were unconscious and riddled with various bruises. "I broke their arms just in case, but their legs are intact so that you can get someone to walk them to a jail cell or something like that." Inari nodded. "I'm going to wake your mom up then. I have to head to the bridge to help the others out." Inari said nothing as Naruto woke his mother up and explained the situation to her. Standing up when everything was done, Naruto patted Inari on the head and ruffled his hair. "You know, your dad would be proud of what you did today," said the genin. Inari gazed up at Naruto in awe. "He would." "You're not a crybaby, you're growing up," Naruto said with a grin before turning around and running off into the distance. "Good luck, Naruto." Sasuke panted as he went toe-to-toe with the fake Hunter Nin. "He's fast, but I'm faster," thought the Uchiha as he exchanged a few more blows with the other. The two shinobi exchanged a few blows before locking together, kunai against a senbon. Both struggled against each other, neither of them gaining any ground. "All this water from those Mizu Bunshin shall be used for my next technique, while I have your hand occupied." Sasuke raised an eyebrow at this as Kakashi tensed slightly. Haku raised a hand and began forming on-handed seals at a quick rate. "One-handed seals?" Kakashi exclaimed. He glanced at Zabuza, who was watching him carefully for an opening. "I can't do anything to help Sasuke right now." Haku stomped the ground with his left foot. Sensatsu Susho, the water around Haku and Sasuke rose and formed needles that surrounded the two. Haku jumped back, causing Sasuke to pitch forward slightly before recovering. "Focus the chakra into the soles of my feet," Sasuke thought as he tried it. The water needles crashed and exploded where Sasuke was. Haku grinned behind his mask, thinking that he had succeeded until he felt movement behind him. "You may be fast, but I'm faster," came Sasuke's voice. Haku jumped over a sweeping kick from Sasuke, and the two began exchanging taijutsu blows once again. Zabuza raised an eyebrow at the exchange. The boy is as fast as Haku. This should prove to be interesting. Haku, when will you reveal it? Kakashi watched Zabuza intently, reading his expressions and body language. He isn't worried. He seemed surprised by Sasuke's speed, but he's still sure of his partner's success. He must have an ace up his sleeve. Sasuke and Haku backed away from each other for a moment, staring at one another. "I shall admit that you are quite talented, however. I think it's best that I reveal my ultimate technique." Sasuke thought for a moment that the water needles were back, but as Haku ran through a few hand seals, he noticed the temperature in the air drop dramatically. What the hell is this? Sasuke wondered as the water rose around him and formed a dome of ice-made mirrors. What kind of jutsu is this? Sasuke wondered aloud this time as he surveyed the cold mirrors. Makio Hyosho. Haku stepped into one of the mirrors and Sasuke's eyes widened as the image of the Hunter Nin was displayed on every mirror. "This is my Kekkei Genkai, unique only to myself. This is why I am Zabuza's tool," Haku said softly. "Now, prepare yourself," he said forcefully as readied a few senbon needles. Before he knew it, Sasuke felt senbon needles pierce him from every direction. Erg! Kakashi didn't recognize the technique that the Hunter Nin had just used, and he had been tempted to interrupt the brawl between Sasuke and the boy, but he had refrained from doing so. However, Kakashi moved forward when he heard Sasuke's screams of agony, but was intercepted by the former Kiri Jonin. "Don't forget, Kakashi, that I am your opponent today." "Fuck," Kakashi thought. "Sakura, protect Tazuna," he yelled. Suddenly, the mist seemed to thicken and Zabuza disappeared from sight completely. "What's this? The mist is even denser than it was last time," Kakashi mumbled. Zabuza's laughter answered him from the dense fog. "This is the one weakness to your Sharingan Hatake. As long as your eye can't see me, it can't hypnotize me or copy my techniques. No more of your cheap parlor tricks," Zabuza declared with glee. Kakashi huffed at this. "Big flaw there, Zabuza. That means you can't see me either. We're at a stalemate." Again, Zabuza's laughter echoed as Sasuke screamed from further down the bridge. "You forget, Kakashi. I'm a master of silent killing. I know exactly where you are. I don't need sight to find you, much less to kill you." Kakashi swore. "Forgot about that detail. Well, I have my ways as well." Sasuke gritted his teeth as he stood up shakily. "Fuck you." Haku said nothing as he prepared his senbons again. "Then, this is goodbye." Using the mirrors, Haku flew towards Sasuke, intent on ending the theatrics once and for all. Zabuza grinned in the thick mist, his eyes closed and concentrating on Kakashi's position. "How long until your genin is killed by Haku?" he asked Kakashi. It was silent before Kakashi's voice answered. "Sasuke won't go down easily. You see, he's from the Uchiha clan." Zabuza's eyes opened in surprise. "That cursed clan? Well, that's fitting. You see, that ice technique is a Kekkei Genkai, just like the Sharingan." "Is that so?" Kakashi asked blandly, listening intently for any movement. Zabuza chuckled. "None of your genin are a match for Haku, not even your blonde annoyance." Kakashi chuckled at this. "Well, the thing about Naruto is, he's not your ordinary shinobi. I like to refer to him as—" Haku fell to the ground when a strong futon technique slammed into him through the spaces between the mirrors. "Careful, everybody. Uzumaki Naruto, the maverick shinobi, has arrived." There in all of his glory was Naruto, his coat flapping in the slight breeze left behind by his futon, Daitapa. Haku and Sasuke stared at the boy before the latter blew up at the boy. "Great, you idiot! Now we're both trapped in here. Why didn't you stay and attack from outside?" Naruto pretended to clean out his ear. "Sorry. Just thought you may appreciate having your ass saved is all. Sakura heard Naruto's introduction and smiled. Naruto's here. Now that we're all here, we stand a good chance. Tazuna nodded, having seen how a small bit of teamwork had released Kakashi from imprisonment the first time they had encountered Zabuza. We may have hope once again. Sasuke rose unsteadily to his feet. Do you have a plan at the very least? Naruto glared at the Hunter Nin as he stood up. His chakra seems familiar. Naruto shook his head. Sorry, but no. Wait, let's try melting the mirrors. Sasuke actually gaped at Naruto. Why the hell didn't I think of that? Haku stepped backwards, becoming one with his ice mirror again, his image reappearing all around the two Konoha genin. That won't work. Fire cannot even scratch this technique. Sasuke and Naruto, however, were both finishing the seals required. Katan, Gokakyu no Jutsu. The two large fireballs hit two ends of the dome, yet nothing seemed to happen. Haku readied his senbon once again, a new target having joined the fray. I do not enjoy killing, but it may be necessary. Sakura screamed as a slash from Zabuza that was aimed for her was countered by Kakashi. On the downside, Kakashi had to resort to using his own body as a shield and was rewarded with a large gash in his chest. Thankfully for the Kapinin, it wasn't life-threatening and would be a slight hindrance. Zabuza grinned as he felt flecks of blood hit his face as he cut through Kakashi's chest. That was too close. Wasn't it Hatake? Zabuza thought to himself. Once again, he vanished back into the mist. It's nearly time for me to end this all, Kakashi thought to himself as he winced from the pain. He then glanced over in the direction he knew Sasuke and now Naruto were in. Be careful, you two. Naruto had been doing pretty well in dodging and deflecting the hail of senbon that was being sent his way. Occasionally, he would take advantage of the fog around them and use his one water jutsu to send a torrent of water at his opponent. Knowing how to make this fog would really help with this jutsu. It's so much easier to do with all this water in the air, he thought excitedly. He looked over at Sasuke to notice that he was starting to get the hang out it, but he was still getting hit quite a bit by the senbon. Looks like the Hunter Nin is focusing more on me rather than on Sasuke, Naruto thought as he glanced at the mirrors once more. Yet again, the reflections of the boy all prepared more senbon before striking. Naruto deflected and dodged most of them. However, a pained yell from Sasuke distracted him and 6 senbons struck him. 2 in his left leg, 1 in his left arm, 3 in his right thigh. Naruto winced and knelt down on the ground. He tried standing back up but felt a large amount of resistance. Fuck! He struck some pressure points. Can move, but these weights are keeping me down. He looked over at Sasuke and saw the boy glaring at the mirrors. His breathing labored. Naruto gritted his teeth and stood up. I can do this! I can do this! The next wave of senbon was impossible for the blonde to dodge completely, and he earned a few more of the needles in his back and legs. The senbon had done more damage than Naruto had originally assumed, and the weights weren't helping. Sasuke had dodged most of them, a few senbon striking him, barely missing more pressure points. It's getting easier to follow him, Sasuke thought as he glared at the mirrors. Haku, however, felt his heart stop for a split second. Sharingan, he mentally exclaimed. Both of Sasuke's eyes had gone from onyx to red with 2 tomes each. It isn't fully developed, however, but this does present a problem. Haku looked over at the blonde to find that he was kneeling, slightly distracted with his thoughts. So be it. It is necessary, it seems. Sasuke widened his eyes when he noticed what the Hunter Nin was doing. No! Naruto was fumbling with his weights, trying to get one of them off. Sorry, Guy-sensei, but I have to. That's when he sensed movement. He looked up to find Sasuke standing in front of him. Naruto's eye widened when he realized what had just happened. No, 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 no. Sasuke shuddered as he fell backwards, his body looking like a pincushion at this point. Why? Naruto asked. Sasuke chuckled weakly. I didn't. My body moved on its own. Naruto was in shock. Sasuke coughed. I thought that. Kill him, Itachi. Sasuke grimaced in pain for a moment. Just don't die. Dobe. With that, Sasuke's eyes closed and his body went completely limp. Naruto stared, not able to comprehend what had just happened. Haku sighed. Is this your first time losing a comrade? Naruto did not answer. It is a difficult thing to have happen, but we are shinobi, this will happen often. We must kill or be killed. Anything Haku was going to say was cut off by Naruto. Shut up, you bastard, Naruto growled. Haku felt something in the air shift. The temperature seemed to increase, yet his jutsu was still sustained. What is this? He wondered. You killed him. You fucking killed him. Naruto's voice grew darker, and it sent shivers up Haku's spine. I'll fucking kill you. Naruto roared as red chakra surrounded Naruto slowly. Haku felt his heart stop when he saw Naruto's eyes. No longer were they innocent blue, but a fierce crimson, pupils contracted into slits. The small whisker marks on Naruto's cheeks seemed to darken. His nails lengthened to claws. Haku watched as the wind picked up and swirled, just as the red chakra swirled around Naruto. Then, above the blonde boy, the chakra took form. Staring at Haku, a malevolent grin adorning its face was the head of a fox, made of the red chakra. Kakashi sensed it first. Naruto, is the seal breaking? Zabuza was the next to sense it. What the hell is that? This feeling of dread. Is it Kakashi? Kakashi focused, sensing Naruto and the seal. No, it slipped, I think, so Naruto is using it now. Let's just hope it doesn't consume him. Kakashi slipped a scroll out of his pocket and slid a thumb into wound on his chest. Zabuza, you and I are both very busy men. So what do you say to ending this all once and for all? Zabuza chuckled. End it all? What do you have in mind, Kakashi? Kakashi opened the scroll while sliding his blood-soaked thumb along the length of it before it rolled shut. Kakashi ran through a few hand seals before slamming the ground. Kuchios, Doton, Suga no Jutsu. Kakashi looked up as the ground around him rumbled slightly. All right, Zabuza, this is it. As soon as it came, the fox disappeared and the swirling red chakra disappeared back into Naruto. The genin, however, still retained his new features. Haku then noticed that the senbon that had been in Naruto's body and limbs were littering the floor around him. He pushed them out with his chakra. What is this, boy? Haku grabbed a few more senbon and charged Naruto using the mirrors. Haku threw them, aiming at a few vital spots on the boy. What happened next caused Haku's senses to go crazy, warning him to run. Naruto simply roared an unearthly roar. Haku felt the power and chakra behind it as it repelled the needles. I need to get to the next mirror, Haku thought worriedly. The next thing he realized was Naruto's hand gripping his arm. Fast! Naruto drew back a fist as Haku prepared himself for the worst. The next thing Haku realized was that his mask had shattered into tiny pieces and he was flying backwards through one of his mirrors. The jutsu around Naruto collapsed, having disrupted it by breaking one of the mirrors. Haku hit the ground and rolled painfully. Gritting his teeth, he felt blood pouring down his face where shards of the mask had lodged themselves. He slowly rose up to see Naruto charging him, another punch at the ready. I'm sorry, Zabuza-sama. There was a loud crack and Haku winced, yet there was no pain. He looked down to find that Naruto had punched the concrete in front of Haku. Naruto withdrew his hand from the large clean hole he had just created. You, he said with his hair covering his eyes. You're the one from the forest. Haku. Haku nodded. Why did you hesitate to kill me? I just killed your teammate. Naruto gritted his teeth before punching the boy with all his might. Haku hit the ground hard. That punch, it was strong, but it wasn't what it was before, Haku thought. You have the same eyes as I do, Naruto whispered angrily. You're like me. Haku looked up at the blonde, wondering what he meant. Naruto, please, You have defeated me, utterly. I have failed, Zabuza-sama. I have killed your friend. Just, please, kill me. Naruto's eyes widened at this request. Kill you? Why? Why the hell do you want me to kill you? Naruto screamed. I am no longer a useful tool to Zabuza-sama, Haku answered simply. Naruto gritted his teeth. Why the hell are you so loyal to that eyebrow-less freak? Haku smiled sadly. Because he is the only one that accepted me. These words struck Naruto hard. He accepted him. Just like how Irika-sensei accepted me. Haku smiled sadly. Where I come from, Kekii Genkai are not welcome. The people of Mizu no Kuni hates them, looks upon them as if we were but demons. They hunted down those with bloodline abilities, killing them off. My mother was a survivor of this. She took refuge in a little village full of snow where she met my father. My parents were a happy family, and I was part of that family. My father and mother loved each other so much. As they both loved me very much, we lived in that snowy little village as a happy family. However, it did not last. When I was very young, it was discovered that my mother had a Kekii Genkai, and when my father found out about it, he killed her, and then he tried to kill me. Haku's smile was replaced by a sad, haunted look. Naruto's eyes widened. When that happened, my Kekii Genkai manifested, and I killed my father. From there, I ran away, tried to live on the streets, yet that was nearly impossible. Haku's smile returned as he remembered the day he met Zabuza. Then he came, he found me, knew what I was. Zabuza's words echoed through Haku's head. You are my tool. I was wanted, Haku said as tears welled up in his eyes. Your friend, he too had a Kekii Genkai. He may have known about the kind of persecution I am speaking of. Haku slowly stood up. Naruto shook his head at this. He doesn't. In my village, Konohagakure, bloodlines are welcomed, revered nearly. I, however, know exactly how you feel, Naruto said as he rubbed his stomach. Haku smiled solemnly. If only I had been born there. I may not have a Kekii Genkai, but I contain a Biju within my body. Haku's eyes widened at this. A Jinchuriki? Naruto nodded. I'm hated there, unwanted. Many places won't accept my business. The only reason I'm alive was because of the Sandaime Hokage, who passed a law to protect me. The same law that was passed had forbidden anyone who knew of my Jinchuriki status to keep it a secret and never tell anyone who was unaware of it, including my age group. But they still told their children to stay away from me, to hate me. I was alone, all my life. Yet, I found some people that accepted me, both that know and are unaware of what I contain. Haku felt curiosity gnawing at him. What Biju do you contain? He asked, although he had a decent guess from what he saw earlier. The Kyubi no Kitsune, the Yondaime Hokage sacrificed himself and sealed the Biju in a baby boy when it attacked our village years ago. That boy was me. Why did he pick you? What of your parents? Haku asked. Naruto looked Haku in the eye. He didn't know why, but he wanted to tell Haku. He knew the secret wouldn't leave him. He had shared his own past with Naruto. It was only fair. They were just so alike. My father was Namikaze Minato, the Yondaime Hokage and the man that sealed the Biju within me. My mother, Uzumaki Kushina, is dead. Haku raised both eyebrows at this. His own father gave him such a burden, although he had no choice. Please, Haku, don't give up. Just because you think you failed Zabuza doesn't mean that you have. He will probably still want you around. Haku was about to reply when he heard chirping in the distance and a shift in the air. Zabuza-sama. Naruto-kun, I believe you will become a strong shinobi, but I believe this may be goodbye. I am sorry. Naruto's eyes widened when he realized what was happening. He felt the chakra in the distance for a powerful jutsu. He felt a few other chakra signatures pinning Zabuza down. He felt Haku perform 2 jutsu at once, a Shunshin and his mirror jutsu. Naruto knew he was too late as he raced through the mist, but he had to make sure there could be a way. Zabuza's eyes widened as Kakashi charged him. Damn dogs! Zabuza thought wildly as he tried to struggle, yet he was pinned. Kakashi traveled at new speeds, the electricity and chakra in his hand making the strange chirping noise. Then, the noise of tearing flesh rang through the air. Kakashi's eyes widened as well when he saw what he had struck. Both he and Zabuza were stunned, at the sight of a smiling Haku, Kakashi's arm having been rammed through the boy's chest. The dogs disappeared in puffs of smoke, the scroll used in their summoning impaled by senbon needles. Ice mirrors that had materialized last minute around them were slowly melting away. He's already dead, Kakashi realized as Zabuza began talking. Thanks to you, Haku, Kakashi's prediction of my death was once again foiled. Grabbing his large cleaver-like sword, he swung it, intending on cutting through the dead Haku to get to Kakashi. Kakashi jumped back, carrying Haku with him. He landed far enough away from Zabuza to remove his arm from the boy and lay him on the ground. Such loyalty! He closed the blank eyes of Haku and shook his head. Naruto came into view, and from the look on his face, he felt horrified. I'm sorry, Naruto, Kakashi said, quickly figuring out that the two had been talking. Naruto slowly approached Haku and knelt beside him. Haku, he whispered as he touched his face. It's amazing that I found such a fantastic tool in the gutter, Zabuza called out. Naruto felt the heat from the chakra he felt earlier, but ignored it, concentrating on keeping his emotions in check. Kakashi jumped forward, intending on finishing the fight with Zabuza's death. He dodged to the left from a swing of Zabuza's sword. He's getting worn out, Kakashi thought as he withdrew 2 kunai and spun them on his fingers. He ducked underneath a horizontal swing from Zabuza before lodging the kunai into Zabuza's left arm. Growling in pain, he swung his useless arm at Kakashi, who merely dodged and planted a kick in Zabuza's midsection. They were about to continue when they heard clapping. Naruto had come to when he heard the clapping right behind him and jumped away towards Sakura and Tezuna's location. Naruto, you're all right. Where's Sasuke? Sakura asked as she ran towards the blonde boy, leaving Tezuna alone to stare at who had just arrived. Naruto said nothing as the mist began to dissipate, and he noticed the large army of mercenaries behind a short businessman with a cast on his left arm. Bravo, Zabuza, bravo. You truly live up to your reputation of a demon. Zabuza glared at the short man and his army. Gato, what the hell are you doing here? Gato laughed an evil laugh. Oh, this? Well, the truth is that I never intended on paying you. I just wanted all you shinobi to wear yourselves out, and when you were tired enough, just hire an army of bandits to kill you all. Missing nin are never truly missed, and they're so easy to manipulate. Well, Kakashi, it looks like our fight is now over, Zabuza muttered angrily. Kakashi nodded as he relaxed slightly. Looks that way, he mumbled. Naruto wanted to protest that the swordsman was still his enemy, but his attention was focused on the short man at the moment. This man, he's the one who's caused all of this pain. He thought angrily as he fought to keep his emotions in check and to keep the power that was trying to worm itself out at bay. Some demon of the mist, you are, Zabuza. More like a baby demon, if that. Gato walked towards the dead body of Haku and looked down in disgust. Then there's you. You broke my arm. I still owe you for that. With that said, Gato kicked Haku's face. Naruto felt everything snap at that moment. Fucking trash, Gato said loud enough for everyone to hear. The mercenaries behind him laughed haughtily at his actions. This only fueled Naruto's anger. You fucking bastards! Naruto roared as the chakra seemed to explode out of him. Sakura was right next to him and was thrown back through the air and hit the concrete hard, knocking her unconscious. His already damaged jacket was torn off of him, and the remains were caught by the winds and carried away. Naruto felt the red chakra surround him, encasing him in a cloak of sorts. Kakashi felt fear grip his heart as he watched the red chakra surround his genin, taking the shape of a fox, a single tail behind the blonde shinobi. Naruto crouched on all fours as Zabuza felt the same feeling of dread come over him as it had not that long ago. This boy, what the fuck is he? He wondered, eyes wide and fearful. Naruto felt the chakra burning him, giving him strength. He felt another presence within him, stirring, trying to push more of the burning energy into him. No, this is all I need to kill these bastards, Naruto thought to himself, not realizing just what he had thought, what he was planning on doing. The short man, Gato, felt killer intent wash over him as he felt his bladder empty as well. This isn't human, thought the man. Naruto growled slightly as he watched the man retreat behind the mercenaries. Kill them all, yelled a frightened Gato. From the crowd, an arrow flew at Naruto. His eyes flashing malevolently, Naruto felt the chakra urge him forward, practically whispering him what to do to get rid of the projectile. Naruto let out a yell, an unearthly yell that shattered the arrow as it soared towards him. Tazuna slowly backed away from the blonde. Is this more ninjutsu? He wondered fearfully. Kakashi and Zabuza appeared behind Tazuna. It's best to stay out of Naruto's way. I'm not sure if he's still in control, Kakashi said quickly, ready to intercept Naruto if he were to charge them. Tazuna nodded as Zabuza stared at the boy in front of them. Naruto roared again as he slammed his hands into the concrete beneath him. The bridge began to shake slightly before two large arms of red chakra appeared in front of the army of mercenaries. The arms tore through most of their ranks with one swipe, tossing the bodies into the ocean below while the more unfortunate were torn apart. Arms were severed from their bodies. Some torsos were ripped in half. Gato sat at the back of the remainder of his forces, feeling his bowels evacuate. The various thugs and bandits that were still alive and on the bridge decided then and there to make a break for it, not wanting to meet their ends courtesy of a blonde powerhouse. Gato, however, couldn't move. His eyes had locked with the blonde's, and what he saw kept him rooted. Beady black eyes met furious crimson eyes. Demon, he thought as he tried to urge his body to move. However, not matter how much he tried, his body wouldn't respond. The two chakra arms receded back to Naruto as he stood up straight and began walking towards the man. You said that Zabuza wasn't a demon. Well, it sounded as if you were sorely disappointed with that, so let me make it up to you. With the power of one of the strongest demons. Naruto spoke, not truly aware of just what he was saying. What do you mean? Gato finally spoke as his body began to shake. Fear was clawing at the businessman's heart. Every alarm in his body screaming death was approaching. And yet, Gato still couldn't move. Naruto kept his eyes locked as he walked up to the small man and looked down at him. Ever heard of Kyuubi? The boy asked. Gato nodded. Naruto's eyes flashed dangerously. Good. Naruto withdrew a kunai. You can thank him for your end. Naruto drove the knife between Gato's eyes in a flash. The man couldn't even make a noise as his body went limp, eyes still widened in fear. Naruto felt the power begin to fade away before he realized what he had just done. He stared at the body of the dead man in horror, realizing just what he had done. I killed him. Naruto dropped to his knees. I killed him. He kept staring at his first kill. His stomach lurched before he threw up on the dead man. I actually killed him. Yes, you did, came Kakashi's voice. Naruto couldn't react. He was in too much shock at the brutality he had shown. You actually killed a few of them, Naruto. Naruto felt his eyes tear up. Why did I do it? He cried out. Kakashi sighed as he knelt beside his student. We are shinobi, tools. We have to kill, it's our purpose. Naruto felt the tears running down his face. Naruto, I know it's hard, and there isn't much I can say to make it better, but you did the right thing. Naruto felt shame washing over him as he continued to look at the dead body. He would be ashamed, Naruto whispered to himself. Kakashi sighed. He wouldn't, Naruto. Your father killed quite a few shinobi in his time. Naruto looked up at Kakashi. I knew your father as he is the one who taught me. Naruto nodded numbly. Look, it's difficult your first few times, but it will get easier. All I can say is, don't let it bother you too much, but never forget them. Naruto nodded again. I used it, he finally said. I felt the Kyuubi giving me all that power. He tried giving me more, but I could feel what it was doing even though I could barely realize it. Am I becoming more like him? Naruto looked up at Kakashi fearfully. Kakashi shook his head. No, Naruto, you're not a demon. You feel remorse for your actions, even when it was Gato that you killed. He did deserve what he got, and I doubt I would feel anything from killing Gato other than satisfaction. If anyone was a demon, it would be Gato for what he did to this country. Kakashi watched the blonde consider his words before speaking again. Come on, Naruto, we need to get you Sakura and Sasuke back to Tezuna's. You three need to rest. Naruto's eyes widened at Sasuke's name, but before he could tell Kakashi what had happened, he felt his fatigue catch up with him and he fell into blissful unconsciousness. Naruto felt like crap, to put it simply. His entire body ached, as if he had been beaten repeatedly with a large wooden mallet. Then, everything hit him, the memories. Sasuke, Haku, Gato. Naruto opened his eyes and sat up. He was back in Tezuna's house, put in the bedroom he and Sasuke had shared over the past 2 weeks. Naruto felt his stomach twist uncomfortably at the thought of his deceased comrade. Morning, Naruto. Naruto looked over and saw Kakashi sitting in the corner of the room, reading Ika Paradise. I'm sorry, Kakashi-sensei. I tried. I really did, but… Kakashi interrupted the downtrodden genin. Sorry for what? He asked confusedly. Naruto swallowed, trying to keep his emotions in check. For Sasuke. Kakashi blinked. Sasuke? What happened? Naruto gritted his teeth. He's going to make me say it? He should know by now. For Haku killing him, he yelled out. Kakashi stared at Naruto before closing his book with a sigh. Naruto, Sasuke is alive. It took Naruto a moment to fully understand what Kakashi had told Naruto. Wait, he is. Kakashi nodded. It seemed as if your friend Haku couldn't bear killing him, so he just has a certain few points with Senbon needles to put Sasuke in a death-like state, just like with Zabuza. Naruto gaped at his sensei. He's alive. Yes, he's still alive. Naruto grinned triumphantly. Kakashi chuckled. Yes, he is. That is not why I am here, though. Naruto's smile faded as he realized what they were going to talk about. Naruto, I need to ask you, when you accessed Kyuubi's chakra, were you in control? Naruto inhaled slowly as he remembered the fuzzy memories. Yeah, I was. Anything I didn't know how to do, I just instinctively knew how to do. So the chakra-enhanced roar was an instinct, Kakashi thought to himself. Did you talk to the fox at all? Kakashi asked. Naruto shook his head. No, do I have the ability to do that? Kakashi shrugged. Like the Sandaime told you, we don't know much about that specific type of seal. I don't think it was meant to create a Jinchuriki. However, I assume that most Jinchuriki can usually contact their Biju. Naruto nodded. Anything else? The blonde asked his sensei. Kakashi was silent for a moment, analyzing his student. How do you feel about your first kill? Naruto shrugged. I don't really know. I mean, I wanted him dead when I first heard about everything he was doing here, but at the same time, I feel like I've done a horrible thing. Kakashi nodded. Like I said, Naruto, it's not easy to do at first, and with you, I don't think it will be often. However, it was the right thing. You saved thousands of lives by killing Gato. Kakashi continued to stare at Naruto as he spoke. It was really the best thing you could do. Do you happen to remember the others you killed? Naruto shook his head. That seems fuzzy. The chakra kind of knew what my true target was, and it just took care of the rest. Kakashi nodded. Well, try not to take it so badly. Anyways, you need to get out of bed. You've been here for 3 days. Naruto processed the information for a moment before reacting. 3 days? Zabuza stared at the spot where Haku had been buried. I'm sorry, Haku. You were like a son to me. Zabuza sighed as he remembered when he had first met the boy, how he had trained him the moment he had laid eyes on the young orphan. He had taught him everything, used him, and now he felt horrible over everything that had happened to the boy. One day, I would like to see you up there in heaven. However, I don't think I would be allowed in there. You may be able to though, one day. Humph, what do you want, Hataki? Zabuza asked angrily. Kakashi walked towards the grave and offered a quick silent prayer. Nothing other than to pay my respects. Zabuza said nothing as he stared at the mound of earth containing his protege. Haku befriended that Jinchuriki, Naruto. He always did relate to other outcasts. Kakashi chuckled. I think Naruto is the same way. Zabuza sighed as he turned towards the Jonin. That boy, he reminds me of another blonde Konoha shinobi that passed away 13 years ago. Kakashi said nothing, knowing where this was headed. That boy looks a lot like the pictures of one Namikaze Minato, especially with that jacket he was wearing. Kakashi shrugged. Must be a coincidence. Zabuza stared at the Kapinin, searching for answers. I guess it is, mumbled the former Kirinin as he turned back towards the grave. So, where are you heading now? Kakashi asked. Zabuza shrugged. I don't really know. I need to keep on the move to stay off of the Hunter-nin's radar. May simply just travel. Kakashi closed his eye. Well, I have only one request. Do not tell anyone of Naruto or what he contains. Zabuza nodded. I don't think Haku would have appreciated it if I did. I'll keep that information to myself. Thank you, Kakashi said as he turned around. Zabuza said nothing as Kakashi walked away. Haku. Zabuza gripped the hilt of his giant blade. Closing his watering eyes, he swung the sword and impaled the ground with it, marking the grave. Goodbye, Haku. Naruto grinned when he came downstairs and found Sasuke and Sakura sitting at the table together. Sakura looked happy to see Naruto awake and well, which slightly unnerved the blonde. Naruto, thank God you're okay. Sasuke and I were wondering if you would ever wake up. That's why. Sasuke was worried, so she was well, wait, Sasuke? Naruto glanced at Sasuke, who smiled slightly before nodding. Good to see that you're all right, team, Naruto exclaimed happily. Humph, Sasuke said, although a small grin adorned his usually grumpy face. Tazuna wasn't in at the moment, nor was Inari, but Tsunami hugged Naruto the moment she came into the kitchen. Naruto, thank you so much. We heard that you were the one that killed Gato. Naruto felt a chill run up his spine at these words, but he ignored it. Thank you so much, Naruto-kun. You saved our country, she said as she gave him a strong, yet motherly hug. Blushing, Naruto scratched the back of his head. It wasn't just me. Sasuke and Sakura were there, and so was Kakashi-sensei. Tsunami smiled at the blonde as she sat him down at the table and ran around the kitchen, gathering up food for the boy. Well, none of them were passed out for 3 days straight. I think you deserve to get some food in your system. Naruto grinned. Wonder if I ask nicely enough if she'd make me some ramen? Tazuna nodded as he watched Zabuza walk into the forest of Nami no Kuni. You sure it's okay to just let him go? The old man asked Kakashi. The silver-haired Jonin shrugged. I don't really know. But we are no longer enemies and he has just suffered a loss. Let's leave him be. Tazuna nodded. I have to say, these past few days have been strange. Learning of Jinchuriki and Biju. Kakashi nodded. Like I said, don't tell anyone of this. The only reason I told you was because you were there when it happened and Zabuza inquired about if Naruto was indeed a Jinchuriki. It's an S-class secret back in Konohagakure, so if you do breach it and it gets out, there is a slight chance that you will be killed for it. Tazuna gulped. Isn't that a bit extensive? Kakashi nodded. A bit. However, it would be the Foundation that would send its forces after you. They are outside of the Hokage's reach and are under a different authority. I would be careful with that information. Tazuna nodded. So Naruto is the pariah in his own village, because their leader sealed a demon in him at birth to save them all. Some people have all the luck while others have none, he thought sadly. He looked out at the bridge that was getting a few last-minute touches. The damage from Naruto is fixed now at least, and the bridge is pretty much finished. Now all I need is a name for it. Naruto had enjoyed the last few days in Nami no Kuni. He had gone back to the charred clearing for some more training and found that he had actually gotten a bit stronger. He had upped his weights once more and was focusing on mastering his futon, Daitapa, his water jutsu, and his two fire jutsu. Sasuke had occasionally watched Naruto training, but Naruto had stopped as he had found out about Sasuke's Sharingan. Sakura was at least being decent towards the blonde genin now, but was still hounding Sasuke constantly, and whenever she could, she would throw and occasionally glare at Naruto when he interrupted her. Finally, Squad 7 was leaving Nami no Kuni. As they said their final goodbyes to Tazuna and his family, the people of the country had come to say their farewells. Thank you. We love you. Come back soon. You're all heroes. Naruto grinned at a sobbing Inari. Why, you don't have to leave, you know, Inari said through tears. Naruto patted the boy on the head. Sorry, Inari, but I've got to head home. Life as a shinobi and all. Inari sniffed as he hugged Naruto. Come back soon then, he cried. Naruto hugged back. I'll try. Naruto shook Tazuna's hand and was kissed on the forehead by Tsunami. Sasuke received the same gestures while Sakura received a hug instead of a kiss from Tsunami. Kakashi had nonchalantly waved at the family before pulling out his usual book and began walking forward. As the Konoha shinobi walked along the bridge, people began wondering, what are we going to call the bridge? Kakashi is so cool. Let's name it after him. A few people suggested, while a few girls suggested on naming it after Sasuke. A few people even suggested on naming it Haku, after the one pure soul that had died there. Tazuna, however, had something different in mind. Naruto, the Great Naruto Bridge. Inari grinned at the name while Tsunami raised an eyebrow at this. Father, are you sure about that? She liked the name, but she knew that Tazuna had taken a particular liking to the boy for his spunk and fun attitude. He changed Inari, he killed Gato, and he freed this country. It's fitting. Naruto is determined on becoming Hokage, and I'm sure that he will do just that. He changed us all, and he will change his own village. I'm sure of it. Yes, Tsunami, I'm sure. Chapter 6. The Crossing of Paths. Naruto yawned as they walked along the main street of Konohagakure. It had taken half the time to get back to Konoha without having to walk beside Tazuna. He glanced over at his two other teammates to find that they looked just as haggard as he felt. Well then, you guys, I think I can handle the mission report, Kakashi said as he glanced up at the sky. What say we just call it a day? He asked as he looked down at his three genin. Naruto grinned. Sounds like a plan to me. Sasuke nodded in agreement while Sakura also vocalized her agreement. Well then, I'll just see you all tomorrow at the usual spot. Kakashi then vanished in his signature plume of smoke. Naruto yawned yet again before waving goodbye to his squad mates. See you. He mumbled tiredly as he walked in the direction of his house. Sasuke nodded to his blonde team mate as he turned and walked towards his own humble abode. Sakura sighed as she watched her squad dissipate without hesitation. Are the other squads like this? She wondered. Naruto entered his apartment to find it just as he had left it. That's good. Fewer vandals lately, he thought to himself as he kicked off his shoes before sitting down and taking his weights off as well. Well, that was definitely an interesting mission to say the least. He lay on his bed, staring up at the ceiling. He closed his eyes, waiting for sleep to take him when it happened again. Gato's face flashed before his eyes, as if someone had plastered his picture on the inside of his eyelids. The horrified expression that Gato wore on his face as Naruto had executed him. Naruto sat up quickly, his eyes snapping open in the process. It had been like this since he had killed him, haunting him whenever he closed his eyes or let his thoughts wander. Damn it, Why can't he just leave me alone? He muttered to himself. He looked out his window to see the nearing the horizon. I may as well get some air, I guess. Leaving his weights behind, he put his sandals on before racing across the rooftops, intent on getting to the Hokage monument before sunset. It didn't take him long with the weights back in his apartment. He wandered from head to head, considering which one to sit on today. In the end, he chose the 9-dame Hokage. He sat down in the lotus position as he watched the village go about its end-of-day business. He spotted a few people he vaguely knew heading home from missions or shopping, but of course none of them spotted the blonde shinobi watching them all. He sighed as the sun finally began its descent and the shadows began to grow. Then he sensed someone nearby, close, someone he didn't know. Naruto rocketed into the air, withdrawing kunai from his holster and with aim he had not possessed before, went for the kill. However, whomever he had been aiming at had disappeared the moment Naruto had sprung into action. Naruto made the cross seal for his Kage Bunshin when the wind picked up and pushed him down to the ground. Naruto gritted his teeth as he landed and his knees buckled slightly. What the hell? Who the fuck is this guy? Naruto spun around, another kunai in his hand when it seemed to be knocked out of his hand. This guy's so fast I can't even see him, Naruto thought to himself. Naruto ran through a set of hand seals when the wind seemed to punch him in the gut. Naruto was carried backwards by the force of the futon jutsu that had just been used and fell onto his back. Then a cane hit the ground next to his head. So, you are Uzumaki Naruto. I thought you would be better. Naruto looked up at the owner of the voice and cane to find a man with bandages covering part of his face. Who the hell are you? Naruto spat. My name? You may call me Danzo. Naruto glared at the man. What do you want? He asked. Danzo took a few steps back, allowing Naruto to get to his feet. I was curious as to see how you were progressing. Naruto grit his teeth. Well, isn't that nice, but why should I trust what you have to say? I don't even see a Konoha Hitai 8 on you anywhere. Danzo brushed some dirt off of his sleeve. I do not need a headband. I am well known among important individuals within of our fine village. Naruto narrowed his eyes. Why would an important individual, like you, even want to see how I was progressing? Danzo opened his one eye and stared directly at the boy. We both know what you are, Uzumaki. I was simply curious how you measured up to your father. Naruto felt his heart skip a beat. I thought no one else knew. To Danzo's surprise, Naruto sprung into action faster than he could have anticipated. Naruto pushed himself harder than he had before and sent the older man flying with a well-placed right hook. I don't know if this guy is a Konoha shinobi, but I don't trust him. Something about him is off. He thought as he sent a barrage of shuriken at the man. Naruto used his superior speed to get into Danzo's blind spot. Naruto launched himself at Danzo, using his unique taijutsu with the aid of two other clones. The first clone went for a leg sweep, which Danzo knocked away with his cane, using strength and agility that unnerved Naruto. The second clone tore through the first clone and aimed for Danzo's solar plexus. However, Danzo sped through hand seals faster than Naruto could trace, and the next thing the clone and the original Naruto knew, wind was blowing them backwards. The clone dissipated upon the activation of the jutsu, while Naruto was hurled off the side of the Hokage monument. Naruto grunted as he made the cross sign again. Clones appeared around Naruto. The original used the various clones as either stepping stones or for the clones to hurl him closer to the enemy. This is bad. I don't know how to fight in midair, Naruto thought as he was tossed by one more clone before landing on the ground before Danzo. I will say this, you surprised me with your speed. However, I now realize just what you are capable of. Naruto stood up tall and glared at the man. How do you know who my father is? The Uzumaki asked angrily. Nobody other than the Hokage and a few others should be privy to that information. Danzo continued to glare. Knowing secrets is part of a shinobi's trade, young Uzumaki, whether it concerns an enemy or an ally. Naruto scoffed. But that information is top secret. Indeed it is, but I've known of your lineage since your father saw fit to seal the Kyubi no Kitsune within you. Naruto threw a kunai once more which Danzo skillfully caught. You should know by now that it's useless to attack me. Naruto grinned. I disagree. Suddenly, the kunai in Danzo's hand exploded. Naruto watched as the smoke slowly cleared to find that Danzo had been unaffected. I told you it's useless. Naruto ground his teeth in frustration. This guy is really good. I definitely don't stand a chance. He seems stronger than Kakashi even. Naruto thought as he looked behind him at the village. So what else did you want? Naruto asked, looking back at Danzo. Danzo chuckled. Nothing else, Uzumaki. Or should I call you Namikaze? Naruto glared. I'm not sure whether you're trying to rile me up or not, but if you are, it's working. Danzo frowned. I'm being serious, boy. Then again, I suppose you haven't earned the right to call yourself a Namikaze. Naruto turned around and looked down at the village. You were so cautious of me being an enemy earlier, yet you turn your back on me now. Very unwise, Danzo said as he took a step closer to Naruto. If you truly are a Konoha shinobi, then you wouldn't dare attack me, Naruto said, as if it were as simple as that. For a genin, you are wise, much wiser than you were in the academy. I know that a high-ranking shinobi wouldn't simply check in on a genin, regardless of who his father was. What do you want? Naruto asked, getting sick of asking so many times. Danzo walked up next to him, looking down at the village as the sky grew darker and darker. I know of your dream to become Hokage. If you are serious about that dream, you will eventually need to out yourself as both a Jinchuriki and a Namikaze. If that day comes, I will assist you. But you'll want something in return. Am I right? Naruto asked before Danzo could continue. I will not lie to you, Namikaze. I will be required to ask for your assistance when the time comes. Danzo turned heel and began to walk away. If you want my assistance, that is. He stood there, waiting for Naruto's answer. If the time comes, I'll take it under consideration, Naruto finally said. Danzo grinned before disappearing in a shunshin. Naruto shook his head. I go out to clear my head and some freak decides to test me. Why is this village full of freaks? He wondered as he left the monument. So Kakashi, what do you intend to do about Naruto? Asked the Sandaime Hokage. Kakashi sighed as he rubbed the back of his head. He had just given his report to the Hokage, including all the details he knew about Naruto accessing the Kyubi's chakra. Well, all I can say is continue to train him so that he isn't overcome by the demon's influence, he said as he stared out the window and watched the sun set. Are you sure you can handle this, Kakashi? I know that you are quite drawn to training young Sasuke. Training Naruto will be much more difficult for you. It's true that training Sasuke would be much easier as he has a knack for learning ninjutsu quickly and efficiently. Plus, now that he has awakened his Sharingan, training him will be that much easier. I'll be fine with Naruto, Kakashi said, taking a seat across the Hokage. What of Haruno Sakura? You cannot neglect her training, Kakashi. She is a part of your team, and a team is only as strong as its weakest link, stated the Hokage as he pulled out dossiers of the team. I'm not saying she is a lost cause, but so far I haven't been able to motivate her with our training exercises. One way may be to show her the harsh truth. I know Naruto has been giving her a lot of tough love, Kakashi said, unable to find words that described Naruto's erratic emotions. So I've heard. I do encourage you to try this approach, but change your regime if it doesn't work out. Kakashi nodded. Yes, sir. Naruto awoke with a start the next morning, having seen Gato again. Why can't I stop obsessing over it? I'm a shinobi, we kill, he thought to himself. He looked out his window to see the sun rising to the east. I may as well go see if Lee and Gai-sensei are out training today. Without wasting any time, Naruto gathered his training gear and donned it all. He jumped out the window and into the street. He winced slightly as he landed and his knees buckled slightly. At least I'm not breaking anything anymore, he breathed. He then took off down the street at a decent pace as to not tire himself in case they were training today. While running, he caught sight of Aburame Shino, who nodded to him. "Ha! Haven't seen him around much," Naruto thought as he nodded back. He quickly reached the training grounds where he would meet Gai-sensei and Rock Lee. He scanned the area and saw nothing. "That's weird. I thought maybe they'd be here. Guess they're off on a mission or something." Naruto turned to leave when he heard the whistling of a kunai. The blonde genin jumped out of the way as the kunai embedded itself where his foot had been just a moment ago. Naruto looked at the attacker to find a girl that seemed to be his age. Hi," Naruto waved. The girl looked confused. Naruto looked her up and down, wondering who this could be. She was wearing a pink Chinese-style top, shinobi pants, and sandals. Her hair was done up in 2 buns, reminding Naruto of cinnamon buns. "Who are you?" the girl asked as she tossed a kunai in the air before catching it. Just because she didn't know doesn't mean she had to attack me, Naruto thought, an irritated expression on his face. "The name's Uzumaki Naruto. Who are you?" he asked, taking a step forward. "Tenten and I would prefer if you stayed where you are," she said, gripping the kunai and taking a step back. "Mind telling me what you're doing over here?" Naruto sighed. "I was looking for a kid named Rock Lee. He's got a bowl cut and wears a green leotard." Tenten raised an eyebrow. "Lee? What do you want with him?" "You know him?" Naruto asked. "Yeah, he's one of my teammates," Tenten said. "Meaning, Guy is your sensei?" he asked again. Tenten nodded. "What do you want with Lee, though?" Naruto grinned. "Oh, I just wanted to train with him was all. I've been training with them every morning for a while." Then it hit Tenten. "Wait, I remember them telling Niji and I about that. I completely forgot your name. I'm so sorry. If I had known, I wouldn't have thrown that kunai after you." Tenten stowed the kunai in its holster before approaching Naruto and offering him a hand. "It's good to meet someone who can keep up with Gai-sensei and Lee," she said with a smile. "It's good to meet one of Lee's teammates finally," he said as he took the hand and shook it. "So, from what Lee told me, you know Goken?" Tenten asked. Naruto nodded. "For the most part, Gai-sensei is helping me tweak it to fit my personality and my jutsu." Tenten smiled. "That means you're wearing weights, right?" she asked. Yeah, that's right. Why?" he asked curiously. Tenten grinned. "I say when Lee arrives, we try a sparring match, all 3 of us." Naruto sped through the forest, panting heavily. "Why the hell did I agree to this?" he wondered as he dodged a hail of shuriken. Leaping up, he grabbed a branch and swung around and began tree jumping in the opposite direction. He pulled out a kunai and used it to block a second barrage of throwing stars. "She's really good. If I slip up, I'll be like one of those training dummies used for target practice." He jumped down only to find himself dodging strikes from a green blur. "Fuck!" he screamed mentally. He lashed out with a kick only to have it caught and him thrown into the path of an oncoming kunai. The blade pierced Naruto's chest, only to have the blonde burst into smoke. The real Naruto leapt from the trees above with speed nearly equal to Lee's. Now simply a blur to Tenten, Naruto aimed for Lee. "Gotta get him first." Suddenly, the blur seemed to turn into 2 blurs, both heading towards Lee. "So this is the difference between Lee's Goken and Naruto's," Tenten thought as she watched for an opening. The 2 Narutos fought vigorously against Lee, but none of their strikes were landing. "Impressive, Naruto-kun," Lee yelled as he jumped up and backwards over the Naruto clone and avoiding a roundhouse kick from the original. "You have gotten faster without your weights on. However, you are not the only one who has been training," Lee announced. Then, Naruto's jaw dropped when Lee seemed to disappear. "Move!" his mind screamed. Naruto took a step back, lessening the blow that quickly followed. Naruto was flung backwards and slammed into a tree. Before he had time to recover, he had to dive to the left as Tenten used this as an opportunity. Naruto winced as one kunai nicked his shoulder. "Just a scratch," Naruto thought as he jumped out of the way off a powerful kick from Lee which shattered the ground it connected with. Guess I'll have to use everything I've got, Naruto said as he pushed himself to keep up with Lee's speed. The two shinobi clashed, landing only small blows. Lee, however, had an advantage with his superior speed, and was therefore able to land more blows than Naruto could. Lee smirked. I shall win this match with Naruto-kun. He then began to drive Naruto back, using a variety of different moves he had learned recently to throw an opponent off their game. Naruto was able to just keep from being outclassed and continued to either avoid or block the major strikes. Then, Lee saw an opening. Lee lashed out with an open palm strike to Naruto's knee, causing him to fall to the ground and cry out in pain. Lee was about to deal the finishing blow when he saw Naruto's smirk. I win, the blonde said. Lee looked down at Naruto's palm. Ninjutsu, he realized. Lee was lifted off of his feet by the power of Naruto's Suiton, Hahanryu Jutsu that he had come to depend on lately. Smirking, Naruto stood up. You nearly had me, but if we keep this up, I will lose Lee. The green-clad genin stood up, nearly unfazed. Another time, I suppose, Naruto-kun. You, like myself, are a genius at hard work. You can conquer anything. Naruto nodded. I don't think he was even going all out. I need to up my training if I plan on beating him or Sasuke. Tenten jumped down and walked over to the two of them as Guy also seemed to appear out of thin air. Fantastic sparring session. All three of you. The flames of youth burn brightly within you. He went through his usual routine of posing, his arm extended, thumb up, and the glimmer in his eyes and teeth. Amazing how he can do that so often, Naruto and Tenten thought at the same moment. Lee, however, had joined his teacher and had struck the exact same pose. Naruto walked over to Guy, whom had his weights and had placed them on the ground next to him when he had arrived. Thanks again for everything. I should get going so that I get there before Kakashi-sensei. This piqued Tenten's growing interest in Uzumaki. Kakashi? As in Hatake Kakashi? She asked the blonde. Naruto nodded as he strapped his leg weights on and began putting his arm weights on as well. Yeah, the thing that bugs me about him is how late he always is, he said as he finished with his weights. He did a slight hop to test how they felt. Seems fine to me. Tenten looked over at Guy, then at Naruto. Interesting. So Guy-sensei is teaching a student of his rival Kakashi, she thought as she began fiddling with a shuriken in her pocket. Naruto stretched before glancing around. So do you guys have anything going on tomorrow morning? Or are we all up for another training regime? Guy glanced at his two students. I apologize, Naruto, but our time with you shall be less frequently for the next few months. The Chunin exams are coming up, and we must prepare for them as a squad, as I am sure Kakashi will do for his own. Naruto laughed. Okay, but I doubt that Kakashi will actually train us, and if he does, I doubt he'll have his nose out of that orange book. Guy sighed at this. It is most unyouthful of Kakashi to read that when he should be advising his students. Alas, he will not listen to me. Anyways, we must be off, Naruto-kun. Hopefully you two shall be entered into the competition. Naruto nodded and turned. Hopefully, he said with a wave. It was nice meeting you, Tenten. We should spar again sometime. Tenten simply grinned. Kakashi looked over his three students. As usual with these sessions, Naruto seemed tired already, indicating that he had been training with Guy and his student. Well then, even though we did a good job with our ranked mission, we will be doing a few more D-ranked missions today as well as a training session. Sasuke and Naruto, who had both been staring off, snapped to attention when Kakashi had said, training session. Why the sudden change in regime? Naruto asked. After seeing all of your strengths and weaknesses in the last mission, I've come up with a regime that I think will do wonders for you careers, as Shinobi, Kakashi said as he flipped to a page in his ever-present Ika Paradise. Bull. It's about the exams, I bet, thought Naruto with a sneer. So what will we be doing first? Sakura asked. Kakashi smiled. Naruto and Sasuke had been keeping up a good pace for the past 2 hours of training. First, Kakashi had them run a few laps around the training field for a warm-up. He then had them spar one another. Sasuke and Sakura were paired while Naruto fought Kakashi. Kakashi had been pleasantly surprised to find very few openings as Naruto fought. Of course, none of the blows had actually made contact, but the boy had gotten an A for effort. The spar between Sasuke and Sakura had been pathetic in Kakashi's opinion. Sakura seemed to be torn between fear and obsession. She was obsessed with Sasuke and would not actually fight properly. She was afraid of what Sasuke was capable of and constantly kept backtracking. Sasuke, of course, didn't deem Sakura much of a sparring partner when this started up, which didn't seem to help his mood. Next time, maybe Sakura should either spar me or Naruto, Kakashi thought to himself tiredly. Then basic exercise came around. Push-ups, sit-ups, squat thrust, the whole shebang. Then it was back to jogging. Then came water walking. It was the next step in chakra control for Sasuke and Sakura. Naruto had already learnt it but had insisted that he do it as well, stating that he needed to practice it. By that time, Sakura was completely worn out. Now, they were practicing kunai throwing. Their targets were various kage bunshin provided by Naruto and Kakashi, disguised as many things and moving at different speeds. Sakura had gotten sloppy with her fatigue, while Naruto seemed to be having some trouble courtesy of both his earlier spar and how much effort he had to put into the training thanks to his weights. Finally, Kakashi called for them to stop. "Well, I think that covers training for today," he said as Sakura and Naruto sighed in relief. "Now it's time for a mission," Kakashi said in a sickeningly sweet voice. "So what's today's mission?" Naruto asked gloomily. "Well, it seems that we have some type of thief wandering the city at night. Normally, we'd let the police division handle this, but they haven't come up with too much. The Hokage has this classed as a C-ranked mission." The genin all nodded in acknowledgement. "So we're to pick this guy up?" Naruto asked. Kakashi shook his head. "No, we need to find out who else he is working with. We know he's not a shinobi from what he's taking, but there's no sign of forced entry, and mind you, that all of the places robbed so far have been shinobi residencies. So that means that he may have an accomplice?" Sasuke asked. Kakashi nodded. "So, in that case, I want you all to get your supplies together. We may or may not have a fight on our hands." The three genin nodded. "All right. Meet me back here in 2 hours with all of your supplies," Kakashi ordered. Before the other genin could reply, he continued. "However, Sakura, I need to speak with you quickly." The two males of the squad looked over at Sakura. Wonder what Kakashi wants to talk to her about. Naruto wondered through squinted eyes. Whatever, Sasuke thought as he turned around and walked. Naruto followed, shrugging away his curiosity for the moment. Kakashi beckoned for Sakura to follow him. "I didn't do anything, did I?" Sakura wondered. "Shinaro, he better not try anything." Kakashi had Sakura follow him through a few crowded streets without speaking a word, and Sakura could not see any type of expression on his face other than boredom. Finally, they stopped in front of a restaurant. "Do you like this place by any chance?" Kakashi asked as he looked back at Sakura. "That's all he had to ask me?" She wondered in amazement. "Shinaro, this was a waste of time." I guess," she said. Kakashi sighed. "Well, follow me then." He went inside the small restaurant and Sakura followed. "I'm not getting kicked off the squad, am I? I can't be away from Sasuke-kun. I'll gladly endure Naruto Baka if it means time with Sasuke." Her teacher found a booth and sat in it, motioning for Sakura to sit across from him. Sakura sat down, feeling slightly uncomfortable. The waiter swooped down on them. "What will it be today?" he asked politely. "2 bowls of miso soup, please," Kakashi requested. The waiter nodded. "Anything to drink?" "Green tea," Sakura asked. The waiter looked at Kakashi. "Water is fine," he said simply. The waiter wandered off to deliver the order. Kakashi-sensei, why are we here, and why aren't Naruto or Sasuke?" Kakashi scratched the back of his head. "I really didn't want to have this conversation, but the more I thought about it, the less likely I thought it would all just work out," Kakashi mumbled. Conversation? What happened? Please don't kick me off the team. Sakura screamed mentally. Her inner self seemed quiet at this moment. Well, Sakura, let me ask you a question. Other than today and in Nami no Kuni, have you trained at all since you graduated from the academy? Kakashi asked, looking her straight in the eye. Sakura was taken aback by the question. Not really. I mean, we've been busy with missions and all, I just focus on those, Sakura stammered. Kakashi shook his head at this answer. That's not a very valid excuse, Sakura. Naruto and Sasuke both have the same duties as you, and they both find plenty of time to train vigorously. They've both improved since I first gave the three of you the bell test. Sakura gulped, knowing what was coming. She did not enjoy being chewed out. Sakura, the only thing that's improved with you is your willingness to work with your teammates. Sakura hung her head. Sensei, Kakashi held his hand up. Sakura, if you truly want to become a successful kunoichi, you're going to have to start working harder. I understand that your grades in the academy were superb, but this isn't a simulation or test. This is real life. Knowledge can only get you so far as a shinobi, just as strength will only get you so far. The same thing goes for skill. Sakura bit her lip. Sakura, all I am saying is that you need to start training on your own and not rely on me and my training. Sasuke and Naruto already know this. Sakura nodded. I'm sorry, Sensei. Kakashi shrugged. For now, let us enjoy our food. As he finished saying this, 2 bowls of miso soup were placed in front of both Kakashi and Sakura. 2 bowls of miso soup, green tea for the lady, and water for you, sir, the waiter said as he placed the items in front of them. Thank you, Kakashi said, a smile on his half-hidden face. If you need anything else, please feel free to ask, the waiter said as he left. Sakura stared at her blurry reflection in the bowl of soup. Eat up before we head out, you'll need your energy, Kakashi said. Sakura looked up to see that his bowl was already empty. She then looked at his face, only to see that his mask was still on. How does he do that? She wondered. Naruto and Sasuke walked along, side by side. So what do you think Kakashi-sensei wanted to talk to Sakura about? Naruto asked Sasuke, his hands behind his head as he walked. Hopefully he's asking her to get her act together, Sasuke said, hands in his pockets as usual. Naruto sniggered. I dunno. I don't see Kakashi-sensei actually acting like a sensei for once. Sasuke said nothing, but his mouth did twitch slightly. Not that Sakura would listen to him. She'd just say that her love for you would be enough or some bullshit like that, Naruto snorted. Sasuke sighed. Probably. Naruto looked over at his teammate. You know, I don't really know a ton about you. Sasuke looked over at him. Are you just realizing this? Naruto smiled his wide smile. Nah, just vocalizing it. I mean, we're teammates now. We should know more about each other. Sasuke rolled his eyes. I know enough about you. You're an idiot with an affinity for ramen. Naruto stuck his tongue out at Sasuke. Well, you're an antisocial jerk who's constantly stalked by either Ino or Sakura. Sasuke chuckled. This is the most we've said to each other, he said. Naruto raised an eyebrow. Never thought you'd make an observation like that. Sasuke shrugged. So, how long have you been wearing weights? He asked the blonde genin. Naruto grinned. When did you notice? Back in Nami no Kuni when you showed me how to do the tree climbing exercise. The landing you performed from jumping off that tree left a deep impact in the ground. Again, I noticed an extreme weight change from the academy when you and I sparred again on that mission. Naruto was surprised. Wow, even before your eyes got even more retarded you could perceive all of that. Nice. Sasuke glared at Naruto for the retarded eyes comment. Naruto continued to grin, knowing that he had gotten the reaction he had aimed for. Look, I'm going to go grab my things and meet up with you later, Naruto said as he waved before jumping up onto a building and taking across the rooftops. Sasuke continued to walk at his own leisurely pace. Sakura left the restaurant in deep thought. This is the second time he's brought that up, but he went into more detail this time. Sakura sighed, feeling a weight in her stomach. He's right, Sasuke and Naruto have been getting stronger, but I haven't really progressed at all. Her inner persona had nothing to say at this time. She rounded a corner when she heard her name being called. Forehead. Earth to forehead, Ino said next to her. Huh? Oh, Ino, Sakura said quietly. Ino looked at her one-time friend in confusion. Hey, you alright there, Sakura? She asked. Sakura was silent for a moment. It's none of your business, Ino pig. Ino grinned. Did Sasuke tell you to back off finally? I guess he realized who the prettier of the two of us is. Sakura laughed at this. From what I remember, you've never gone a 3-week-long trip with him. Ino rolled her eyes. Oh, please, forehead. I know it was a mission, otherwise you would have hunted me down to smother it in my face. Besides, Naruto was there as well. Couldn't have been that great, could it? Sakura frowned when Naruto was mentioned. That bad, eh? Ino commented snidely. That's not it, Ino, Sakura said as she remembered what Naruto had to do on the mission. She wasn't conscious for it, but Kakashi had informed her and Sasuke of what had happened. She didn't really remember how she had ended up knocked out, but she did remember how Naruto had acted when he had come to. She heard him groaning in his sleep, the nightmares that were plaguing him. She had heard him wake up in the middle of the night with a start and not going back to sleep. She had even spied on him and Kakashi talking about how he was coping with it. It wasn't well. Something happened on the mission, Sakura said solemnly. Ino raised an eyebrow. What happened? One of us had to kill someone, she whispered. Ino stared at Sakura. It couldn't be that hard. I mean, we're shinobi, we're trained to kill. So Sasuke finally did it. He's the first out of the 9 graduates to do that, Ino said, assuming that her precious Sasuke-kun had done it. Sakura shook her head. No, it wasn't Sasuke. It was Naruto. Ino's jaw dropped. Who was it? Some weak old man. Sakura gritted her teeth. He killed more than once, Ino. What's the big deal? We're shinobi. We're supposed to kill, right? Ino asked as they both halted and stood in the deserted street, only a few people walking by. That's what I thought, Ino, but I guess it gets to you more than it ought to. He's suffering, Sakura said. Are you actually worried about Naruto? Ino asked. A little, but I'm more worried about when I have to finally do it. Ino raised an eyebrow. I heard Naruto talking to Kakashi-sensei about the aftermath of it all. Apparently he's been having nightmares of the people he had killed. He told him that he couldn't stop thinking about the blood on his hands and that they were people just like him, Sakura said shakily. Don't you think he's being a bit overdramatic about this? I mean, it's Naruto after all, Ino said. Sakura nodded. That's what I thought too. But then Kakashi told him that that's normal, that taking a life isn't something that will ever come easily. Apparently Kakashi had a rough time after his first kill. Ino looked down for a second. I don't know. Maybe it's just not a big deal to me because I haven't been exposed to it yet. Just seems a little silly to me. Sakura sighed. Maybe you're right, Ino pig. Ino grinned. Of course I'm right, forehead. Ino watched as Sakura strode away, heading home for a mission that Squad 7 had just received. So Uzumaki was the first one to take a life. That was a surprise. I would have thought for sure that it would have been Sasuke-kun. Ino looked to the sky. I wonder if we're all changing, Naruto included. Suddenly she had an image of the orange-clad idiot that would constantly pull pranks in class. I doubt that. Kakashi watched as the front door opened. Hello, Naruto, he greeted from behind his book. Ah! Naruto screamed as he jumped backwards in surprise. Kakashi-sensei, what the hell are you doing in my apartment? Yelled Naruto. Kakashi snapped his book closed. For one, I'm here to tell you to leave your weights here for this mission. Naruto glanced down at his legs, then back up to Kakashi. Why? I thought this was only a C-ranked mission, Naruto said, before walking into his apartment and closing the door behind him. It is, but I'd rather you keep them off in case we need to chase after somebody, Kakashi said from the couch. Naruto shrugged. Could I just reduce the weight in them so that I can keep up with you and Sasuke? Kakashi stood up. If you can keep up, then that's fine, but don't keep them too heavy. Naruto nodded. Don't worry. After the last mission, I tinkered around with these weights so that I can easily take them off in the middle of a fight. Kakashi seemed intrigued. What happened during the last mission with your weights? He asked. Well, when Sasuke and I were fighting Haku, the weights kept slowing me down along with the pressure points Haku kept hitting. I figured that if I could get the weights off, I could move around a lot better and avoid more strikes. But it took too long to undo the weight straps, so Sasuke nearly paid the price for it. Kakashi nodded, signaling for him to go on. So, when we got back yesterday, I took off my weights and tried to figure out some sort of quick-release latch I could make. I take it you figured one out then? Kakashi asked. Naruto nodded. I had to get some help from Guy-sensei, but we got something to work. Kakashi rubbed his chin. Mind showing me? Naruto shook his head. That's fine. Naruto formed the ram seal. Just want to decrease the weight so that I don't dent the floor or something. Naruto sighed as he felt his weights lighten significantly. Then Naruto put his arms to his sides. He took a deep breath before moving as fast as he could. He brushed his hands along the weight underneath his pants. Just as he brushed them, the weights fell off, as if they had been undone. Kakashi raised an eyebrow. Interesting. Kakashi walked to one of the weights and picked it up before examining it. So you painted a seal on it? A release seal that needs just a small amount of chakra to activate. I must say it is a bit rough, but otherwise it can work, Kakashi said before setting it down. Yeah, the only problem I have with it is that I have to actually touch the seal with my hand, otherwise nothing happens, Naruto said. Well, if you want me to take a look at it sometime after this mission, I can help you with that. Guy may be a talented shinobi, but he is not as proficient with seals as I am, Kakashi said with some confidence. Naruto smiled. Really? That would be great. Kakashi nodded. Well, I guess just keep the weight minimal enough that it won't deter us during the mission. Naruto nodded. Well, get your weapons together and a small amount of rations. This may be an overnighter, Kakashi said before disappearing in a plume of smoke. I really have to learn that technique, Naruto thought. Sasuke sighed as he sat near a pouting Sakura while waiting for Naruto and Kakashi. Naruto's usually good about being on time, so why is he late? He wondered. He glanced over at Sakura, who continued to stare down at her shoes. Sorry I'm late, guys, Naruto called out as he landed beside Sasuke. Sakura glanced over at Naruto before looking back down, sulking. Naruto ignored her as he stretched out. This should be an interesting mission. I'm glad you think so, Naruto, Kakashi said above them. The three of them looked up to find Kakashi sitting on a balcony reading his orange book. So let's go over the information that I have so far on these robberies. He slipped his book into his pouch before pulling out a scroll and tossing it to them. Sasuke caught it and unrolled it. The other two genin looked over his shoulder. There's a pattern, Sakura said. Kakashi nodded. I'm glad to see you noticed it. Naruto scratched his head. I'm getting smarter, but where's the pattern? The scroll showed a list of the victims and where they lived along with a report of what was missing. Sasuke stared for a moment before grinning. What do you know? There is a pattern, he said. We suspected that there was a pattern at first but weren't sure until the last break-in. Every other day he strikes a certain neighborhood. One day he'll go for the shinobi families with jonin in them, while the next day will be a chunin before going back for a jonin, Kakashi said. Naruto's eyes widened. Jonin? And they don't catch this person? No, because it happens when the shinobi are out on a mission, Kakashi stated. So who do you think will be hit next? Sasuke asked. Kakashi then pulled out another scroll. I have a list of all the jonin who are currently out on missions, including myself. He tossed the list to them. Last time was a chunin's apartment, but to be sure, I got a list of all the chunin who are away on missions as well. Naruto scratched his head. This is all helpful, but how are we going to keep an eye on all of these places? There are at least 45 places unattended. Kakashi grinned. That's why the Hokage and I thought this mission was right up your alley, Naruto. Naruto blinked before it hit him. Kage Bunshin, of course. Naruto sighed as he walked along a road under a henge of an old man. I hate this, Naruto thought to himself as he tried sensing for any other chakra signatures. Nothing out of the ordinary, he thought as he walked past Ichiraku's. Naruto's stomach rumbled slightly. If only, he sighed. Naruto? Anything where you are. Kakashi's voice came over the communicator in his ear. Not yet, he whispered. Same here, Sakura said before Sasuke repeated the same thing. Keep looking. Kakashi out, the communicator was then silent. Naruto turned a corner and nearly ran into Iruka. Oh, I'm sorry, Iruka-sensei. Naruto apologized, still under the henge of an old man. Oh, it's fine. Do I know you? Iruka asked, looking slightly embarrassed and put off. Naruto felt like smacking himself. Idiot! He mentally berated himself. Well, I do know that you are a teacher at the academy. My neighbor's children always speak about you. Unfortunately, we have never had the pleasure. I do apologize, though I must be on my way. Naruto bowed before Iruka before walking past him. You're fine, sir. Be safe out there, Iruka said before walking away as well. Naruto kept walking on, feeling totally embarrassed. I can't believe I nearly ran into him. I would have broken the henge and been exposed, especially if the person we're looking for saw me. I nearly botched the entire mission. I should have sensed him earlier. Naruto looked around and saw Iruka walking along. Naruto closed his eyes, trying to sense Iruka's chakra. I can't sense anything. This could be it. He tapped his communicator. I may have something. Sakura, could you check to see if Iruka is at his apartment? I know you're close by. What is it, Naruto? Kakashi's voice came through. I'll let you know when I'm entirely sure. Sakura, please check on that for me, Naruto said. He tapped the earpiece again, switching it off before dropping the henge and leaping on top of a building. Naruto, it's Sakura. Iruka is just getting home. Drunk, I think. She giggled slightly. Are you sure it's him? Naruto asked. Positive, was her reply. Kakashi, I need you to back me up. I'll send a clone to replace your position, he said as he made the cross sign and a clone poofed to existence behind him. Copy that, Kakashi replied. The Naruto clone set off towards the neighborhood Kakashi was patrolling. The original Naruto continued trailing the Iruka he had spotted. Who the hell is this guy? I can't sense him at all. Naruto then sensed Kakashi coming towards him. Kakashi walked up to Naruto as they watched the fake Iruka. Kakashi quickly raised his Hitai-8, revealing his Sharingan. Weird. It's not a henge. Are you sure it's an imposter? Kakashi asked. Naruto nodded. There was something off about him. Plus, I can't sense his chakra at all. Not even a blip on my radar. Even with civilians, I can sense them. Kakashi narrowed his eyes. Tapping his earpiece, he spoke quietly. Sasuke, Sakura, come straight to Naruto's position. There was no reply. Kakashi, I couldn't hear that on my communicator, said Naruto. Kakashi's eyes narrowed. You didn't sense any fluctuation in any chakra source nearby, did you? Naruto shook his head. Kakashi sighed. Stay on top of him, but don't do anything until I get back. Where are you going? Naruto asked. To check on something and to get Sakura and Sasuke, he replied. Naruto nodded as Kakashi seemed to vanish. Naruto looked down at the fake Iruka who had stopped and began to look around. Naruto grit his teeth. Why the hell can't I sense this bastard? The fake Iruka then walked over to a door to a house. Naruto drew a kunai. Sorry, Kakashi. I may need to do something if you don't get back quickly enough. Suddenly, he heard something whizzing through the air. Naruto jumped out of the way just as a kunai landed where he had just been. He looked around and saw nothing. Damn it. Where the hell did that come from? He whispered to himself. He then heard running from below. He glanced down to see that the fake Iruka was running down the street, looking up at him. Damn it, growled Naruto. Suddenly, an ANBU appeared in front of him. Before Naruto could say anything, The ANBU had struck him with a powerful punch to the chest and sent him flying through the air and into the alley below. Naruto landed painfully on his back. Naruto jumped backwards and landed on his feet as a kunai hit where his head had just been. He looked up to see the ANBU staring down at him. I don't think this is an even fight, Naruto thought. Then he saw another kunai whiz towards the ANBU. The masked man jumped out of the way just as Kakashi appeared before him. Are you okay, Naruto? He called out to his student without taking both his regular eye and his uncovered Sharingan eye off of the ANBU. Yeah, I'm fine, replied the young genin. Good, go after the imposter, Kakashi ordered. Naruto nodded as he ran down the street as fast as he could in the direction he had seen the fake Irika run. Kakashi stared the ANBU down. Very clever, using seals around the perimeter to block all communication devices within a certain range. But what exposed you was the second set of seals around an even larger perimeter blocking any sensor type of shinobi from using their abilities. It even watered down the effects my Sharingan had. But another clue that an ANBU was involved was the fact that your thief wasn't under a full henge, but was also disguised using makeup, which was why my Sharingan couldn't see through the charade. The ANBU said nothing as it stared at Kakashi. So, the silent type I see. That's fine by me. Kakashi drew a kunai from the pouch. The ANBU then sprung into action, forming seals quickly. Kakashi mimicked the same seals, already having copied it years before. Lighting shot from between their fingers at each other. Not many lighting elements in Konohagakure, meaning you aren't from around here. The ANBU chuckled. I may as well ditch this then, he said as he pulled the mask off, revealing a darker man underneath it. I'm guessing you're a shinobi from Kumo, correct? Kakashi asked. I'm a missing nin now though. I left my village years ago. Kakashi nodded. Then seeing as you're from Kumo, you must know who I am. I do, Kakashi. Naruto sped down the street and reached a fork in the road. Without hesitation he produced a clone, taking the left while the other took the right. Naruto grit his teeth as he sped down the street, avoiding a few people here and there. A fucking ANBU? This is more like another ranked mission, he thought angrily. Why do we always get the bad intel? Naruto growled to himself as he rocketed forward. Then, something caught his attention in his peripheral vision. He skidded to a halt and backtracked to see the fake Irika running down a side street. Not on my watch, asshole, thought the blonde genin. Naruto jumped up onto the building tops and began to chase down his target. He quickly gained on the man and before he knew it, he was ahead. He jumped down into the alley below. Who the hell are you? Naruto yelled. The fake Irika glared as he withdrew a few kunai and threw them at Naruto. The genin jumped out of the way as they flew past him. I don't think this guy is a civilian. He was dead on target right there, he thought to himself. He landed as he created two clones with him. Suddenly his communicator crackled to life. Naruto, Kakashi, do you copy? Came Sasuke's voice. The two Naruto clones ran towards the imposter. I'm in the market district and need backup. Sasuke, you get over here now, he said as he grabbed a kunai and threw it into the air. It exploded above the buildings. I see you, Sasuke said. Naruto then joined the fray with his clones. Kakashi dodged another lightning attack before going through the same seals and using it on him. Kakashi flipped over a swipe from the opposing shinobi's blade. He ran through a few more seals before he had to stop and jump out of the way from a bunshin that attacked him. Just a few more minutes, Kakashi thought to himself. The missing nin halted his attack for a moment and looked across the village to see an explosion. They found him, meaning they're calling for backup, the shinobi thought with narrowed eyes. I'm sorry, Kakashi, but this fight is over. He began to run through hand seals when he sensed his seals being broken suddenly. He looked at Kakashi as he stopped his hand seals. So you actually did call for backup after all, he said with a scowl. Kakashi shrugged. ANBU have been notified and are surrounding the area. No way in or out. The shinobi chuckled. Very clever, Hataki. I guess that leaves me no choice but to this. He smiled before clenching his jaw. Suddenly, he was on the ground convulsing. Blood began dripping from his eyes. "Damn it," Kakashi said aloud. "Suicide pill. He wasn't a free agent, it seems. The only reason to do that is to protect information." He walked to the dying man and saw the tears of blood. Clever. The pill must have destroyed his brain, turning it to mush. That way Yamanaka couldn't go in and pry the information. He sighed as he lowered his headband. An ANBU appeared behind him wearing a cat's mask. "Take the corpse to Ibiki. He'll figure something out with it," Kakashi said. "I'll go help my students with the thief." Naruto grinned as the fireball barely missed his opponent. "It's about time you got here, Sasuke," he called out. Sasuke landed next to him. "Don't complain, you idiot." The fake Irika gripped his kunai even tighter. After all, it was now 2 against 1. "You may as well just surrender now," Sasuke said as he withdrew his own kunai. The imposter said nothing as he took a step backwards. Then something fell out of his pocket and hit the ground. Suddenly, smoke engulfed the area. "Damn! A smoke bomb!" Naruto exclaimed as he began to cough. Sasuke ran forward through the smoke. Just as he ran out of the large cloud, he found the man on the ground, bleeding from his eyes and frothing from the mouth. "Is he having a seizure?" Sasuke thought in surprise. Naruto appeared next to him, his eyes tearing up from the smoke. "What the hell?" Naruto exclaimed. He knelt beside the man and felt for a pulse. "I think he's dead," Naruto said slowly. "Did you do this?" he asked Sasuke. The Uchiha shook his head. "I just found him like this." "Where's Sakura?" came Kakashi's voice. They turned around to see him walking through the disappearing smoke. "Right here," came her voice as she ran up to them all. They were all silent for a moment. "Kakashi-sensei, do you know what happened to him?" Naruto asked suddenly. "Suicide pill. It's a last resort for shinobi who are caught by the enemy to protect information," he sighed as he scratched the back of his head. "So does this mean the mission was a failure?" Sasuke asked. Kakashi nodded. "But this mission turned out to be at least a B rank, so the Hokage may be more lenient with us. I wonder though, why do we always get the faulty information?" Naruto and the others shrugged. Naruto woke up a few weeks later, ready for another day of training. "Stupid D-ranked missions. Why can't we do more C ranks?" he thought to himself as he ate a bowl of ramen. He smiled as he finished the broth. "Couldn't help but cheat on my diet," he sighed. He stood up and stood underneath the door from and marked his height. He frowned. "It's only been a week, but shouldn't I have grown a bit more?" He walked away and took his shower before getting dressed and leaving. He walked along seeing the various types of villagers going about their business. A few of them nodded towards him or even said hello, but a majority of them simply glared at him. Well, one good thing about D-ranked missions is getting the villagers' opinions of me to change one by one. He smiled slightly as he remembered helping out at the Inuzuka kennel and having Hana call him moderately attractive without the orange suit. He arrived to find Sasuke and Sakura already waiting for him and Kakashi. He nodded to Sakura and Sasuke. Sasuke nodded back as usual while Sakura looked away. They waited in silence for only a few minutes when Kakashi suddenly poofed before them. Naruto raised an eyebrow at his quick appearance. "Didn't feel like keeping us waiting, sensei?" He smiled at his teacher. Kakashi chuckled. "Well, today I figured we'd take the day off from missions and training and celebrate." Squad 7 all looked confused. "Celebrate what?" they asked in unison. Kakashi held up 3 slips of paper. "Well, you've all been doing so well that I figured that I'd enter you into the Chunin selection exam." This grabbed their attention. "The Chunin exams? Are you sure?" Naruto exclaimed happily. Kakashi nodded. "So let's all go to a restaurant, my treat." Ino Yamanaka sighed as Choji drooled over the barbecue pork that was currently cooking in front of them. Asuma smiled to the 3 of them. "I hope the 3 of you all do your very best in the exams tomorrow." Shikamaru yawned and nodded. "Sure, sure." Ino glared over at Shikamaru. Shika, stop being so unmotivated about everything. We need to pass these exams. Why? So Sasuke will finally notice you? He asked. Ino glared at the lazy genin. Maybe. Well, why don't you just go say hi to him? He just walked in. Choji said as he snatched on of the sticks of pork and devoured it. Ino whirled around to see Sasuke walk in with a blonde kid wearing a red coat with black flames adorning the bottom of it. Sakura was right behind them looking slightly depressed, followed by a taller man wearing standard jonin garbs and a face mask. Only one of his eyes was visible and his shock of silver hair stuck up at a strange angle. Sasuke! Ino cried out as she jumped out of her booth and tackled Sasuke with a hug. The blonde next to him laughed slightly and continued forward without another word. Ino looked over at Sakura, who was currently staring daggers at her rival. Oh, hey there, forehead. I can't believe I didn't see you there. I mean, who could miss that giant forehead? Ino chuckled. Try not to break Sasuke's back, Ino pig. Sakura seethed. Kakashi slid past the small feud, slightly chuckling as well. Ino continued to hold onto the raven-haired Sasuke, who was looking for a way out of the situation. So where's Naruto? Ino asked as she looked around. Sasuke saw his chance and slipped through Ino's grasp before walking away, mumbling under his breath. Ino didn't seem to mind too much. He's sitting over there with Kakashi-sensei, Sakura said as she glared at Ino. Really? Where? I don't see that orange get-up of his. Ino looked around for it. Sakura said nothing and decided to walk towards her team. Unfortunately, Ino followed. So are you going to be in the Chunin exam as well? Or is your team not good enough after all? The only good member is Sasuke. Sakura walked up to Kakashi, who was currently speaking with Asuma. Of course we'd love to sit with you guys, she heard him say. Shit. SHIT, her inner self exclaimed. Soon they were all cramped together in the booth. Ino sat next to Sakura but across from the blonde kid. Hi there, I'm Ino Yamanaka, she introduced herself. Sasuke chuckled, as did Shikamaru and even Choji. Sakura just looked at her strangely while the blonde kid began to laugh. What's so funny? Asked Ino as she looked around them all. I already know you, the blonde boy said. You do? She asked, surprised. The blonde nodded as he went back to talking to Sasuke, who was sitting beside him. Ino leaned over to Sakura. Who is that? She whispered. Naruto, Sakura said with distaste. Everything seemed to freeze for a moment. Naruto? She exclaimed. Naruto looked up at her. What is it? She stared at him in disbelief. Naruto shifted uncomfortably. What happened to you? She asked. Naruto felt confused. What, is there something on my face? He felt around his face awkwardly. No way, this is that annoying brat from the academy. He seems quiet and composed. He even looks slightly attractive. Plus, he's talking to Sasuke-kun. What the hell? Naruto shrugged and went back to talking to Sasuke as Ino stared at him. A few seconds later, she laughed. Again, Naruto raised an eyebrow at her behavior. To think that the dobe is getting his act together, Ino laughed. You were even the first to kill out of the rookie 9. Sasuke glanced over at Naruto, whose eyes were currently hidden by his bangs. Shikamaru glanced over at Naruto at this. Sakura didn't react at all. Choji had halted his eating and stared at Ino, completely dumbfounded. Kakashi shook his head while Asuma was coughing, accidentally inhaling too much from his cigarette. Ino slapped a hand to her mouth. Oops, need to think before thinking, she thought, recalling what her father would often say to her. I'm so sorry, Naruto, I didn't mean to bring that up, Naruto interrupted her though. It's fine, Ino-san. If you'd all excuse me, I don't feel very well. He stood up and ran out of the restaurant. Ino felt horrible. Oh my god, I'm such an idiot. Naruto threw up in the alleyway, Gato's face floating to the front of his mind again. Damn it, why can't I get over this? He wiped his mouth, the taste still lingering. He wiped the sweat from his face that had appeared. He looked around the alley he was in. I'd better go home and change. Plenty of time to train. He walked out of the alley to find Kakashi waiting for him. You didn't have to leave as well, Kakashi-sensei, Naruto scowled. I just wanted to let you know that if you do want to compete in the exams, be at this address tomorrow at 9, he said as he handed him the piece of paper that Naruto must have dropped in the restaurant. Oh, thanks, he said as he took the paper and placed it in his pocket. I'll let Yamanaka know that you aren't mad, just not feeling well. Naruto shrugged. I don't care about her mentioning Gato, but let her know that I'll get her back for the dobe remark. He turned around and walked towards his apartment. Ino said nothing as everyone remaining continued to talk. Sakura was busy talking to Shikamaru about a few missions they'd had recently while Choji slept on the bench upright after consuming as much food as was allowed. Asuma pat her on the back. I'm sure he's okay, he told the Yamanaka. She said nothing until she noticed Kakashi enter. Is he mad? She asked. Kakashi looked over at her. About the killing comment? No, but I'd watch my back if I were you, he said. I thought you said he wasn't bothered by my comment, Ino said, feeling irritated at Kakashi. He isn't, but he didn't appreciate the dope comment, so he told me to let you know that he'll get his revenge on you. Ino gulped, her mind suddenly afloat of images of Naruto holding a bloody kunai. Kakashi seemed to sense this. He'll probably just pull a prank on you is all, he said as he sat down. Where's Sasuke? He left just after you did, Asuma said as he took a drag from his cigarette. Kakashi nodded. I see. He took a look over at Sakura. Did you read the note? He asked. She nodded. I'll be there tomorrow, she said. Good. Well, I'm going to get going, he said as he poofed out of existence. Ino raised an eyebrow at this. Couldn't he just get up and walk away? Suma laughed. Ino and Sakura walked down the road that afternoon. So that's Naruto's new look, eh? Not too shabby. Beats that orange jumpsuit, chuckled Ino. Sakura shuddered. That was a pretty bad outfit. Remember the goggles? Ino laughed. Those weren't too bad. So that's your team? Not too bad. But mine's better, even without Sasuke. Sakura grinned. I doubt that, Ino pig. Ino sighed. So Sasuke and Naruto are friends, I take it? Sakura nodded. Yeah, it's really weird. Didn't think that Sasuke would even give Naruto the time of day. They're total opposites, Ino said as she imagined the two side by side. Sasuke's so much cooler and cuter. And stronger, Sakura added. Ino nodded. Naruto couldn't beat him on Sasuke's worst day. Hey, shut up, came a little boy's voice. The two female genin noticed two boys and a girl all wearing goggles glaring at them. Naruto-Nizan is the best, yelled the boy with a large scarf around him. You kids know Naruto? Sakura asked. He's our boss, Konohamaru proclaimed. I'm Konohamaru, this Moegi and that's Udon. Ino chuckled. So you don't know who Sasuke Uchiha is then? Because compared to Sasuke-kun, Naruto is second-rate. Sakura nodded profusely next to her rival. As if two ugly girls would know anything about cool. Suddenly, an evil aura surrounded Ino and Sakura. Say that again, Sakura growled. Udon and Moegi slowly backed away, but Konohamaru held his ground. You two are fat and ugly old hags. Naruto was walking home after practicing his newest jutsu for most of the day when he heard Sakura's and Ino's voice cry out at the same time. Get back here, you little brat. Naruto saw the dust trail in the distance of a few people running at high speeds. This can't be good, he thought to himself as he went after them as well. Konohamaru rounded a corner and looked back to see them gaining on him when he ran into something solid and fell to the ground in pain. Konohamaru groaned painfully as he heard someone saying something about watching where he was going. Then, he was lifted off his feet by someone holding the front of his shirt. He opened his eyes to see a boy in a black outfit and hood with some kind of war paint on his face. I should teach you a lesson, the boy said. Kankuro, you shouldn't do this. He'll get mad at you, a blonde girl said behind him. Relax, Tamari. I'm just teaching the kid something. Sakura and Ino rounded the corner to see what was happening. "We're sorry, it was our fault," Ino said when she realized what had happened. "We were chasing after him and—" "I don't care," Kankuro said loudly as he raised his fist. "Kid needs to be taught manners." Konohamaru closed his eyes when he heard the air whoosh around him before someone was carrying him. He opened his eyes to see Naruto setting him on the ground. "Neezen!" he exclaimed. "Great, more brats!" Kankuro exclaimed, a boot mark on his face. Konohamaru now saw that Kankuro was kind of tall and was carrying something on his back that was wrapped in bandages. Kankuro took the object off of his back. Naruto glared at the man, prepared for anything as he drew a kunai when he sensed two presences in the tree to his left. "Sasuke, stop hiding and get down here. Same with the other guy up there." Sasuke's eyes widened as he looked to his left and saw a short red-headed kid standing upside down on a branch not far from him. "I didn't even notice him get here," Sasuke thought worriedly. He then jumped out of the tree and landed next to Naruto. The red head disappeared in a sand shunshin and reappeared next to Kankuro. "Very impressive," the red head said in a monotone voice. Naruto narrowed his eyes. "That goes for the three of you hiding as well." One of the trees further off rustled as three strange shinobi appeared as well. Naruto and Sasuke noticed that their headbands had a music note on it. "Sound? Never heard of them," thought Naruto with a scowl. "Mind telling us who you are and why you're here?" Sasuke asked, a scowl on his face as well. "My name is Gaara," the redhead said first, his eyes plastered to Naruto. "Kankuro here is my brother and I'm Temari," said the blonde girl. The three Sannin said nothing but continued to stare at Naruto as well. "Mind telling us why foreign shinobi are in our country?" Sakura asked, stepping forward. Temari snickered. "The Chunin exams, of course." Naruto and Sasuke both looked curious at this. "So all of you are participating as well then?" Ino asked. Gaara made no indication that he was listening, but his teammate Temari nodded. Naruto stared at Gaara. Why the hell is he looking at me like that? He wondered. Suddenly, a slight pain in his stomach made him wince. What the hell was that? He wondered. Gaara noticed this for a moment and seemed to tilt back, but other than that made no other indication that anything had happened. What is this feeling of dread? Gaara wondered. Naruto clenched a fist. Well, next time you grab any citizen on Konohagakure like that again, and I'll make sure you're properly handled. Naruto glared at Kankuro at this point. Especially if you handle the Hokage's grandson like that again, he spat out. Temari, Kankuro, Ino, and Sakura all gasped. We could have been in serious trouble just now, they all thought. The three Sannin said nothing, but Sasuke did notice that they seemed unusually tense. Is something wrong? He asked as he withdrew a kunai. Nothing, the one whose face was hidden in bandages said. Naruto glared over at them. Is there a reason why you were watching all of us? Measuring up the competition, and I've got to say, I'm not worried, the other male said. The female chuckled at this. Then continue to underestimate us. It will give us the advantage, Sasuke growled. Naruto turned around and began to walk off. Just to be polite, my name is Naruto Uzumaki. Sasuke and Konohamaru followed Naruto as Sakura and Ino slowly backtracked before turning around as well. Let's go, Gaara said as he turned around and walked away, not even glancing at the sound ninja. Temari and Kankuro both followed, eyeing the three other shinobi as they passed them. Keep an eye on the boy without a personality and Uchiha as planned, but also that Naruto kid, the bandaged shinobi said. Kakashi arrived at the Hokage Tower with the rest of the Jonin to find he was only a half-hour late. It seems that they have all assembled, Kurenai said. So begin the Chunin exams, spoke the Hokage. Chapter 7. The exams begin. Sakura woke with a start. The dog across the street was barking like mad and had interrupted her dream of her and Sasuke. Sunlight streamed through her curtains, illuminating her room. Guess I should be getting up anyways, she thought to herself. She slowly hauled herself out of bed, nothing like a delicate lady that she fancied herself to be. But she hated the mornings and couldn't give a damn. Stifling a yawn, she began her morning routine when it suddenly hit her. The Chunin exams were today. Her stomach churned at the thought of it. Am I ready for this? I've heard the exams can be dangerous. Suddenly, as if in response to this train of thought, she imagined what Naruto would say. We've been in plenty of danger. I doubt the exams could be worse than Zabuza. Sakura sighed. Naruto, imaginary Naruto that is, was right. Zabuza was one of the legendary 7 swordsmen of the mist, and these were simply the Chunin exams. If they could survive that, she was sure they could breeze through this. Still, it feels like this could turn into something else, she muttered as she glanced at the rising sun out her window. Sasuke had woken long before the sun had begun to rise. He had decided to forego his morning routine and simply meditate. The thought of the Chunin exams had brought back memories of Itachi. He had gone through these same exams when he was much younger than Sasuke was now. These exams will show me if I'm on my way. If Itachi could do it when he was 10, then I should be able to breeze through it. Sasuke looked towards the sun, activating his Sharingan. I need to be able to use these eyes as if it were second nature. He deactivated them before reactivating them. I will kill you, Sasuke muttered. With that, he gathered up his shuriken and kunai and left his house. Kanahagakure was bathed in warm sunlight as the various stores and shops opened. It was a beautiful day, one fitting for the beginning of the Chunin exams. At least, that was Naruto Uzumaki's thoughts as he looked out on his home village from the top of the Hokage monument. He looked down on the carved head of his father. I bet you'd be lecturing me if you were still alive, giving me advice on how to get through these exams. He could practically imagine the Yondaime Hokage sitting him down at a breakfast table, making sure he had supplies ready for whatever may come his way. That's probably what's happening to the others, he said softly, thinking of the other rookies. He continued to stare out at his village from atop his father's monument, imagining what today would be like if his parents were still alive. With him raising me, I'm sure I'd be a lot stronger than I am right now. He wiped away the tears that were beginning to gather in his eyes and turned around. Walking away from the monument, Naruto made a vow to himself. No matter what, I promise that I'll make you proud of me today. Sasuke, Sakura, and Naruto all met up at the same time in front of the academy they used to attend. Sasuke nodded to the two of them. Sakura said nothing, which Naruto took notice of. She's nervous, he thought to himself. Before we go in there, I just want to say that we'll all get through the exam. We can all beat out the rest of them. They didn't fight Zabuza and Haku and live. Think about that, we took on one of the 7 swordsmen of the mist and we're still Genin. Becoming Chunin will be a cinch. Sasuke smirked. We even have Kakashi as our sensei, and you saw how much ass he's kicked. They don't have shit on us. Naruto yelled out, pumping his fist. So let's go become Chunin. With that said, he stormed forward, Sasuke and Sakura trailing behind him. There's the old Naruto, Sakura thought with a smirk, full of energy and full of himself. As they entered the academy and climbed the stairs to the 3rd floor, Naruto felt a shift in the air but paid it no mind. Sasuke seemed to stop for a moment before continuing after Naruto. Sakura narrowed her eyes, sensing something had gone amiss. Is this part of the exams? She wondered. She decided not to say anything in the meantime, wanting to make sure she wasn't wrong. As they got to the 3rd floor, Naruto saw something happen at the end of the hall. He quickened his pace to see what was happening. But when he saw that Rock Lee of all people was being effectively blocked from entering the room they needed to get to, he got angry. Lee was sent to the ground by a solid punch to his face. This stopped Naruto in his tracks. That punch! I've seen stronger punches that Lee's been unfazed from. What's going on? He glanced over at Tenten, who was now pleading that they let them in the room. Tenten pleading with these weaklings? I've never heard her like this. Then it hit him. It's all a ruse. They want people to think they're weak so that they can take them by surprise. Naruto grinned. We should do that as well. He glanced over to see Sasuke talking to the 2 guarding the door. Before Naruto could focus on what was being said, Sasuke and one of the boys guarding the door charged each other. Son of a... His curse was interrupted when Rock Lee intervened by catching both boys' kicks with ease. Well, there goes his plan. Naruto thought with a sigh. Tenten was having the same train of thought as Naruto. Sasuke back away, eyes narrowed and looking at Rock Lee. He was just being kicked around by this idiot, and then suddenly he's able to catch my kick with ease. What's his angle? Tenten began berating Rock Lee for blowing their cover when he looked past both Sasuke and Naruto at their pink-haired companion. Then he blushed. Naruto glanced at what Lee was staring at and then back at Lee. Oh dear God, he has a crush on Sakura, he thought in astonishment. Ignoring the Uchiha as well as his friend, Rock Lee approached Sakura. Hello, you must be Sakura-chan. My name is Rock Lee. Will you go out on a date with me? I'll protect you with my life. At this point, Lee flashed her a glimmering smile, a wink and a thumbs up. Sakura stared at the odd genin and said flatly, Never. Lee fell to the ground as if he'd been crushed. Sasuke regarded the weeping Lee for a moment when he heard someone approaching him. He turned to see a young Hyuga boy approaching them. You, what's your name? He asked Sasuke in a demanding tone. You should provide your own name before requesting someone else's, Sasuke said, narrowing his eyes. The Hyuga gave him a disapproving look when Tenten decided to answer for him. His name is Neji Hyuga, and my name is Tenten. She blushed slightly at addressing Sasuke. Continuing to stare down the Hyuga, Sasuke replied with his own name. Naruto said nothing, but gave Tenten a slight nod. She glanced at him but did not react otherwise. So this is their teammate. He's an asshole, Naruto thought to himself, slowly regarding Neji. As if he could sense Naruto's eyes on him, he turned to look at him. Is there a problem? He asked the blonde. Naruto took a moment before answering. Nothing of significance, he said smirking. Neji narrowed his eyes. You must be Naruto Uzumaki. As far as I'm concerned, you're just another failure. Naruto grit his teeth. The balls on this guy. Neji turned and walked away. Come Tenten, Lee. Sakura chose that moment to grab Sasuke and Naruto by the wrists and drag them away. Naruto glanced at the door they were supposed to go through and saw that they were on the second floor. Genjutsu, I guess, explains that weird feeling from earlier. Gaara slowly surveyed the room. Not yet, he thought to himself. Ever since he had met the blonde, the Ichibi sealed within him had been unsettled, and that intrigued the young redhead. He felt his sister shift behind him. Gaara, what's the matter? Temari asked. Gaara continued to stare at the large room full of other genin. Many had decided to keep their distance away from the Sand siblings. He is not here. Naruto Uzumaki. He interests me, Gaara said. Temari remembered the blonde boy from the day before, and her little brother had been acting strange ever since. He didn't seem like much, she thought to herself. But perhaps Gaara had sensed something else about the boy. Nothing ever interested him. The doors opened and Gaara saw Team 7 walk through the doors. It's him, he thought. Suddenly he felt the Ichibi stir about. What about this Uzumaki boy causes you to act like this? He wondered. As Team 7 walked in the door, Naruto was immediately aware of an anomaly amongst the genin in the room. He traced his eyes among the crowd until he locked eyes with the red-headed sand genin from the day before. I sense something in him other than his own chakra, something darker. It's familiar. He narrowed his eyes at the odd boy. He was interested to find out more about Gaara, but the boy didn't seem like he'd be very talkative. Breaking away from staring at the boy, he glanced at Sasuke. You okay? He asked the raven-haired Uchiha. Sasuke nodded. However, he looked very unhappy. Naruto wasn't surprised. Before they had entered the room, Rock Lee had decided to challenge Sasuke to test his abilities against and had been winning against the Uchiha Sharingan until Naruto and Gai-sensei had decided to intervene. Lee had been about to unleash the Lotus technique, and as Naruto had interrupted the jutsu as Lee had kicked Sasuke into the air. Gai-sensei had also appeared from hiding and lectured the young boy about attempting to use the technique. Sasuke and Sakura hadn't met Gai before, and were therefore taken by surprise by how strange the man had been. Now they had arrived to the room they were supposed to be only to be greeted with hostility and another odd genin who had taken a strange interest in Naruto. As they skirted along the edge, A voice rang out loudly that made Sakura groan. Sasuke Kyuun. Suddenly Ino Yamanaka was on Sasuke's back. Get off of him, Ino pig! Sakura yelled, shaking her fist at the blonde girl. Naruto chuckled as he noticed Sasuke's pained expression at being harassed by the Yamanaka. Ino pulled a face at Sakura. So you guys are participating in the Chunin exams. I honestly didn't think you'd show up, but I guess you do need to support Sasuke. Naruto and Sakura both frowned at this. She's still annoying, Naruto thought to himself. Ino noticed Naruto's frown. What? Was it something I said? She asked nervously, remembering Kakashi's warning from the day before about Naruto getting back at her. Naruto hesitated before saying anything. Where are your teammates? You must be here to support them. Before Ino could answer, Shikamaru and Choji came into view. God, Ino, you're so loud. Choji said nothing as he was too busy eating potato chips. For your information, Uzumaki, I'm here not to support these idiots, but to become a Chunin myself. Naruto feigned surprise. I see. Well, I just wanted to make sure. I mean, after all, you did assume that Sakura and I were just support, so I figured that's why you were here. An honest mistake. Whoa, was that really Naruto just talking now? Came the voice of one Kiba Inuzuka. Naruto turned to find the Inuzuka sporting a jacket. His hood pulled up and the small dog Akamaru resting atop his head. He had not changed since they had all left the academy. Kiba, so your team is here as well? Naruto asked. As if to answer, Shino and Hinata both appeared behind Kiba. Yep, we're here to climb up the ranks, Kiba said enthusiastically. You have changed quite a bit, Naruto-san, Shino said stoically. Naruto chuckled, rubbing the back of his head. Well, I figured with all the dangerous missions we were going to start taking, I needed to crack down on myself. Shino nodded approvingly. Well, it seems that you have made quite a bit of progress. I myself am very impressed. Naruto grinned. Thanks. That means a lot coming from someone of the Aburame clan. Your manners have also improved, Shino observed. Naruto shrugged. He then glanced at Hinata, who seemed to go red at that instant. How's it going, Hinata? Naruto asked. It's going well, Naruto-kun. Hinata stuttered. Is she okay? Naruto wondered to himself but said nothing about it. Kiba chuckled. So what was with the attitude towards Ino? Not that I'm complaining. Naruto glanced at the Yamanaka. Just clarifying some things is all. With that said, he turned back to Team 8. So you guys think you're ready for the Chunin exams? Kiba grinned. You have no idea the missions we've been on. At this, he began to go in thorough detail of all the C and B ranked missions they'd been on. While bragging to Naruto, Ino had let go of Sasuke and was now speaking to Sakura. You weren't kidding about Naruto. He's a completely different person. More mature, he isn't just flying off the handle. I have to admit, even though I'm kinda mad about his treating me earlier, I'm more impressed than pissed. Sakura nodded. You should see him fight now. He's almost as good as Sasuke. Ino glanced at the Uchiha. So those two, are they friends now? They're not glaring at each other like they used to. Sakura shrugged. I think they are friends, as weird as that is, the genius and dobe of the academy hanging out together. Ino grinned. Well, no wonder he got cooler. It's because he's been hanging around Sasuke. Sakura shook her head. It's not that. He's changed since before they became friends. They hated each other until recently. There's something else going on with Naruto. Ino looked at the blonde who was listening silently to Kiba go on about some intense life or death mission. We should really look into this, Sakura. I say we make a temporary truce on the fight for Sasuke-kun and find out what happened to Uzumaki to cause this change. Sakura nodded. However, before they could go any further, a voice interrupted all of their conversations. Hey, you kids, you should really keep it down. An older, silver-haired genin wearing glasses approached them. What's it to you? Kiba asked loudly. Naruto narrowed his eyes. Something about the boy seemed off. The silver-haired boy adjusted his glasses. Well, the 9 of you aren't particularly liked. Take a look for yourselves, he said, gesturing behind him. The entire room was glaring at the 9 rookie genin. It's easy to tell that you're all first-timers. Now since everyone is probably going to be out to eliminate the weakest, i.e. you guys, and I may as well help you out and give you some information. Naruto decided to speak up. What kind of information can you give us? The boy smiled. Information on the other participants. Let me first introduce myself. My name is Kabuto Yakushi. I've participated in the Chunin exams 7 times prior, so I've definitely picked up a few things along the way. 7 times? Exclaimed Ino. Naruto narrowed his eyes at this point. 7 times? He feels stronger than an average genin or even Chunin, so how could he fail these things 7 times? They can't be that hard, can they? Wondered Naruto. Kabuto reached into his pack and pulled out a deck of orange cards with a blank side. With these ninja info cards, I can look up the statistics of any individual. Anyone have a name they'd like me to look up? Sasuke's interest soared at this point and without a single thought said 3 names. Rock Lee of Konohagakure, Gaara no Sabaku of Sunagakure, and Naruto Uzumaki of Konohagakure. Naruto shot Sasuke an angry look. Kabuto shouldn't have too much on me, but what if he has certain types of information that can't get out? Not yet, at least. The rest of the 9 rookies looked shocked at Sasuke. He was requesting information about his own teammate. Sasuke ignored Naruto's glare and focused on the silver-haired genin before him. I need to know the extent of your abilities, Naruto. The more I find out about you, the more questions I have. Kabuto grinned. So he's suspicious of his own teammate. That's smart. You know where they're from as well. That will make this much easier. He withdrew 3 seemingly random cards from the deck and channeled chakra into the cards. With small puffs of smoke, Kabuto laid them on the ground. Well, let's take a look now. First up we have Rock Lee. Looking over his statistics, he's highly proficient in taijutsu, in fact better than anyone here. However, his ninjutsu and genjutsu are non-existent. He graduated the year before you guys, but this is his first time at the Chunin exams. His teammates are Tenten and Niji Hyuga, while their sensei is Mado Gai. Naruto grit his teeth. How does he know so much about Lee? As for mission completion, 42 D rank, 21 C rank. Not bad at all. Kabuto picked up the card and put it back in the deck. Now on to Gaara no Sabaku. Well, that is strange. His ninjutsu, taijutsu, and genjutsu are all unknown. His mission records I do have, however. Stands at 0 D rank, 32 C rank, and wow, even a B rank. Also, there's a note here that says every mission he's been on, he's returned from completely unscathed. Naruto's eyes widened and he looked across the room at the Sand Genin. Without a scratch? The mission to Wave was at least an A rank, and Kakashi still got injured during that. Surely this kid isn't stronger than Kakashi, is he? Gaara stared back at Naruto with a completely blank look. The other Genin seemed to be having similar reactions to the news of Gaara. Well, let's take a look at the last request, Kabuto announced. He flipped over the card that contained Naruto's information. Glancing at Kabuto, Naruto saw something in the Genin's eye that he couldn't pinpoint exactly. Does he know what I am? My father? Or about the Kyuubi? Well, starting with his statistics, his genjutsu is abysmal. Kiba chuckled at this, as did Shikamaru. Well, he's not wrong, Naruto thought with a roll of his eyes. However, it shows his taijutsu is above average, as is his ninjutsu. This surprised those that were not a part of Team 7, save for Shino, who stood there stoically. Above average taijutsu and ninjutsu? Naruto, Ino thought to herself. She looked over at Sakura to see that she was not disputing this fact. As for mission stats, we have 43 D rank and 2 A rank missions. The other Genin were shocked to hear that Naruto and his team had 2 A-ranked missions under their belt. Anything else? Sasuke asked. Kabuto glanced up at him as he picked the card up from the ground. Well, there is one thing, he glanced at Naruto. Personal information is entirely redacted. The only time anything is redacted usually involves ANBU Black Ops missions or other secrets decreed by the Hokage. Naruto grit his teeth. Just what I don't need right now. Everyone is going to be suspicious of me and looking into things they shouldn't be looking into. Naruto narrowed his eyes. My turn to ask some information then, he said. Ignoring the looks he was getting from his teammates as well as the other rookies, Shino included. What kind of information do you have on all of the villages? Naruto asked. All kinds. Each of the villages participating in the exams has some kind of treaty with Konohagakure, and therefore many of their records are accessible to us and vice versa. The one exception to that would be Otogakure, which no one really knows of since they are quite a new village. As Kabuto said this, Naruto felt the three sound shinobi from the day prior begin to move towards them, as if positioning themselves for an attack. So, here in the Leaf Village, does that mean you have the ability to access top-secret information? Naruto asked. Kabuto now narrowed his eyes. I shouldn't have gone as far as I did. He's getting suspicious. Yes, the rumors of his intelligence weren't justified. Well, my father happens to be chief medical officer here in Konohagakure, so I do have access to all types of information. No one else is supposed to know of this. This guy is even more suspicious than that Danzo guy. Suddenly, the sound Genin shot towards the two of them. As Naruto turned, ready to fend off an attack, he noticed that Ino was right in the path of the spiky-haired male that was charging them. Moving with surprising speed, given that he was wearing his weights, he got between Ino and the boy. The sound shinobi was caught off guard by the speed of Naruto and could not react in time to the roundhouse kick delivered to his face by the blonde. As Naruto kicked the boy away, he grabbed Ino in one arm while he used his other arm to intercept the shinobi wrapped in bandages that was about to strike Kabuto. Dosu grit his teeth as he narrowly dodged the kunai that was aimed at his throat. He had only intended on displaying his power as warning, but the blonde kid from the other day had interfered with his plan. No thanks to Zaku, who had decided to assault the loud blonde girl that was with the Konoha group of rookies. Naruto glared at Dosu. I don't appreciate you and your friends attacking shinobi from my village just because you didn't like something one of us said. Dosu said nothing as he slowly backed away from the group. He looked over at Kin, who had stayed back to watch, then to Zaku, who was getting up off the ground, wiping the trail of blood from his mouth. My apologies, Dosu simply said. He then turned and stalked back to where his female teammate stood. Naruto stared after him, then looked over to Ino, who was staring at him with awe. You okay? He asked. Why, yeah, I am, she replied, completely stunned. Sorry about manhandling you. Just needed to make sure Kabuto wasn't attacked and I wasn't about to just push you out of the way, he said as he withdrew his arm. Ino simply nodded. Did you really have to show off? Sasuke said, approaching him. Naruto chuckled. I guess it was just a reflex. He rubbed the back of his head awkwardly. Sasuke smiled and shook his head. Well, you were the one that wanted to stay low-key like Lee's team tried. Now you've drawn attention to us. Naruto shrugged. Just then, a large explosion of smoke went off at the front of the room. Everyone whirled around to face what was happening. Everyone quiet down, a large man with a scarred face yelled. He wore a large black trench coat and wore his hitai like a bandana, covering his hair completely. Behind him stood 24 other men, all from Konohagakure. You three and you! The man barked at the sound ninja and Naruto. Any more fighting and you will be instantly disqualified. Understand? Naruto nodded, while Dosu gave an apology fitting for a brown nose. The large man grunted. Now then, time to introduce myself. I am Ibiki Marino, the proctor of the first exam of the Chunin exams. Now please enter this room and sit where you see your name. He motioned to a door behind him. Naruto and the rest of the rookies were the last to enter the room, and Naruto found himself in a large classroom. He searched for his name and found it on a row in the middle of the room. He sat down just as Hinata sat down beside him. Oh wow. Guess I get to sit next to someone I know, he said with a smile. Hinata simply blushed. Ino sat down near the back of the class and was able to see Hinata sit beside the man that had recently held her extremely close. She felt her face warm as she thought of what had happened. I cannot believe I'm feeling this way about Naruto Uzumaki. It's just I've never had a boy hold me. Ever. We were so close. She shook her head. Can't think like that. Especially right now. I've got to stay focused on the exams. However, her mind continued to replay what had happened. She didn't even realize what was happening at first, but Naruto had just suddenly appeared in front of her out of nowhere, and then the next thing she had known, she was being held in one of Naruto's arms. Then there was his voice. It wasn't something she was used to from the blonde. He had been completely serious. No joy in his voice. He seemed ready to kill if need be. But that did not frighten her. It had excited her. She shook her head again. Damn it, Uzumaki. I'm supposed to be focusing on the exams. Why did you have to act like Prince Charming and grab me that way? Damn. Now I'm comparing him to Prince Charming. What the hell? The Yamanaka ground her teeth in frustration. Ibiki made his way to the front of the class. As I said, my name is Ibiki Marino. Now before we begin, let me go over a few rules. If you have questions, keep them to yourself. What we say here is law. From there, the large man went over the rules of the first exam. The exam would be a written test. Sakura and Sasuke quickly glanced at Naruto but gave it no thought beyond that. Starting with 10 points for every wrong answer, a point would be deducted. Also, if anyone was caught cheating, they had 3 shots before being kicked out. Shikamaru grinned quickly, as did Tenten, Dosu, Temari, Kankuro, and a few others from other villages. If one teammate was disqualified, the entire team was disqualified. This caused a stir amongst the entire room. However, there were no outbursts. The test had 10 questions on it. However, the 10th question would not be revealed until 45 minutes had passed. They had those 45 minutes to answer the other 9 questions. The tests were passed amongst them, and the shinobi that had accompanied Ibiki sat in chairs along the walls of the room. You may begin, Ibiki announced. Naruto flipped over the page and began to read the first question when he quickly paled. This question. It's so complex. Shit, I can't answer that. Let's look at the next one. Oh god, the next one maybe? Fuck, maybe this one. No. I can't answer any of these, what the fuck? Sakura frowned as she looked at her test. I can definitely answer all of these, no problem, but that's because I've studied these things in my extra time during the academy. These aren't something most people could answer. She glanced again at Naruto and then Sasuke. Sasuke is a genius, so there's no worries there. Naruto, however, he has definitely improved, but there's no way he would have had the time to look up all of this information in the past. She glanced around the room at the various proctors watching them. I can understand that we can't cheat, but why give us more than one chance to cheat? In the academy, getting caught cheating even once would automatically give us a failing grade, yet here it's as if they want us to cheat but not get caught. That's it. They want us to cheat. Her eyes widened at the revelation and looked over at Sasuke, and then to Naruto. I just hope they both realize it before it's too late. With that said, Sakura began to fill out her test with surprising speed. 10 minutes into the exam, a kunai had flown past Naruto's head and struck the desk behind him and nailed a boy's test to the table. That's 3 strikes, one of the proctors said with a grin. That's bullshit. That was the first time, he yelled. Suddenly the boy was thrown back in his chair and the proctor had him pinned there. I caught you red-handed 3 times. You and your team are out of here. This happened several more times. Some tried to fight it, and others just walked away. There's a lot of cheating, Naruto thought to himself. That is weird that they give us so many times to cheat before we get thrown out. Naruto began to ponder about this fact. Ibiki watched them all from the front of the classroom. A lot of them have figured it out, he thought with a grin. Finally, 45 minutes had passed, and it was time for the final question to be revealed. Naruto grinned. Figured it out. Once they reveal the final question, I'll just use my shadow clone to look at someone's test and then disperse it. It's only cheating once technically, he thought with a grin. Ibiki surveyed the room. Now before I provide you with the final question, it's time to lay down some new rules. At this point, there was an outcry from many people in the room about rules suddenly changing and it not being fair. Naruto honestly wasn't paying attention to them. He was trying to figure out who to copy when he caught sight of Sakura. She's probably got all the answers right, he thought with a grin. He looked back at Ibiki to realize that he was explaining something important. Last chance to leave, because if you get this question wrong, you'll be banned from the Chunin exams forever. That hit Naruto full force. What? There were similar cries from the genin in the room. Temari stood up at this point. But there are people who have failed previous Chunin exams who are still here today. Ibiki grinned sadistically. Well, I wasn't their proctor. My exams, my rules. A few people quit at this point, a few others seemed unsure, but Naruto didn't care about that at this point. Screw you and your rules, he yelled. Ibiki glared at the blonde. We're shinobi. We go on missions that could mean life or death for us. Who cares if you say we can't become Chunin ever if we fail this? It's just a stupid exam. I'll still be a shinobi. Hell, I'll become the strongest genin of all time, and then they'll have to make me Hokage, Naruto declared angrily. He continued to stand there defiantly, staring down the large proctor in front of him. The silence in the room was nearly deafening for everyone at this point. Ibiki glanced at the other proctors, then back to the genin. Last chance. Either give up or take the risk with the 10th question. Nobody moved at this point. Stupid brat. He's given everyone else here courage to go through with this. Guess that it's then. Well then, to everyone still here, you have all passed the first exam, Ibiki announced with a smile. Naruto stood there for a moment before yelling, "What about the last question?" Ibiki laughed. There was no last question. It's like you said yourself, as a shinobi you'll be forced to make life or death decisions. This final question was to see if you could make those types of decisions. What about the rest of the test? Sakura asked out of turn. The test was there to see if you could gather the information without getting caught. We planted several people who had the answers to the tests, and from there we observed you. As a shinobi, you will be required to gather intel from enemies without getting caught. Ibiki explained. This is critical as a shinobi, as getting caught has severe consequences. At this point, Ibiki removed his bandana to reveal that his head was severely disfigured from repeated torture. A shiver ran through the room. Failure is not an option, Ibiki said with a tone of finality. He put his bandana back on and looked around the room. A lot more participants than I would have expected. Ibiki opened his mouth to say something else when one of the windows seemed to explode. She's early, he thought with some annoyance. Naruto reacted differently to the exploding window and had jumped back a few rows, a kunai in hand. A figure flew in from the broken window, a banner suddenly revealing itself. Listen up, brats. It's time for the second exam to begin. A familiar voice rang out. Naruto nearly lost it when he saw Anko, aka the crazy bitch that he had run into weeks prior. No way. She's in charge from here. I'm so fucked. He panicked. Anko frowned as she quickly counted the participants in the room. 72. Ibiki, what the hell? She turned towards the senior proctor. What can I say? We have an interesting batch this year. Anko smiled sadistically. Is that so? Well, this should be good. Alright, I'm Anko Mitarashi. Meet me at Training Grounds 44 in exactly 1 hour. With that said, Anko disappeared in a poof of smoke. Naruto pursed his lips. If she's in charge, then the next exam is going to be insane. Naruto walked over to Sasuke and Sakura, who were heading for the door, and followed them out. Once the room was empty, Ibiki began to collect up the tests and took a look at one Naruto Uzumaki's test. It's completely blank. Heh, the ball's on that kid, Ibiki thought, shaking his head with a smile. Team 7 arrived at Training Ground 44 to see abnormally large trees behind a chain-link fence. That place gives me the creeps, Naruto thought to himself. Once all of the teams had arrived, Anko reappeared before them. Alright brats, listen up, because I will not repeat myself. The second exam is going to held in the Forest of Death, which you can obviously all see before you. Each team will be given one of 2 scrolls. At this point, she held up 2 scrolls for them all to see. One had the kanji for heaven, the other earth. Your mission is to obtain both scrolls and deliver them to the tower in the middle of the forest without any outside assistance. You will be given a time limit of 5 days to do so. If any of your team is unable to reach the tower, you will be disqualified. You are also ordered not to open the scrolls before you have reached the tower. This will also mean instant disqualification. What do we do for food though? Choji suddenly yelled out. Enko smiled. There's plenty for you to eat in the forest, but be careful, because you might be food for something else. Choji shivered at this thought. Now then, there will be an equal amount of heaven and earth scrolls amongst you. This means that you will have to find a team with the opposite scroll you already possess in order to pass. Now, since there is a chance that death can occur at this point, we are passing out waivers for you to sign so that we are not responsible for anything that may happen once you enter the forest. Several Chunin and Jonin were handing the forms out to everyone at this point. When Naruto received his, he quickly signed it without a second thought, Sasuke following his stead. Sakura seemed a little nervous and apprehensive, but ended up signing the form as well. Before they knew it, an hour had already passed and Team 7 stood in front of a gate, awaiting a signal to enter the forest. Each team had been placed at a gate surrounding the forest, leaving plenty of space between teams. First thing we should do, charge in and find a clearing where we set up camp. Then we scout ahead and find someone with an earth scroll, Naruto said as he placed the heaven scroll they had just received in his pack. Sasuke nodded. I'll also use my Kage Bunshin to take a look at some of the other teams as well, make an assessment on whether or not we should avoid them. Sounds like a good plan, Sakura said. Naruto nodded. All right, let's haul ass when we can. The buzzer went off and the gate opened. Team 7 sped through and took to the trees. As they jumped from branch to branch, Naruto made the cross seal for his Kage Bunshin. Suddenly 23 clones appeared and jumped off into different directions. One for every team out there, Naruto thought to himself. They quickly found a clearing and stopped for the moment. Sakura, you should start setting up traps while we wait for my clones to report back to us. Meanwhile, Sasuke and I will figure out just from what we saw earlier, which team we should go for as well. Sakura nodded, but before she could, Naruto glanced up to the trees and made a sign with his hands that Kakashi had taught them for situations where they were being watched. Sasuke frowned when he recognized what Naruto signed to them. That was fast, so someone is already watching us. I gotta go to the bathroom. Hold up before you get started, Sakura, Naruto said as he walked towards some foliage. Naruto fingered the handle of a kunai. He's following me. Guess that means he wants to take me out first. Just as he reached what he thought would be an appropriate distance, he pretended to begin undoing his pants. That's when whoever was following them decided to attack Naruto. He reacted quickly by jumping out of the way of the assailant. He heard the voice of the attacker swear as a fireball rocketed towards him. Naruto spun around and flew through the seals for the same jutsu. The boy barely dodged the two fireballs when a hail of shuriken came from above. Sakura's got him, Naruto thought happily. The boy dived out of the way, but it wasn't enough as two of the throwing stars embedded themselves in his calf. Damn it! The boy yelled as he collapsed to the ground. Sasuke suddenly had him pinned to the ground as Naruto approached him and Sakura appeared next to him. So you're with Amigakure? Naruto asked, narrowing his eyes. My friends are going to come looking for me, the boy said through the breather on his face. With how easily we took you out, it won't be hard to do the same to your teammates. So what kind of scroll do you have on you? Naruto asked. I don't have it on me. My teammates do, the boy said. Then why do we need you? Sasuke asked. Naruto suddenly felt one of his clones disperse not more than a mile out. We gotta make this quick. Someone's coming and they're stronger than this guy, Naruto said quickly. Naruto squatted beside the boy and pulled his pack off of him and quickly emptied it. A few kunai and exploding tags and a sealing scroll. Naruto quickly took the tags and the kunai and began to inspect the scroll when he suddenly sensed a flare of chakra nearby. How did they sneak up on us? Naruto thought in panic. He made a cross seal just as he noticed the trees up ahead shaking. A wind jutsu. His two clones grabbed Sakura and Sasuke and jumped out of the way as Naruto ran through seals for his own wind jutsu. However, he was too late and the enemy's jutsu hit him full force and everything went black. The two clones that avoided the blast quickly dispersed as the original Naruto was carried away by the blast. Sasuke had landed painfully, but he was unharmed otherwise. What the hell just happened? He wondered. He stood up as Sakura walked over to him. How are you? Sasuke asked her. I'm fine. Where'd Naruto go? She asked. I'm right here, Naruto's voice rang out. They turned to see Naruto trot up to them. Sasuke narrowed his eyes and charged Naruto. Sasuke, what the hell? Naruto yelled out as he dodged Sasuke's punch. One, however, clipped him and Naruto flew back. What's your problem, Sasuke? Sasuke withdrew a kunai at this point. Naruto's kunai holster is on his left leg, not his right. Who the hell are you? Sasuke spat out. Sakura's eyes widened as she withdrew her own kunai. The fake Naruto smiled maliciously. Well, Sasuke Uchiha. You aren't an amateur. The henge suddenly dispersed and there stood a grass ninja with long dark hair. Is that a girl? Sasuke wondered. Come, Sasuke Uchiha. Show me if you are worthy of your name, the woman said as killer intent hit Sasuke and Sakura full force. Naruto came to just in time to see a giant snake snatch up the unconscious Amigakure genin in its jaws and swallow. Holy shit! Naruto shot up to his feet and jumped up to a branch above the snake, just as it turned to look at him. Well, that guy's dead, Naruto said regretfully. The snake lunged at him and Naruto jumped to another branch in a different tree. So how the fuck do I fight this thing? Naruto wondered as the snake lunged again, forcing the genin to drop to the ground and run. The snake came back around at surprising speeds. Naruto rolled to the side, avoiding the snapping jaws of the large reptile. Jumping up into a tree, he saw a small puddle on the ground. Focusing his chakra, the water shot to his hand and began to spiral. Suetun. Hahanryu, Naruto yelled as he unleashed the jutsu on the snake. The snake took it full force and continued charging. Well, that didn't work as Naruto backpedaled. Jumping over the snake, Naruto ran through hand seals and jumped even higher. Katan. Gokaku no Jutsu. Naruto released a large fireball which left the snake completely unscathed. The snake shot up at him and Naruto summoned forth a clone to throw him to the side. The clone was quickly consumed and a shiver ran up Naruto's spine when the memory of being eaten hit him. Naruto landed and the ground beneath him cracked a bit. Then, an idea hit Naruto. Just need to get high enough. Naruto formed the cross seal and 12 clones came into existence. The clones surrounded the snake and began throwing kunai at it to keep it distracted. The snake was getting irritated by the 12 blondes throwing knives at it. It had been summoned to kill the blonde and it was proving to be more trouble than it was worth. However, he did not want to get on a Sanin's bad side. Then suddenly, it felt something go through the top of its head and ripped out the bottom of its mouth. It shuddered for a moment before falling overhead. Naruto had killed the snake. He had climbed to a branch high above the snake before increasing his weights and letting gravity take hold. However, when he had gone through the snake's head, a tooth and ripped through his left hand, leaving it bloody and mangled, and using the hand to help cushion his fall had not helped. He glanced at it and grimaced. Well, at least the fox will heal it quickly enough. He staggered to his feet and gasped in pain. His hand hurt more than he had thought. Looking back at the dead snake, Naruto felt a pang of guilt for the boy it had eaten. If he had tossed the boy out of the way when the blast hit, he wouldn't have been killed. But that blast of wind, someone wanted us separated. That snake, maybe it was a summon, like Aji-san's monkeys. He looked to the direction where the blast had originated and took off that way. I just hope I'm wrong. Sasuke and Sakura sat on a large tree branch, both shivering after the close encounter with the strange shinobi. They had been attacked by multiple snakes thus far and the shinobi had disappeared again. Sasuke had killed one snake just to have the shinobi emerge from its carcass. This thing is way above our own capabilities. Even with Naruto here, I don't think we'd survive. Suddenly the shinobi was upon them. Sakura jumped on direction while Sasuke another. The shinobi ignored the pink-haired genin and went straight for Sasuke when suddenly, a torrent of water hit the shinobi and knocked him into a branch. Sasuke looked towards the origin of the blast to find Naruto, blood dripping from one hand and water swirling in the other. What happened? Sasuke asked. Oversized reptile, Naruto answered. I take it this is the guy that probably summoned it? Sasuke looked over at the shinobi. Probably. Well, Naruto. You survived the snake I sent after you. I didn't think you would. Naruto glared at the grass ninja. What the hell do you want? The ninja smiled. Sasuke Uchiha. I need to see if he is anything like his brother. Anger seemed to well up inside the young Uchiha at the mention of his older brother, constantly being compared to him since he was younger, and even now after he had betrayed the village. Naruto noticed Sasuke's face and frowned. Sasuke, stay in control. He's just trying to get a rise. Kukukuku. You think so? Well, if Sasuke cannot prove himself, then I shall just have to kill your teammate. At this, the ninja took off at speeds that made Lee look like a snail and went for Sakura. Naruto's eyes widened as he realized what was happening. No! No! Naruto yelled mentally. He started running, but it was like his legs couldn't keep up with his mind. He saw everything perfectly. The shinobi grabbing Sakura by the throat and holding her up. Sasuke charging the shinobi with a kunai but being swatted away easily. And then turning back to Sakura, ready to snap her neck. Then suddenly, he felt a sensation he had felt once before. His vision felt blurry for a moment when things suddenly came into focus. He felt his hand healing rapidly. Felt his canines suddenly enlarge, his nails sharpening and growing. His emotions heightened for a moment, but one emotion dwarfed the rest. Rage. Naruto shot forward, his weights completely inconsequential. In an instant, faster than the other shinobi, he severed the arm holding Sakura. The shinobi didn't react in pain, but rather in amusement. In one swift motion, he kicked the shinobi away and wrenched the severed hand off of Sakura's neck. She collapsed to the ground and looked up to find Naruto surrounded by a red cloak of chakra and crimson eyes, slits for pupils. Suddenly Naruto turned in time to receive a punch that threw him off the branch they were on and crashed straight through a tree. The shinobi was back, one arm missing. Smiling down at the blonde genin, he realized something. This is the legacy of the Yondaime Hokage, the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi no Kitsune. This should make for an interesting fight. Sasuke looked down at what had just transpired in awe. Where did Naruto get this power from? Why does it fill me with dread? Suddenly they all heard Naruto roar and an explosion, red chakra illuminating the forest for a brief moment. The shinobi smiled then suddenly. Her jaw unhinged and made a gurgling noise. Then, two hands emerged, prying the jaw open further, and then a head and torso emerged, completely a different person. This person had pale skin, yellow eyes, and long dark hair. In a male voice, the new figure said, "Come then, show me how you measure up." He shot out, leaving the old body like a snake would shed its skin. Dust flew up everywhere as the man struck where Naruto had been just a moment ago. Wheeling around, the man spotted a large fireball heading towards him. So the Uchiha decides to join in. He knows he's outmatched, and yet still he fights. The man sped to his left, dodging the attack completely when Naruto was suddenly upon him, fighting like a wild animal. Kukuku, not even using any type of taijutsu, just fighting like an animal. The man seemed to be playing with the boy when the Jinchuriki suddenly jumped in the air without warning. The snake man's eyes followed him when he suddenly realized it was a diversion. He looked down just as Sasuke Uchiha's foot connected with his face. He rocketed backwards as Sasuke ran through more seals. Katan. Ryuka no Jutsu, fire surrounded Sasuke for a moment before shooting out lines of fire towards the powerful man. Just as Naruto landed in front of the inferno, the flames seemed to explode outward. Sasuke was thrown backwards by the force of explosion. Naruto was resisted the shockwave, but was suddenly wrenched into the air by what appeared to be an elongated tongue. "Let me go, fucker," Naruto yelled. The tongue reached down, lifted up his shirt, revealing his stomach as well as the seal that was placed there, holding the Kyuubi at bay. The man approached Naruto, the fingertips on his right hand glowing purple. An interesting seal. So this is what Minato Namikaze used to seal the Biju inside this boy. Naruto's eyes widened as he mentioned his father. Gojio Fuin. The man struck Naruto's abdomen, causing Naruto to scream out in pain. Then he was out cold. The man flung him aside, his body hitting the ground hard. He then turned to Sasuke, who was slowly standing up. The man smiled. He made a strange hand seal and suddenly his neck elongated and he shot towards Sasuke and suddenly bit down on Sasuke's neck. Sasuke was next to scream aloud as pain racked his body suddenly. The man let go of Sasuke and his neck retracted. "What did you do?" Sakura's voice called out suddenly as Sasuke collapsed to the ground, his screaming slowly becoming a whimper before he was completely silent. "I have given him a gift. That is if he survives. If he does and he still seeks power, tell him to seek me out. My name is Orochimaru." With that said, Orochimaru sunk into the ground as if it were liquid. Sakura jumped down to the ground, tears rolling down her cheeks. Sasuke-kun?" she squeaked out, staring at the unconscious Uchiha. "Naruto, Sasuke's hurt. I need your help." She looked back at Naruto to see him on the ground as well. The tears began to come down even more. "What am I supposed to do? The two stronger members of our team are unconscious, and I'm in the middle of a forest full of people that are after us." Dosu, Kin, and Zaku watched for an ambush. That blonde kid just disappeared. He was taking us all on with ease and then poof, he's gone. Dosu thought, eyes darting back and forth. "Dosu, it's been 10 minutes and we haven't heard a thing. Let's just go hunt down the Uchiha already," Zaku yelled. Dosu nodded. "I think you're right, but keep an eye out while we search for him. I don't want us getting ambushed by the Uzumaki boy again." Kiba, Shino, and Hinata sat in some bushes, shivering in fear. Before them lay a field full of blood. Not moments earlier, the sand trio had been confronted by some grass ninja when the forest seemed to tremble for a moment. Akamaru had sensed a terrible chakra off in the distance, and it seemed so had Gaara because the next thing anyone knew, sand tendrils had torn the grass shinobi apart limb by limb. Even the two teammates of Gaara were surprised by the brutality of it all. Then Gaara had fallen to the ground clutching his head, screaming about something called shikaku and there being another in the forest like it. When Gaara had finally ceased screaming, the malevolent chakra in the distance had disappeared. The sand shinobi eventually left, trailing behind an unemotional Gaara. Kiba and company soon left the safety of the shrubbery and approached the remains of Gaara's victims. Kiba felt his stomach churn at the sight of what was left. "I can't believe he did that. How could he?" Kiba wondered, his voice wavering. Hinata had tears silently streaming down her face. "The boy is clearly unbalanced," Shino stated. "We have out 2 scrolls. I suggest we make haste and get to the tower before it gets dark out here." Kiba nodded and looked down at the dog tucked in his jacket. Akamaru was still shivering. "Is he going to be okay?" Hinata asked, wiping away her tears. "He is now, but it's strange. At first Akamaru was scared of the sand kid, but then that chakra we felt, that scared him more. That means there's something even worse than Gaara in these exams." Shino adjusted his glasses. "That could most definitely pose a problem to us if we run into the source of that chakra." Hinata nodded. "I'll keep an eye out while we travel. We should definitely be more cautious now." Ino sat on a log beside Choji, who was doing his best despite his hunger. She thought back again to how Naruto had moved earlier. He was never that fast at the academy. A lot has happened since then. I mean, I don't think I've changed that much, let alone anyone else from the academy. It's like once we graduated, he hit the ground running. She thought back to what Sakura had also said about how Naruto was the first to make a kill. I wonder if it'll happen again during these exams. He looked like he might have killed that sound kid if he tried anything. "Hey Ino, stop thinking about Naruto." Shikamaru's voice rang out. "You shut up, Shikamaru." Ino snapped. "I'm just wondering why he's changed so much." Shikamaru sighed. "Who cares? So he's gotten stronger, so have we." Choji looked between the two. "I dunno guys, Naruto's gotten a lot stronger. Remember he couldn't even spar properly back at the academy and now he's fast than any of us." Ino stood up. "Exactly. He used to be the weakest person and now he's almost as good as Sasuke-kun." Shikamaru shook his head. "Why is this even such a big deal, Ino?" "I just want to know why is all," Ino said, crossing her arms. "I mean, something must have happened to kick Naruto's ass into gear." Shikamaru closed his eyes for a moment. Well, I do remember that when we graduated, Naruto initially failed. Then the next day Mizuki was gone and no one has seen him since, and then I see Naruto wearing a Hittite, meaning that they did pass him. Those two things must be connected. Beyond that, it's simply speculation, but I have this feeling that those two things are connected. Come on. Let's go find a heaven scroll so we don't get knocked out of the exams, Shikamaru said, changing the subject. Sakura had finally set up camp underneath a tree. The large tree was raised from the ground, creating a slight cave effect that protected Team 7 from any eyes from overhead. Naruto and Sasuke were laying on the ground side by side, a wet cloth on both of their foreheads, their packs to the side. Sakura had to take off Naruto's jacket as the flames from the fight with Orochimaru had torn it apart. Sakura was fairly certain Naruto was going to be upset about the loss of the jacket. Both of them were burning up from whatever Orochimaru had done to the two of them. Sasuke's neck had 2 puncture wounds from where Orochimaru had bit him, and 3 tomes slightly resembling the Sharingan had appeared on his neck, like a black tattoo. Sakura had checked Naruto, but found no marks on his body that she was willing to explore. What worried her most was that they were both burning up. She wasn't sure how long they could last against their fevers, and she didn't know any medical ninjutsu to help them along. She glanced around, checking the traps that she had set up once she had gotten the two to cover. Looks all right. I just hope it'll keep others away until these two wake up, she thought worriedly. She looked to the sky and saw that the sun was slowly setting. Please, Sasuke. Please, Naruto. Just please wake up, Sakura whispered to herself, tears rolling down his eyes. She fingered a kunai in her hands, unsure of what needed to be done, desperately wishing that she was stronger. Chapter 8. The Forest and the Tower. Kakashi stood outside the Forest of Death beside the Hokage, the moon shining over the two of them. Thank you, Hokage-sama, for not sending anyone out after Naruto, he said softly. The old man sucked on his tobacco pipe for a moment before answering. I'm surprised you didn't ask me not to search for him, he said, exhaling a large cloud of smoke. Kakashi did not react to this. You are Hokage for a reason. You have always made the right choices. Not always the Hokage side, thinking of his one-time student. Kakashi glanced at him. Why do you think he has returned? The Sandaime shrugged. At this point, I cannot assume to know what that boy is thinking anymore. He has spiraled further than I had ever thought possible of him. Makes you wish the Yondaime was still here, Kakashi sighed. The Sandaime chuckled. Minato is still with us. He lives on through Naruto. Kakashi smiled. He is a lot like both him and Kushina. Suddenly, an ANBU appeared, carrying Anko. Hokage-sama, I found her like this. She found Orochimaru, but he escaped, the ANBU informed them. Anko knelt on the ground, clutching at her neck. The Hokage knelt beside her and spotted the curse mark on her neck. Hokage-sama, Orochimaru, he marked the Uchiha with the curse mark. Anko gasped out in pain. Kakashi's eye widened, as did the Hokage's. Orochimaru is after Sasuke? Kakashi thought in terror. The Hokage stood up straight, exuding the power he once had in his prime. Gather the rest of the ANBU. No, wait, Anko screamed out. He told me that we can't interfere, otherwise he'll begin killing people. He means to destroy Konohagakure if we cancel the Chunin exams or interfere in any way. The Hokage felt like swearing at this point. One of Konohagakure's most powerful rogue ninja was in the area, and the Hokage could not do anything for fear of unnecessary casualties. Very well, we will simply have to prepare for the worst and watch closely. Keep tabs on him if you can locate him, ordered the Hokage. The ANBU nodded before disappearing into the night. The Hokage then turned to Kakashi. First Naruto, now Sasuke. You will definitely have your hands full with this team. Come, we need to get to the tower. And then Anko and I must show you a seal to suppress Sasuke's curse mark. Kakashi nodded. I must have the most complicated team out there. Gaara's head was throbbing. It had not felt this way since he had killed Yashimaru so many years ago. The whispering of the Ichibi felt more like hollering at this point. All Gaara could make out amongst the ranting of Shikaku was, It's here! Gaara clutched his head again and sand swirled around him. He looked up to recognize that he was in a room located inside the tower. His team had easily gotten to the tower with little trouble, although they were not the first. Some other team that had witnessed his earlier rampage was also there. He did not care for the lower beings and had not bothered with them. Gaara turned to look out the window and stared at the moon hovering in the sky. Naruto Uzumaki, was it you? You triggered something the other day. Was that you in the forest? Are you the one I must kill? Gaara wondered to himself. As he spoke, the sand from his gourd flowed out behind him and molded itself into the blonde Genin's image. What are you? Gaara wondered as the sand Naruto fell apart. Sakura sat beside her two unconscious teammates. Neither had stirred since the sun. Only the sound of the leaves shifting gave Sakura any company. She continually glanced at the two of them to see if their chests were still rising with their breath. If she couldn't see the rise, she would quickly rush to their side and check on them. When not doing that, she stared out at the darkness that surrounded them for any sign of movement. She felt a lump in her throat. Suddenly her eyes began to water again. She shook her head. No, no more crying. I need to protect them, just like they've always protected me. Out in the darkness, the sound trio sat and watched Team 7. So Uchiha and Uzumaki are out for the count, Zaku grinned. We should just attack now, Kin suggested. Dosu shook his head. No, we shall wait until dawn. I do not want any surprises. We can barely see as it is. Zaku frowned. Why the fuck are you in charge? He asked. Dosu ignored the jab. Let us just keep watch. Search for any traps that could be sprung. Morning quickly came for Ino and the rest of her team. They had not been successful in finding a scroll that they needed, but they weren't doing too badly in her opinion. Why? They still had their scroll. Come on, wake up, you lazy good-for-nothings, Ino yelled, kicking at her teammates' feet. Shikamaru groaned as awoke from his restless sleep. Morning already? He groaned as he sat up. Choji said nothing as he stood up and stared at an empty bag of chips in his hand. Let's go find some weak team to beat up and take their scroll, Ino announced. Shikamaru groaned. I think we're the weakest team here, Ino. Choji said nothing as he gave the chip bag a weak shake. Suddenly they heard an explosion not far off. Choji quickly turned his head in that direction. That's just what we need, Ino exclaimed. Let some strong teams fight it out, then take out the winners when they're weak. Before Shikamaru could protest, Ino had taken off towards the explosion. Come on, Choji. If we don't go with her, she might get herself killed. Choji nodded as he threw the bag to the ground, a determined look on his face. Sakura screamed as Rock Lee was knocked across the field by Dosu. That lotus technique. If Zaku hadn't intervened, I'd be screwed. Lee struggled to his feet. It's amazing that you would go to these lengths for some pink-haired girl, Zaku yelled at Lee. Lee struck his taijutsu pose. I promised I would protect her with my life. Sakura's eyes watered. She had been cornered by the sound trio who were asking for Sasuke to fight. She had tried fighting them off, but all it had ended with was an impromptu haircut. That's when Lee had intervened and began fighting them. Now here was Lee, bloody and beaten, barely on his own feet. Then suddenly Zaku couldn't move. He was screaming his head off. Then the girl, Kin, began to act odd. Then suddenly, what looked like a boulder charged towards Dosu. Dosu barely managed to dodge it when it suddenly changed direction, heading after Dosu again. Sakura ran out at this point and grabbed Lee. Come on, this way, she whispered. Lee put his arm around her and she helped him back to where Sasuke and Naruto were. She looked back to see that Shikamaru and Choji stood in front of Dosu and Zaku, seemingly negotiating. Kin had drawn a kunai and held it to her own neck. Sakura suddenly realized what was going on. Ino took her over and is holding her hostage, she thought with admiration. Then it took a turn for the worst. Zaku turned his hand towards Kin and let loose his sound-based jutsu, knocking Kin back into a tree. Ino, Choji and Shikamaru yelled. Just let go quickly. Shikamaru followed up. Suddenly, Kin went limp and lay still. Zaku and Dosu then charged after Shikamaru and Choji. Suddenly, things happened in a flash. Zaku was suddenly on the ground across the field, and Dosu had been flung into the air. Naruto and Sasuke stood back to back, evil chakra swirling around the Uchiha. Sakura, did they do this to you? Sasuke asked, his Sharingan flashing. She slowly nodded. You get the one with attitude, I get the one in bandages, Naruto said, his eyes flashing malevolently. Ino slowly came out of the shrubbery to see the two male members of Team 7 standing in the center of the field. There they are, she said to herself. Suddenly, the two disappeared. Zaku had no time to react as Sasuke appeared next to him and backhanded him away. Zaku was stunned at how strong the blow was as he flew through the air. He quickly recovered and landed smoothly, his arms extended before him, palms facing the Uchiha. Zankukyakua. Suddenly, the air was alight with his technique, tearing the ground apart. Zaku grinned as his technique died out, leaving nothing left. Didn't stand a chance, Zaku grinned. You missed, a voice said behind him. He quickly turned around only to be forced back to the ground by Sasuke, his arms held behind him. Just as this happened, Dosu crashed into the ground next to them. Sasuke glanced at him. You weren't a match for the two of us, Sasuke grinned. Naruto appeared in front of the two of them, panting excessively. Sasuke, that's enough. Sasuke looked back at Zaku. I bet if I pulled hard enough, your arms would be ripped right off. Sasuke, stop it, Naruto said louder. Sasuke slowly began to pull as Zaku cried out in pain. Sasuke, stop, Naruto yelled. Zaku's screaming increased, causing Sakura and Ino to flinch at the brutality of it all. Then suddenly, Sasuke was blasted off of his feet by a torrent of water. Naruto's hand had water spiraling in it. Enough, Naruto yelled. Shikamaru, check on the dumbass Sasuke nearly killed. Shikamaru nodded and walked over to Zaku and knelt beside him. Naruto and Sasuke locked eyes and stared each other down. He's unconscious. One of his arms is dislocated, I think, Shikamaru said, standing back up. Naruto made no indication that he heard for a moment. You, Dosu or whatever your name is, take him out of here before I change my mind, Naruto growled. Dosu nodded as he picked himself off the ground and slowly limped towards Zaku. Don't forget the rest of the trash, Sasuke said. Naruto narrowed his eyes. Blue eyes stared into red. Take our scroll. You have defeated us. Just fucking leave, Naruto yelled. Dosu didn't say anything else, but placed a heaven scroll on the ground before picking up his two teammates and leaving. What the hell happened to you? Naruto asked Sasuke. He noticed the black markings that covered half of his face. I don't know. A flash of the man's face that had bit him flashed before his eyes. It was Orochimaru. Naruto turned to Sakura, who said this. He then glanced at the others nearby. We can talk later when we're alone, Naruto said. You two can come out now. Suddenly Neji and Tenten were beside Rock Lee. Are you okay? Tenten asked. Rock Lee nodded meekly. Suddenly she hit him upside the head. Don't worry us like that again, she yelled. Neji said nothing but glared at Sasuke. That chakra, it's absolutely putrid, he thought to himself, narrowing his eyes. Sasuke ignored him and continued to stare at Naruto. You should take him away, Naruto suggested. We have some things we need to work out. Neji simply nodded and turned to his teammates. Come now. We need to obtain an Earth Scroll soon. With that said, Lee and Tenten said their goodbyes before taking off into the trees. Suddenly, the marks on Sasuke's face receded and Sasuke's face took on a pain expression before he collapsed to the ground. He was suddenly sweating profusely and panting. Whatever that was, it took an enormous toll on him, Naruto observed. He then turned to Shikamaru, Ino and Choji. Thank you guys for helping us out. Shikamaru sighed. It was a serious headache, but we couldn't let you guys just get killed. Choji nodded. They were jerks anyways. Here, I'm going to help even Sakura's hair so it looks better, Ino said. Naruto nodded as she walked past him. He glanced over at Shikamaru and Choji. Could you give me and Sasuke a minute? He asked. The two of them nodded and walked away, leaving the Uchiha and the Uzumaki alone. What was that just now? Naruto asked. Sasuke didn't say anything for a moment. What did that Orochimaru guy do to you? Sasuke grit his teeth. He bit me. Naruto stared at him for a moment. What? Sasuke frowned as he turned his head, revealing 2 puncture marks next to what looked like a tattoo. Holy shit, Naruto exclaimed as he knelt beside Sasuke to look closely at the marks. What kind of person bites someone? A freak, Sasuke muttered. Yeah, I'll say. Naruto sighed. I don't know much about them, but that looks like some kind of fuinjutsu. Sasuke locked eyes with Naruto. What do you mean? Naruto stood up and thought for a moment. Fuinjutsu isn't just used for sealing